That's why we were outside the city, why they died." Zack felt bad as he saw the sad look on her face. He could see the same expression there that he had seen many times in a mirror on Earth. The weight of loss and the hurt when you knew that you lost people because you weren't strong enough. He was starting to feel like he shouldn't have pried, but then she gave him a weak smile. "It's okay. I want to tell you. They took me outside just when I gained the ability to earn essence. My father wasn't a wealthy man, but he had some essence saved up. He leveled me up to level 15, and then we went out. He and Mother were in the guard, and he hoped that we could hunt some monsters to level me to 30. That's the level where the guard recruited. They wanted me to follow in their footsteps. They bought me the fighter class, and we trained a bit." She paused, a tear trailing down her cheeks. "It didn't go well. They died saving me. A higher-tier monster appeared. It had to have wandered over from another area of the territory, since the forest we were in should have only had monsters up to Tier 1. I don't even know what tier it was, but they killed it, and it killed them. I was left alone." "I'm so sorry you had to go through that, Quell," Zack said as he pulled her closer. Quell shrugged. "It is the same everywhere in the world. People want you to be strong, but they don't want you to be too strong. My parents had been level 50 for years, and the essence that they gained from their contribution was just enough to have us all survive. They weren't brave. They didn't go out and hunt monsters to gain more essence and level further. But for me, they tried, and so they died. The guard didn't help them level, and so they were left on their own." "But how did you join the Wardens, then?" Zack asked. "I was angry then, and I wanted to kill monsters. The Wardens accept anyone, and they help them advance. Not too far, of course, but just enough that they are useful. Once I realized that they wouldn't let me advance beyond a certain point, I switched my focus. I decided that I wanted to be an archivist. I picked non-combat perks until my level 60 evolution and did nothing but work in the library. One of my choices of class evolution from fighter was librarian." Zack nodded his head. He had read in the guides that the class evolutions could be described as a three-way fork in the road. Depending on your choices, where those forks went differed. One would always go straight ahead, a direct evolution of your class. The second was based on your perks and other factors that weren't exactly clear to Zack, a parallel road to the first one. And the third could be the same, another parallel road, or it could be a road that led to an entirely different branch of roads. Quell sighed. "I took the class. There was no point in risking my life anymore." "What do you mean that they wouldn't let you advance? There is free information in the library," Zack said. Quell chuckled and looked at him. "Did you notice that there were only tomes on the first few evolutions? They make it look good, like they are giving you all the information that you might need. That might even be true for the most part. The classes that they offer, the advice, it is good, but not good enough that you could survive what you need to do if you want to level beyond the guides in those tomes. In order to get stronger than what the guides offer, you need to fight stronger and stronger monsters, to work harder and put yourself in danger. Most die before they are able to achieve that. Those that, by luck, survive are the fortunate ones, and very small in number, 1 for every 10 or 100,000. The only way for you to get stronger beyond what the guides say is to get a mentor, and that is unlikely for most people. You have to be exceptional, the best of the best. And again, I read enough reports that I can see the pattern." "What kind of a pattern?" Quell glanced at him. "The stronger you get, the more missions you are sent on, the more you are being controlled. And if you are not as aligned with the Citadel rules and laws, you might get sent to a mission that ends up going badly for you." Zack blinked. He hadn't even thought that something like that was likely. Quell sighed. "I'm sorry, I'm exaggerating. It isn't as bad as that, not in the wardens, at least. In the guards it is, although I haven't had access to a lot of their files. But having strong people who are not completely loyal or aligned with your beliefs, people who might attain immortality, it is better to prevent them from reaching that level than to have someone immortal running around making trouble for you. There are many records in the library about feuds between sects or factions that end becoming full-fledged wars, all because the two feuding are immortal and are unwilling to forget and forgive. The wardens, for the most part, help people get stronger. It is a slower climb, but safer. But there had been instances where promising wardens died on missions under strange circumstances. I don't know if that is a conspiracy or reality, but I just felt like I couldn't hope to reach my dream. You, on the other hand, are different. You are a ranker, and nothing like the others. I can see it, and the warden commander can see it. I'm sure that is why she gave you access to the dungeon. Not just anyone gets that." Zack didn't know what to say. The part about the feuds struck dangerously close, but he ignored it, pushing the thought aside. "I guess I can see why you would think that," Zack said. He wasn't sure if he agreed. From what he had seen, the people were just unwilling to take risks. Quell gave him a knowing smile, as if she had seen right through him and his thoughts, but she didn't speak again. The rest of their walk they spent in silence, just walking aimlessly. Somehow Zack was sure that Quell knew that he needed some time to think, and he was thankful that she was content to walk next to him in silence. Zack spent a lot of their walk trying to think about what he should do. For the past month or so, he had been feeling strange, as if he was being suffocated. His arrival in the Infinite Realm had been a confusing time for him. He had failed in his task. He had arrived in a strange new land with completely different rules, and one filled with people that knew nothing of the struggle on Earth. And he had relaxed. He knew that. He took the time, for the first time in a decade, to just live aimlessly. But his choice to join the Wardens had been made with his ultimate goal in mind. He had hoped that they would be able to help him in that goal. He had gained knowledge, a group that could help him grow, true, but now he was starting to feel like his decision might have been a mistake. The other Wardens weren't like him, and he had found nothing that could point him toward finding Ryun. There were no sightings of the other 7th iteration ranker. Nothing. Zack knew that this world was infinite, and that the territory that was settled was larger than Earth, that it was a massive amount of territory and people, that it could be years before he heard anything, and years more before he was certain. And if what Quell had told him was true, he knew that he couldn't go at the pace of the people born in this world. He wasn't like Gris and the others. He wasn't comfortable with just surviving. He had seen what happened if one didn't have enough power to protect what they cared about, and he needed to acquire power quickly. He needed to be strong enough so that nothing like what happened on Earth would happen here. Zack startled as he realized that they had come to a stop, standing in front of Quell's home. It was a building made out of gray stone, looking the same as all those around it. 2 stories high, with 2 apartments in it, one on the ground floor and one above it. Stairs made out of stone were attached to it, leading up to Quell's home. "Do you want to come in?" Quell asked, her eyes looking at him intently. Zack blinked at her, his mind immediately going into overdrive. He didn't want to look deeper into it, but he had no idea what inviting someone you were dating to your home meant in the Infinite Realm, and he didn't want to assume. He also didn't want to ask. He looked into Quell's eyes, seeing her studying him shyly, making him remember their first meeting when he startled her. He took a deep breath and spoke. "Yes," Zack said, and took her hand as they walked up the stairs to her home. A while later, Zack lay in a large and soft bed, looking at Quell as she slept. The night had been incredible. She had been incredible. He hadn't even realized how he had needed that, to feel so close to someone again, to feel like they were the only thing that mattered, that he mattered to someone. He had to admit that he had been a bit scared, worried that things would be different with someone from another species. They had been different. Not everything was exactly the same as it was with humans, but not in a bad way. The things she had done with her tail. He forced himself to think of something else. He had enough excitement for the night. Instead, he just watched her in the pale light coming from a small array lamp in the corner of the room. His mind was clear of all thoughts, and somehow he felt relaxed, free in a way. He knew the dangers of starting to feel for someone, of caring, but at that moment he wasn't worried. In that moment he was just happy. And then the past decided that he shouldn't have happiness, that he wasn't worthy of having it. Memories flashed before his eyes. A small room and people walking in, one by one. Him listening to their stories, him making each of them a promise before pushing a knife in their chest. Zack sat up, his breathing quickening as his heart twisted. "Zack?" he heard a sleepy voice say, and then Quell sat up next to him, putting her hands around him. He couldn't speak. He felt like he was suffocating. He had made a promise, and he had done almost nothing to fulfill it in the past several months. Instead, he had relaxed, he had made friends, he had trained, had met Quell, had started to forget, and just a little while ago, he had felt happy. I don't deserve to be happy, not when others sacrificed everything for me. I almost forgot, Zack managed to say slowly. I almost thought that it was okay to be happy, to be free. But it isn't. Not for me. "Zack, tell me, what is it?" Quell whispered, compassionately, softly. Zack closed his eyes. He should be telling her, he knew. She didn't deserve to deal with all of his shit. But he was so tired. Years of fighting and losing constantly. Watching people getting eaten by monsters in front of his eyes because he was too weak to stop it. Following a trail and finding cities in ruins filled with corpses of the people who were slaughtered. Men, women, the young and the old, innocents, butchered like monsters that infested everything. There had been years where he couldn't close his eyes without seeing bodies with their bones crushed to dust, mangled bodies that were more bludgeoned paste than something that used to be a person. Children were even worse. Ryun spared none, little boys and girls with their heads crushed in, with their bodies cleaved in half. Rayleigh. He had almost forgotten how he found them, Linda and Ray, broken in the ruins. He still remembered how Ryun had defended himself, how he justified the horrors that he had unleashed. "It is a mercy," Ryun shrugged. "Better that I end them quickly than for them to suffer what this world has turned into. They are too weak to thrive. This world was not meant for those who are like them. They are here only as fertilizer for the rest of us, to die in front of us, to sever us from the old world and teach us what true pain and horror is, to teach us how to hate, to make us stronger so that we can rise and survive." The hardest thing was that there was a truth in Ryun's words. People had been too weak to survive, and that was why Zack had wanted to protect them. But Ryun had taken away from them the choice, the chance to grow and survive. He shouldn't be telling Quell anything. He had spoken with the warden commander, told her some things, but she was a stranger that didn't care about him or his pain, a superior who didn't even find the horror that he had lived through worth mention. To her it was normal, and that was what had broken Zack's heart. To come here and learn that Ryun's values had been the right ones, that power was the only thing that mattered in the end, it made him want to forget, and ever since then he had tried to forget, but he needed to speak to someone who did care for him, who could listen. He needed to remember, or otherwise he felt like nothing in the world mattered. I told you that by the end of my time on Earth, there were only 2 of us left, Zack started in a whisper, as Quell got close to him, her hand gently making circles on his back. He was my best friend long ago, and he lost someone, went insane and started slaughtering everyone around him, innocent and the guilty alike. He ended my world, and now he is here. I did horrible things, all so that I could catch up. I killed people, and even though they gave themselves to me willingly, it doesn't hurt any less. I made them a promise that I would make their sacrifice mean something, that I would kill the monster that had destroyed their lives. And I failed. Yet here I am, feeling happy, when I don't deserve it. He waited for her to tell him that it was okay, that everyone deserved to be happy, but she didn't. Instead, she held him close in silence, letting him calm down. He didn't quite remember the next few minutes. He was sure that he cried, releasing the pain he had kept guarded inside so close. Finally, Quell spoke. "Promises are important," she told him. "But just because you want to fulfill them doesn't mean that you will ever be able to." Zack winced and turned to look at her, seeing her gazing at him intently. "I promised on my family's graves that I would become strong, that I would be powerful enough that I would never lose anyone that I cared about, and I failed in fulfilling that promise. There is nothing you can do to change that. Maybe someday you will become strong enough to fulfill that promise, maybe not. Maybe you will find and kill him. Maybe he is already dead. Or maybe you will die before you find him again. Maybe you will do more horrible things in order to gain strength. Or maybe you will decide that enough is enough and stop trying. Just because you have a goal does not mean that you should stop living your life, that you don't deserve to feel happiness." Zack sunk into her embrace as she pulled him closer. He didn't say anything. It was too hard to get the words out. But she knew what to do. She kissed him, and then made him feel better. By the time morning came, he had felt much better. He said his goodbye with a soft kiss that had been much more intimate than any of their previous ones. They had talked, shared their past with one another, and Zack felt real feelings starting to build between them. They had known each other for a relatively short time, a few months, but he felt something real building. And he didn't try to run away. He didn't try to distance himself. He wanted to get strong, to achieve power enough that he could keep the innocents safe. And even if he had to play by this world's rules, he was going to do it. And he would fulfill his promise. A day later, Zack sat in the library, guides and tomes open in front of him in the small private reading room. In front of him were guides for class evolutions. He had taken a day to look over more of the material available in the library. He had seen some of what Quell had spoken about, and that made him feel wary about following the guides. But he could see how people could be controlled through the guides. The most viable builds were known, and that made people go for them more often than not. But that also limited them from finding something new, something more powerful. Zack wasn't sure what he was going to do, but he had studied a bit more. He had the tomes on most class types relating to the sword that were known and that he could expect. But of course one of his choices was more likely than not to be something never seen before. He only hoped that it wasn't something so weird that he couldn't really estimate its power in comparison to other guides. He took a deep breath and started leveling. He hit level 105 and gained a new perk choice. Steeling his mind, he looked over the choices. Wind Shield, class perk. 5 times per combat, you may summon a shield of wind to deflect any attacks sent in your direction. The strength of the effect depends on your dexterity stat. Blade Dance, class perk. Twice per combat, you may activate this perk to spin around and lash out at all around you. The duration and strength of the attacks depend on your strength stat. Old Heritage, class perk. Once per combat, you may activate this perk to borrow the power of all of your ancestors, increasing all of your total stats by 100% for 5 seconds. Duration of effect depends on your highest stat. Zack blinked at his choices. The first 2 were among the list of the possible choices he could have gotten, and they were both solid choices. The last one, however, it was another perk that he was sure was unique to rankers. He glanced to his tomes, finding one worn-out tome about ranker perks. He flipped through it, looking for anything similar. And then he found it. A Minotaur ranker of the 5th iteration had the perk. He had been among the wardens for only a couple of years before he died, but there was a description. He read through what was written, and his eyes widened. The perk seemed like a very good choice, mainly because it increased his total stats by 100%, the same as his last heir of Terra did. That meant that the 2 perks could stack, and that was an incredible boon. All the guides said that having just 2 perks that could stack like that, even if they only increased base stats, was incredible. He glanced back to his choices. The other 2 were solid combat choices, things that could help him in a battle, but the Old Heritage could do the same, could give him a burst of power in a battle, and if he already had Last Heir of Terra active, it was the clear choice in his mind. The only problem he saw was that by choosing that perk, he would almost guarantee that he would get a choice of a class that wasn't listed anywhere. He had looked, and there were only a few unique ranker classes in the library, and none were really detailed. But he was sure that he wasn't going to get any of them, since most of them were caster-based classes. His Blade Master class could evolve in many different ways. It wasn't a class strictly focused on just a sword. It was one that encompassed all bladed weapons. But since he had mainly used a sword, he would probably get one choice that was going to be about the sword, if what he had read was correct. Zack sighed and picked Old Heritage, and then he put in more essence and leveled. He spent in total 49,100 greater essence to reach level 120, leaving him with only 1,568 GE. He looked at his new screen and the classes he had to choose from. Class evolution available. Class: Windblade. Description: you call the wind and it answers, telling you to be free. The Windblade is a warrior focused on melding the power of the wind along with that of the blade. Relying on speed and short bursts of incredible power, a Windblade shines brightly when operating alone, using the wind to distract and cut down their opponents. Attunement. Wind. All wind-based powers are 10% more effective, and their cooldowns are reduced by 10% of base value. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Gain one of the following. Wind Shear. Combat ability. The wind twists around your target, generating a force that pulls anything caught in its way backward, and then creates a small cyclone of air that will suck in and then throw out anything caught in it. Wind Step. Movement ability. Turn into the wind and move 5 steps in any direction. Might and Deftness. Gain plus 10% to base strength and plus 10% to base dexterity. Class: Swordmaster. Description: You feel your weapon. To know the sword is all that matters. The Swordmaster is a warrior focusing solely on the use of a sword. A swordmaster seeks to broaden the understanding of the sword to the exclusion of all else, excelling in melee duels. Attunement. Sword. All sword-based powers are 10% more effective. All sword-based skills level at double prior speed. Gain plus 20% to dexterity. Gain one of the following: Sword Stance, Support Ability. Gain plus 30% to speed when parrying or blocking with your sword. All powers involving a parry or block are 20% more effective for the duration of the ability. Sidestep, Movement Ability. Step to the side in an instant. Finesse. Gain plus 20% to base dexterity. Class: Ethereal Warrior. Description: You start building the bridge between the incorporeal and the real. The ethereal warrior has a close connection to spirits, souls, and the ethereal plane. An ethereal warrior seeks to develop a deeper connection and understanding of the ethereal, letting them commune with the spirits and souls on the ethereal plane, allowing them to learn from those who have long since passed and to borrow their martial power. Attunement. Ethereal. All ethereal-based powers are 10% more effective. All special attacks deal 0.5% of the total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Gain one of the following: Soul Armor, Support Ability. Create a protective set of incorporeal armor around you. It protects you from all attacks and will handle damage equal to twice your endurance. 5% of any soul damage-dealing attacks done to the armor is directly transferred to your soul. Ethereal Sight, Support Ability. Allows you to see the ethereal plane and commune with the spirits residing there at a range of 10 meters. Insight. Gain plus 20% to base wisdom. Zack leaned back as he finished reading through all of his choices. He had expected the first two. They were common evolutions based on his build, and were nothing special. But the third one, he wasn't sure why he got it. Was it just because of his last heir of Terra? Because he had managed to isolate one of the spirits residing in the perk? It seemed like that was the only explanation. He looked around his tomes and guides, looking for anything similar, but he hadn't expected anything like that. Finally, when he found nothing, he stood up and went in search for new material. He asked the librarians for material based on ethereal and soul damage, and was pointed to a small shelf on the 5th floor. There wasn't much there, but he took what he found. And then he started to read. The sun dimmed, and he was forced to turn on the light array in the corner. By the time the moon manifested, he finished reading through 4 books, 2 guides that were old and incomplete, and 2 tomes on soul wounds and abilities. The 2 guides had been forecaster-type classes, so not all that similar to his, although the choice of the abilities was the same. But he could see that the evolution would not be in the same vein. The ethereal classes communed with spirits and took their power. One of the guides seemed to be for a class that was something like a shaman, only instead of summoning spirits or making contracts or something with them, the class devoured them and took their powers. It seemed like something really powerful, and it told him that there were many ways that a class like this could be developed. Sadly, the guide stopped at level 144, as it looked like the person who had the class died. The other class was more like a pure caster. It didn't deal with spirits at all, and instead just focused on dealing soul damage. That was where the other 2 books came into play. They were 2 short tomes dedicated to soul wounds. Apparently, soul damage was something real, and there were abilities and techniques that could deal damage directly to the soul. Dealing pure soul damage wouldn't do much outwardly. It wouldn't even hurt the person against whom it was used physically, not unless their entire soul was destroyed. It wasn't a smart way of attacking, as if the person doesn't die before their soul was destroyed, they could just kill you, since the only thing they would feel was slight fatigue. But if someone used real-world damage in concert with soul damage, it would get much different results. Wounds inflicted with attacks that also dealt soul damage in the same area healed slower than what the person's vitality allowed, and depending on the intensity of soul damage, such wounds might not heal at all, not naturally. From what Zack had read, however, it was extremely hard to damage, let alone destroy, a soul inside a body enough to kill someone. But from what he could see, the soul would naturally regenerate over time, although the regeneration time varied depending on the amount of damage. Some wounds might take years to heal, and there had been cases of people dying before their soul could regenerate enough. Healing potions could close the wounds in the body, but they weren't quite right. They healed incorrectly and could cripple the person who was healed in that manner if the soul damage was great enough. There wasn't much else in there, but such powers were great, but could also be a double-edged sword. If the person focused only on the attacks against the soul, they might not be strong enough to actually damage their opponents. Zack thought about it. If he picked that class, his special attacks would deal soul damage as well. Just 0.5%, but that might be enough if he landed a few attacks in the same place, enough to slow a monster's healing, maybe. And he was sure that future perks and evolutions would give him the option of doing more. He looked at all three choices again. Each was strong in its own way. The first two had the advantage of being known. He could follow the guides, and he remembered Quell's words, and he grimaced. The two classes were good, but they were ordinary, something that Gris or Edema could have, something for people who weren't like he was. Zack wanted to grow, to gain more power, and be able to protect those he cared about, to have the power to change things. He took a deep breath and then picked his class evolution and picked his bonus. He felt the surge of power within him. He felt his class change and evolve. He sighed as the sensation slowly tapered off and then settled. His abilities changed, improving, but he didn't look at them now. Instead, he looked at another notification, one about a new perk. Zack looked at the choices. Wind Spirit. Once per combat, summon a minor wind spirit to fight at your side for 30 seconds. It will attack any opponent you focus on. The power of the wind spirit and the duration depend on your wisdom stat. Ethereal Sword. Summon an ethereal sword in any shape you desire. It lasts as long as you want, but drains you mentally while it is active. The sword deals 20% of its damage as soul damage and 80% as physical damage. As it is ethereal, it can endure only 50% of the force that would break an ordinary blade. The quality of the blade depends on your wisdom stat. Bind Spirit. You may bind an elemental spirit if your will is stronger. It will be bound to you, and you will be able to summon it to do your bidding. Summoning the spirit into the real world will drain you mentally. The power that the spirit can use in the real world and its drain on your mind depend on your wisdom stat. Zack saw the perks and frowned. He had again gained 3 choices that were influenced by his previous choices, but now they were influenced by his new class. The first one was wind-themed, the second sword-themed, and the last one seemed to be just based on his new class. He knew that his choices now would guide his further development and next evolution, so he opened the books and tried to find anything that could help him. A couple of hours later he closed the books and looked back at his choices. If he picked Wind Spirit, he would continue with his wind theme, perhaps getting better wind choices in the future. But it was also a summoner perk, which meant that he would have a greater likelihood of getting summoning-type perks in the future. The Bind Spirit perk was the same. But he didn't want to go the summoner route, not when he had the last heir of Terra, and when he could learn from the sword masters of the past. He figured that there was a chance that he could eventually summon those warriors to this world and have them fight. But he knew that that wouldn't be as strong. They had no powers and would be just as strong as they had been on Earth. They were great masters, but they didn't have any innate powers. They could learn from Zack through the perk, but couldn't actually use his abilities. Perhaps he might be able to empower them, but one of the notes he had found about summoners was that it was unlikely that he could pull out a spirit out of his Last Heir of Terra perk with Bind Spirit. There wasn't much elaboration, since the ethereal information was incomplete, but he chose to trust it. He didn't want to go that way anyway, which left only the ethereal sword as a choice. He did have Mistral, which was an amazing weapon, but it was too large for some situations, and Sasaki Kojiro had already suggested that he get a few smaller swords to train and use in other situations. "You won't be mad if I pick this perk?" Zack asked his sword. "If I use another sword?" "No," Mistral drawled. "More time for me to rest." Zack shook his head and chuckled. Then he picked his new perk. Finally, he glanced to his stats and his screens, his eyes widening a bit when he noticed something. His primary and secondary attributes had changed with this evolution, from dexterity/strength to strength/wisdom. He had yet to assign his stats from other levels, and the primary and secondary stats up to level 120 had been assigned according to his old class. That wasn't surprising, as those bonuses had applied immediately as he leveled. He looked at his stats, and then figured that with his class evolution, his wisdom seemed much more important. It was a secondary stat, so perhaps not the most important, especially since he planned on keeping his focus on the sword. He allocated his stats, some in wisdom and some in strength, and then looked at his screens. Name: Zachariah Gardner. Race: Human. Earth, Iteration 7. Titles: First Kill, First to 10, Adventurer, Hero of Promise, Chief, Leader, One Against Many, First to 60, Class Evolution 2. Essence: 1568, Greater. Titles: First Kill. Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world, 5,000 essence. First to 10. First person in the world to reach level 10, plus 10% to all stats, 10,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Chief. Create an outpost, plus 3 to all stats, 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town, plus 3 to all stats, 2,000 essence. One Against Many. Fight against more than 10 opponents alone and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First to 60. First to evolve their class in the world, plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. Class Evolution 2. Evolve your class for the second time, plus 10 to all stats, 50 greater essence. Perks. Riposte, class perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double dexterity stat. Wind's Child, class perk. During combat, every strike with your weapon sends a short gust of wind. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Wind Lord, class perk. In combat, wind swirls around you, always blowing gently on your back. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Consequence, class perk. Every kinetic attack you block stores a part of its energy. Once per combat, unleash all the stored kinetic energy. Amount stored depends on strength stat. Second Chance, class perk. Once taking damage that would kill you, heal it instead. Once per combat. Healing speed depends on vitality stat. Lightning Body, path perk. Your body's reflexes are enhanced, able to utilize max dexterity at a moment's notice. Strength of effect dependent on dexterity stat. Lightning Chi, Aspect Perk. When using techniques, your Chi passively enhances you. Gain plus 30% to dexterity while any technique is active. Forged Conduits of Chi, Path Perk. Your Chi channels are reforged. Chi channels regenerate faster and are able to handle greater strains. Increases the speed at which techniques are used. Strength of effect depends on Chi aspect. Last Heir of Terra, Class Perk. Once per week, you may call upon the Spirit of Terra, which grants you the combined knowledge, talent, and expertise of all the sword masters that had ever lived on your earth. The Spirit of Terra imbues you with heightened senses, doubling your total stats for the duration, and lowers the stamina requirements and cooldowns of your abilities by 20%. All sword-based skills level 5 times faster. Upon Spirit of Terra's ending, you will be unable to use abilities for 1 hour. Duration and cooldown depend on your highest stat. Formless Core, Path Perk. Your Chi core loses its shape. Instead of containing your Chi, it now lets it move freely through your body. You can now use your techniques at a 50% faster rate. You gain plus 10% to wisdom, and your Chi passively enhances your body based on your lightning aspect, giving you plus 10% to dexterity. You are no longer able to enforce your core or upgrade this perk. Wind's Favorite, Bond Perk. You may manipulate the wind in your immediate surroundings. All wind-based powers are 20% more powerful. The wind passively carries nearby sounds to your ears. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object. Old Heritage, Class Perk. Once per combat, you may activate this perk to borrow the power of all of your ancestors, increasing all of your total stats by 100% for 5 seconds. Duration of effect depends on your highest stat. Ethereal Sword, Class Perk. Summon an ethereal sword in any shape you desire. It lasts as long as you want, but drains you mentally while it is active. The sword deals 20% of its damage as soul damage and 80% as physical damage. As it is ethereal, it can endure only 50% of the force that would break an ordinary blade. The quality of the blade depends on your wisdom stat. Class: Ethereal Warrior, E. Level: 120. 0 of 3000 Greater Essence. Combat Ability: Ethereal Wing Dash. Movement Ability: Ethereal Winged Leap. Support Ability: Ethereal Chains. Support Ability: Ethereal Sight. Evolution Attunement Bonus: Ethereal. All ethereal-based powers are 10% more effective. All special attacks deal 0.5% of the total damage dealt as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to strength and wisdom. Cultivation: The Path of the Lightning Blade, R. Stage: Peak Foundation, 0 of 3000 Greater Essence. Aspect: Lightning. Base Technique: Calm Before the Storm. Branch Technique: Charged Focus. Fruit Technique: Lightning Strike. Passive Skills: Combat Mastery, 10 of 10, evolved to Sword Mastery, 10 of 10, evolved to Sword Art, 5 of 10. Weakness Sense, 10 of 10, evolved to Enhanced Weakness Sense, 5 of 10. Active Skills: Strike, 10 of 10, evolved to Greater Strike, 10 of 10, evolved to Flurry Strikes, 5 of 10. Evade, 10 of 10, evolved to Greater Evade, 10 of 10. Ceiling Slash, 9 of 10. Strength, 354. Dexterity, 419. Vitality, 149. Endurance, 150. Intelligence, 136. Wisdom, 198. He leaned back and sighed, feeling something inside of him settle. Finally, he had made a first step to real power. Now he just had to continue climbing. Chapter 29. Present. Zack. Skill Master. Zack took the offered seat in the corner of the small workshop. "Thank you for agreeing to see me again, Warden Ferret," Zack said as he sat down. The Korora warden grimaced and snapped his beak. "Better that I endure you quickly than to have you pestering me all the time," Ferret said as he turned back to his work on the table. "So, what do you want?" Zack felt only a bit annoyed that the man was dismissing him and disrespecting him, but he put that aside. He needed the skill master's help. "I was wondering if you could help me with something. I was searching in the library for any mention of a way to increase available skill slots." Ferret chuckled. "Filled your slots with nonsense, have you?" Zack rolled his eyes. "No, I am quite content with the skills that I have right now, but I would like to try and get another active skill. I know that it is possible to have more than 6 skills. There are some mentions in the library about it, but I couldn't find any information on how to do that." "You won't be able to do it. Those who can are a rare breed. I told you last time that you shouldn't focus on skills. The young never listen." Ferret shook his head. Zack's eyes narrowed at the man. "I can understand your frustrations, but there is no need for you to be so disrespectful. I've only come to you because you are the only skill user in the Citadel, and because I've been told that you can help me." The warden glanced at Zack and then turned back to his work. "Fine. You need to achieve a perfect skill, which means to improve a skill to Tier 6, as I told you about before. In order to achieve a perfect skill, you need to put a part of yourself in it." Zack blinked. "So I just need to advance my skills slowly until I reach Tier 5 and then put a part of myself in a skill to evolve it further." Ferret laughed. "If only it were so easy." Zack didn't comment on that. Instead, he thought for a moment. He had been doing well in his skill evolutions. His perk and teacher were a great boon to that, although Sasaki Kojiro had failed to help him evolve his evade skill beyond the 2nd tier, and Zack had an idea as to why that was. Regardless, he had been able to help him with his sword art skill, and Zack felt like he would be able to evolve it to the next level soon. "Thank you for letting me know. Also, I wanted to ask something about evolving skills without accomplishing the skill quest," Zack said, and saw the warden roll his eyes. Zack tried not to be fazed by the man. "I've already managed to evolve 3 of my skills in this way, and I've managed to guide one of the skill evolutions into something that I believe I wouldn't have gotten if I finished the quest. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not making any kinds of mistakes. I don't want to harm my chances of evolving my skills further." Zack remembered the man telling him that powerful skill users could evolve a skill from Tier 1 to Tier 6 in an instant, but he wasn't sure if how he had done so was correct. The warden froze as Zack spoke, his eyes turning to look at him intently. He slowly put away his tools, and then turned so that he was facing him with a serious expression in his eyes. "To what tiers did you evolve your skills?" Ferret asked. Zack tilted his head. 2 skills from Tier 2 to 3 and 1 from Tier 1 to 2. Ferret's dark eyes narrowed. "How old are you?" Zack blinked. He hadn't expected that to be his first question. "I'm 32 years old, I think," Zack answered. He saw the other warden's eyes narrow, and he raised his hand to forestall his protests. "I'm a ranker." The warden's expression just got even more confused. 7th iteration, Zack said. His records were accessible to other wardens, so he didn't feel the need to keep it from him. "I didn't arrive in the arrival zone. The best guess is that I was too strong to be placed there." The warden blinked, and Zack sighed, knowing that he would need to show him. He made his name and iteration visible and showed it to him. Ferret looked at his screens, then frowned. Zack dismissed his window and met the other warden's eyes. Ferret rested his hands on top of his thighs and spoke. "What level are you, if I may ask? And your cultivation path, if you have one?" Zack wondered if he should say, but he was curious to see why the man's demeanor had changed so much. "I've just leveled to level 120, and I am in the peak foundation realm." The Korora stood up and started pacing, the wings on his back twitching once. Zack didn't react.
Level 120 and peak foundation, Ferret whispered to himself. A ranker. Yes, that could be enough for it.
Finally, he turned to look at Zack. You said that you want to focus on skills the last time we spoke? My class is my main focus, but I would like to have skills as my secondary, Zack answered. Ferret's beak clicked a few times in quick succession.
It's not ideal. Your cultivation is a problem. You might be better off focusing on class and cultivation, but you have talent for skills. This is undeniable.
Zack tilted his head. How do you know? A moment ago you didn't think me worth your time. The warden met Zack's eyes and spread his hands.
That is the case for most wardens who come to me for guidance. I usually tell them the bare minimum and send them on their way, but you managed to evolve your skills without the quest. I don't think that you understand how rare that is.
He walked back to his chair and sat down, then met Zack's eyes.
There are not many skill masters in the world, and there is a reason for that. We are a solitary bunch. There aren't truly skilled teachers out there because a skill can't be taught in the same way a cultivation path or class can. Others can give you insights and help you understand something, can help you get through the first few tiers quickly, but beyond that, everything is internal. We don't share our knowledge because it would do more harm than good if those who didn't have a talent attempt to focus on the skills, because it would leave them weak, and none of us want to have their deaths on our conscience.
The warden closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then continued speaking.
There are a few things that you need to understand about skills. They are the hardest way to attain power. Out of 10,000 who attempt them, barely a handful will reach Tier 3 of a skill, and out of that handful, 9 times out of 10, none will reach beyond. 2, they wouldn't be able to evolve a skill without finishing the quest, let alone changing the intended evolution. This is because there is a secret, or a requirement, I should say, in order for you to be able to evolve skills to their end.
What kind of a requirement? Zack asked.
Well, you need to understand the skills, and you need to know yourself, like I told you before. But that would only let you grind out the skills slowly. Grasping and evolving them requires something else. There are only a few of us who are real skill masters, and a part of the reason why is because we don't share our knowledge, not because we want to keep it from others, but because it is dangerous. People who try to use skills as their focus, or even their secondary, often find themselves in situations where they don't have the tools to survive, because the path of skills is a hard one. But
the warden sighed, giving Zack a long look.
I can see that you have the talent, and that you plan to pursue this with or without my guidance. And we have a kind of code. We teach those who have the talent, who can reach far, not because we want to help them, but because you can very easily cripple yourself if you advance your skills improperly, which would then create people who are unstable.
Zack nodded his head. He felt like the skills were a good fit for him. The warden clicked with his beak and then spoke again.
The first thing that is required in order to advance skills is a drive, something that is at the core of who you are, like an inner truth. It can be anything, but it is important, and it needs to be your real core, what your entire being is revolved around. Most people have this and can feel it instinctively, so they can advance in skills a bit. The other thing that you need is to be just a little bit broken.
Zack blinked at that. Broken?
Yes.
The warden nodded gravely.
Not how you imagine. You don't need to be a raving maniac that can't even communicate. What I am referring to is trauma, something that has broken you in the past and changed you, and it needs to be something pretty substantial. Such an event is something that we skill users in the know call a fracture. People who have been fractured in this way have minds that are more malleable, able to grasp things that those who haven't experienced a fracture can't. They had seen reality conspire to hurt them, to scar them. It makes their defiance toward reality around them more real, for the lack of a better word.
Zack opened his mouth and then closed it. He had experienced something like what Ferret had said. He had lived through pain and suffering, and he wasn't a fool enough to think that it hadn't scarred him.
The secret of skills is that they warp reality around you based on your will. The more you are capable of defying reality, the stronger your skills will be. Trauma helps with that, as it makes a person's defiance toward reality greater. Though, ultimately, willpower is what matters. People who have been broken and survived tend to have more of it, even if they are just stubborn bastards. There are always those who are unique enough that they are special, who have a great amount of willpower naturally, but they are rare. Most skill masters have gained their willpower through fractures. The more trauma you survive, the more pain you overcome, the greater your willpower becomes. Even if I don't teach you anything, you will advance far with skills, and you will be able to achieve many Tier 6 skills.
But will you teach me? Zack asked. He knew that Ferret was a crafting-focused skill user, but he didn't really know how strong he was. But from what he had learned around the Citadel, Ferret was one of the best skill users in the Wardens, so perhaps he could teach him something. The Warden sighed.
I am, because the Wardens need more people who are strong and willing to reach for a greater level of power. But in order to teach you about skills properly, I'm going to need to educate you about other things. How much do you know about the balance between different ways of power?
Zack frowned. He hadn't expected that question. I know that it is recommended to focus in one area and use another as a supplement, that it is more efficient that way. And I have found some mentions in the library about people who had a more even spread of essence between a class and cultivation. They seemed to be having some mental issues. Ferret nodded.
Yes, that is true, but it is also a lie.
Zack blinked at that. What do you mean, a lie? Ferret looked away. His wings twitched behind his back.
There are secrets that we skill masters keep, things that even many of the most powerful don't know. But first, here.
He walked over and offered his hand. Zack took it slowly, and immediately a screen popped up in front of him. Ferret Breezefall has initiated a master-student contract with you for a duration of 10 years. While the contract is active, neither one of you will reveal the other's secrets, nor will you reveal the things that Ferret Breezefall teaches you to anyone else until your contract is expired. Breaking these rules will lead to harsh punishment from the dealmaker. Do you accept? Y/N. Zack had read something about the contracts like this. His joining the Wardens had been similar, but not quite the same. This was a personal contract, and the contents were very different. You want me to be your student for a period of 10 years? Zack asked. Ferret shook his head.
No, that is just a time limit on the knowledge that I will share with you. By the time the 10 years are up, I hope that you will understand why we don't spread our knowledge and will be very careful with whom you share what I will teach you.
Zack looked over the contract again and then accepted it.
Good, Ferret said. Now, the first thing you need to understand are the tiers of power.
Zack straightened in his chair, listening intently.
Tiers of power are generally the way of telling how powerful someone is. They are not an exact measure because some tiers of power are greater than others, but in most cases you can tell how strong someone is by the number of tiers of power they have attained. This is where the balance comes in. You see, every way of power gives you tiers of power. For class, a tier of power is gained every 60 levels. For cultivation, it is every realm. And for the skills, it is gained for every Tier 6 skill that you have.
Zack didn't quite understand yet, but he let the Warden continue.
Balance between ways of power plays heavily into this because every way of power influences you the stronger you get. After you hit a combined tier power of 5, you need to start worrying about this. As a classer levels, the core concept of their class comes to define them. A classer will eventually start to see the entire world around them through the lens of their class. A craftsman will see everything as a craft, as pieces to be put together. A swordsman will see everything as a battle, every interaction a duel to be won. A farmer will see everything as a field to be cultivated. The more esoteric the core concept of a class, the stranger a classer's mindset will become. Zack's eyes widened, thinking about his own class and what it meant. Ferret noticed his expression and raised a hand. You don't need to worry for now. Prior to your third evolution, you will see no real effects, and even after, it won't change you as a person, but rather merely focus you in a direction. Zack nodded his head, but he was still a bit alarmed at the revelation. A cultivator has a different problem. While a classer will see the influence come from within, a cultivator will have it come from the outside. Their path will slowly start to push them to fulfill the core concept of the path they are on. A cultivator on a crafting path will start feeling like they were being pushed to craft more and more to the exclusion of everything else. One on a path of the sword will start being pushed to seek out more and more battles, compulsively so. Think of the difference between class and cultivation influence as a difference between saying, I want to fight more, and someone egging you on, telling you that you want to fight more. Ferret sighed, his eyes narrowing on Zack. The issue comes when you are raising both a class and a path at the same time. It is understandable why people would want that. Being focused on one might give you power in a single focus, but there is something to be said about having utility. Classers are generally much more adaptable than cultivators, or even skill users, for that matter. They have many abilities and perks that they can use to answer different situations. Someone who is only a cultivator will be incredibly powerful in their path, but their power is based on changing their body and doing one type of thing the best. A skill user can have adaptability, but they lack stats and a great number of perks that can help in certain situations. None of the 3 ways of gaining power are equal. Each has its weaknesses and strengths. Ferret shook his head. This is why people want to advance in all 3, to try and cover those weaknesses. But after you hit a certain point, you will start to feel the imbalance, and if it gets out of hand, you will be driven mad by the conflicting forces trying to influence you. Having a complementary class and cultivation path does help alleviate the problem, but it is still not enough. You will be torn between an internal change and an external one, because they are not the same in the end. One changes how you see the world, while the other forces you to spread your truth around you, forcing you to act in ways that you might not want to. No matter what, eventually you will go insane. This is why people don't distribute their essence equally, why they have a focus. The tier of power for your secondary focus can never be more than 2/3 as high as your primary, as otherwise you will start sensing symptoms. I have mentioned that only tiers of power count as an influencing force, which means that you are in dangerous currents. You have 2 tiers of power in both a class and cultivation, and that means that you might have some problems if you start focusing on a skill. If you achieve a tier of power in your skills, the limit as to how many tiers of power you can have in the ways that are not your focus becomes less. The combined tiers of your secondary and tertiary focuses can't be more than half of your primary, not if you don't want to slowly go insane, inflicting focus madness on yourself. Zack grimaced, feeling like he had damaged himself without even knowing it. If it is so dangerous, why doesn't everyone know about that? Because people are stupid, and because they are willing to sacrifice a lot for power. If you think that the prospect of going insane is enough to stop someone from trying to gain more power, you are mistaken. There have been people who had reached high in one way of power, only to find themselves stuck, unable to advance further, whether because of the essence cost or because of something else. And then they change their focus, raising another way of power that is cheaper than the one they had been focusing on. They gain power, but go insane in the process. Even some who know about imbalance are willing to sacrifice their minds for power. Letting everyone think that it isn't efficient is better. We still find people that decide on doing it, but at least they don't know enough to truly become monsters.
What do you mean? Zack asked.
And this is where we come to the secret, Ferret said, to the lie of imbalance.
What is it? Zack asked as he leaned forward.
A skill can mitigate the effects of that imbalance. I told you that you need to put a part of you in a skill in order to advance it to the 6th tier, and if you manage that, you will have effectively frozen a part of yourself, making it unchanging. No matter what influence comes at you from your class or cultivation or even outside powers, it will never be able to change the part of yourself that you've put inside your skill. But if you put in the wrong part of yourself in the skill, you can make the imbalance worse. You can freeze a part of yourself that has been influenced by your power and make yourself more susceptible to the influence. This is why we don't share this knowledge, because everyone who is capable of evolving their skills will eventually try to gain more power by raising both a class and cultivation while trying to shield themselves with skills. And if they make a mistake and seal the wrong part of themselves into their skill, they will just make their insanity worse, while in the process gaining great power.
Zack took a moment to take everything in. It made sense to him, but he still wanted to know more. Is there a way to make sure that you put the right part of yourself inside your skills?
Ferret nodded. One of the ways is to do it before your class or cultivation path start influencing you. You are in a good position for that, although the influence of your class has started to take root in your core. Still, if you gained a skill before you reached the next class evolution, you wouldn't feel much of the effects of imbalance, provided that you put in the very core of yourself in the skill. You see, the influence of a class or a path comes first at the core of who you are, and if you have sealed that part of yourself in, then it will be unable to change your core values. Instead, the effects will be lessened and will attempt to change the parts of yourself surrounding your core truth. This isn't a foolproof way of getting rid of influences, and it will inevitably make you see the world in a different way, but if you get a single tier of power in your skill now, you might be able to continue with skills as your secondary. I would still advise against advancing in your cultivation. It is madness trying to balance two forces attempting to influence on your mind. But if you are serious about advancing your skill as a secondary, you need to do it now, before you hit the combined 5th tier of power in your class. You need to build a foundation for your future skills before you are influenced by your class, as otherwise you risk complications. You might accidentally seal a part of yourself that is influenced by your class and make it easier for it to influence you.
But you said that a skill can lessen the impact of imbalance. So, if I did things correctly, could I try to advance in all 3 ways of power?
Ferret shook his head. The influence of a class and path is not so easily avoided. You might make one part of yourself immune, but the influence will attack everything else. And if you have too many skills, you risk crippling your future growth. Balance is the key in all things. I would suggest that you still abide by the rules. Skills can help manage imbalance, but they are not negation of it. For you, if you gain a Tier 6 skill, then don't try to gain another until you've reached at least double the tiers of power of the combined amount of your cultivation and skill. So, no second skill until you hit level 360, if you ever reach that far. And you need to be very careful about what part of yourself you seal in your skills.
So, how does one evolve skills? Zack asked finally.
If you are grinding them out through repetition, the skill will evolve to reflect your actions. But this is not the only way, as you have learned yourself. Most people think that you only need to understand a skill to know what an action is and how it is accomplished in order to evolve it. For most people, that is enough. It isn't even wrong. But skills are the power of will. You can shape evolutions based on your personal understanding of a skill, and it doesn't need to abide by ordinary rules of reality. If your will is strong enough, you can force reality to accept your understanding of a skill. You can turn an evasive skill into something that lets you step through space itself. Or you can make a simple punch warp reality in such a manner that it tears space itself. Your stats don't matter, only your will. The more esoteric the thing you want to do, and the more removed from reality it is, the more power of will you need in order to warp the reality around you. Some people have a very hard time of achieving this, while others are geniuses that can do it naturally. We shall see in which category you will fall. Evolving your skills also depends on their rarity. Skills are unique in the way that their rarity doesn't really change with evolutions, but they each have an innate rarity when you get them. The more complicated and esoteric the basic form of a skill is, the greater its rarity and the harder it was to evolve. Now, let me explain how skill evolutions work, and show you some tricks and tools for advancing skills in the direction that you want to. Zack listened intently. This was what he had been waiting for and hoping for. Zack spent the next week finishing up his warden training with Nyathala. They both passed and were cleared for duty, and for their first official investigations as wardens, they had decided on trying to help with the serial killer investigation in the city. Zack had managed to convince Gris to help, so they were preparing to head into the city and stay more permanently. Nyathala and Gris were in the city at the moment, securing living spaces for Zack and Nyathala in Gris's sister's inn. Meanwhile, Zack sat in a private training room, Sasaki Kojiro standing next to him. Zack had spent the entire last week training his skills. The only downtime he had taken was to attend the last of his lessons with Emira and some private lessons with Ferret, although there wasn't much that the skill master could teach. Evolving skills was a private matter, different for every person. His lessons had taught him a lot about the basics and how he should start. He knew that he could attempt to evolve a skill directly to Tier 6, but he wasn't going to even attempt it. From what Ferret had said, failure could be catastrophic, resulting in a broken skill. Going slowly, tier by tier, was better. He could evolve his skill to its perfect state and use any of the previous tiers as a focus. Depending on what tier he used as a focus, it would have a different name and be slightly different. For example, if he focused his strike on his flurry strikes, the perfect version would be different than if it was focused on greater strike. Alternatively, if he had no focus, then it would be more generic, containing some of the power of every tier but lacking a special focus. Zack wasn't going to concentrate on that just yet. Now he needed to evolve one of his skills. Kojiro stood next to him. His guidance had quickly improved Zack's sword art, and he had reached 10 of 10. The system of skills and the last heir of Terra, along with Kojiro, had allowed Zack to learn at a much faster pace than any normal person on Earth could have. Kojiro had told him that he had learned faster than anyone he had ever taught. Zack knew that to be true, as ever since he had gotten out of the dungeon he had been training every day, with and without his perk. While he might be learning faster, though, he wasn't really a genius at the sword like Kojiro was. He had mastered the basics of Kojiro's style, but being able to change it and use it in different ways depending on the situation was another thing entirely. The skill quest told him that he needed to improve on the sword art that he had learned, which was difficult. Kojiro had been a master among masters, one of the best. There was no way in hell that Zack could improve his art, not in the usual way, at least. But there was one thing that Kojiro's art lacked, and that was powers. His art wasn't designed with powers in mind. The martial art was mundane,
and even if Zack might not be the most talented, he could still add to it. "There isn't much more time," Kojiro said. Zack nodded his head. The perk would run out soon, and he had wanted Kojiro there so he could offer advice. They had spoken of different ideas on how he could incorporate his powers with the sword art, and now Zack attempted it. His technique rushed through him, and he adjusted his stance. The stance of Kojiro's art was designed for an ordinary human body, not one that had stats far above that. Zack's other perks allowed him to move at full speed in an instant, and many of the stances and moves in Kojiro's art were unnecessary when you could move at those speeds. Zack felt his sword art inside him, telling him that he wasn't in the right stance and position, but he ignored it. The lines in the air told him the avenues of attack, but those were for fighting against ordinary opponents. Zack took a deep breath and moved, the ethereal wing sending him forward in a blur, making him look incorporeal. His empty hand moved as if he had a sword in it, and then he triggered Ethereal Sword, and it appeared. He could see the lines and his ability following them to attack the training dummy. He forced himself to change his attack trajectory. The skill was thrumming inside of his head, and then Zack's attack finished. He came out of the ability on the other side of the dummy, and he pivoted on one leg, his strength making the floor crack as he stopped his momentum in an instant. His stance was completely different than what Kojiro's art would require, but Zack wasn't a normal person who would need to bleed off that momentum. He sprang back toward the dummy again, twisting his body faster than any ordinary person could even imagine. His ethereal sword stabbed forward, hitting the dummy in the center and bursting into pieces as the power of the attack was too much for it to handle. The thrumming inside his head reached a crescendo, and then it burst. Zack saw a notification in his corner and smiled. "Did you do it?" Kojiro asked. Zack looked at the spirit of the Earth's swordsman and nodded his head. Yes. He glanced at his skills and saw that his sword art had evolved into enhanced sword art, a sword art made better with powers. He was sure that this evolution was easier for him than it would be for people in this world. His sword art had been made for humans on Earth, and the only thing he needed to do was improve it with powers. The arts in the infinite realm would all be taking into account powers from the start. Ferret didn't know much about combat mastery skills, but he could tell him that in order to evolve it to the next tier, he would need to create his own art based on the arts that he learned. He would need to learn more than just Kojiro's art, but that was for later. For now, he had to meet with Gris and Nyathala. There was a serial killer to catch. Chapter 29. Past. Zack. Doubt. Zachariah stood in front of the open window of his home, looking out at the streets of Haven. It was early morning, but he had been standing there since the night before. He had trouble sleeping. It had been 2 weeks since he returned to Haven from his mission to investigate the destruction of the town, since he had found out that it had been Ryun who had destroyed the town and killed the people who had been under the government's protection. And Zack had let him go. Now he wasn't sure if he had made the right decision. He had been shocked when he had found Ryun, when he had learned that the governor had captured and killed Ryun's town, that Melody was dead. A part of him had been glad that Ryun had killed the governor, that he had avenged Melody's death. But another part, Ryun had killed everyone. That hadn't been justice, it had been pure revenge. But Ryun had been his friend, and Zack had felt the same pain when he learned that Melody was dead. Zack still remembered Gloria's words to him when he returned and told them what he had done. "You let him go?" Gloria yelled at Zack. "He murdered an entire town." "The governor murdered his people first," Zack told him. "He murdered my friend." "And that somehow makes things right?" Gloria asked angrily.
He didn't retaliate only against the guilty, he killed the innocents, too. I know you have seen what he had done. I read the reports, and just that was enough to make me sick. Doors kicked down, and people murdered in their beds, bodies decapitated, still on the floor, kneeling as they begged for mercy that never came. I've read about the carnage, the bodies with their limbs torn off, people that had their bones pulverized as they were stomped into the ground, men, women, warriors, and civilians. You think that was an appropriate response?
Zack didn't answer. He had been struggling with his decision since he had made it.
Zack,
Gloria started again, her voice calmer.
These are not the actions of someone who is stable, who is in control. What if he decides that the death of the guilty isn't enough? What if he goes after more innocents?
Zack had no answer for that. Ryun had been angry. He had been suffering. A part of Zack had wanted to stay with his friend, to talk to him, to help him. But the look in Ryun's eyes, it scared him. And there was the fact that he was needed at Haven, that there were other people who needed his help. "I'm not sure I could have forced the issue," Zack said after a few moments. "He is that strong?" John Grissom asked. "I thought he was a cultivator." "He is," Zack answered. "He has always been powerful. Now I think that he is even more so. I don't think that I could have brought him in alive." Gloria ran her hand through her gray hair.
That is only one more reason why we shouldn't just let him go. What if he decides to attack another settlement?
Zack closed his eyes, trying to imagine if it was possible for Ryun to go on such a rampage. His instinct was to say no, but the devastation in the town painted a different picture. "If you will not go after him, at least allow me to send people to watch him from afar," John said. Zack grimaced and then nodded. The conversation had continued for hours, and by the end, Zack had made the others swear that they would only watch and report back in case that Ryun went after the innocents again. A small team, consisting of only 3 people who had stealth abilities, would be tasked with following Ryun. Zack had made it clear that any attempt to assassinate Ryun would bring a harsh response from Zack himself, and while there were more of them, Zack was still the strongest one among them.
"Zack?"
A voice from behind him startled him, and he turned around, only to see Linda standing there with her suitcase packed.
"We are ready."
Rayleigh grinned from ear to ear from behind her, excited for their trip. Zack was glad that she could smile like that. Zack walked over to them and looked down at their luggage. "Maybe you should still wait," Zack told them as he met Linda's eyes. "I don't think that my hunt will last more than a few days." The 2 of them were preparing to join the caravan leading north to New Dallas, where Linda's parents lived. It was a big occasion. Linda hadn't seen them since the framework arrived and had thought them dead. The fact that they were still alive made Zack have at least some hope that his family might still be alive out there somewhere. Linda gave him a sad smile.
"It'll be fine. You said yourself that the caravan is safe, and that the adventurers protecting it are good enough that there shouldn't be any issues."
Zack grimaced. He had said that, and now he regretted it. He was supposed to go with them, but a big boss monster had spawned in the south near one of their cities, and Zack had to take his team to take care of it. It had already killed one adventuring team that had tried to hunt it down. "Right," Zack sighed.
"Don't worry. You'll come and join us once you're done."
Linda smiled at him. Zack looked in her eyes, and he could see the sadness there. He had told her about Ryun and Melody, about what had happened. Linda and Melody had been best friends, just like how he and Ryun had been. Their parting hadn't been on bad terms, they had just wanted different things out of life. But to learn that Melody was dead, it had hit Linda hard. He knew that the reason why she wanted to go to New Dallas as soon as possible was because she was worried that she would miss the chance to see her parents again. The framework-run world was brutal and unforgiving, Any of them could lose their lives at any time. "All right," Zack told her at the end. He knelt down, and Rayleigh hugged him tightly, and he did the same. "You'll take care of your mom for me, won't you, Ray?" Zack asked seriously.
"I'll keep her safe."
Rayleigh nodded her little head seriously. Zack smiled at her and mussed her hair, eliciting a cry of outrage from her. He helped them carry their luggage and escorted them to the caravan. An hour later, he was standing at the walls of Haven, looking out as the caravan slowly rolled out of the city, heading north. He took a deep breath and then walked down, sending a runner to gather his team. The sooner he dealt with the monster, the sooner he would be able to join them in New Dallas. Chapter 30. Past. Ryun. Slipping. Ryun blinked and then frowned as he looked around himself. He was in a forest next to a small shack. He tried to remember how he had gotten there, but he couldn't. He recognized the shack. He had been living there for at least a week, although he wasn't really sure if that much time had passed. He had been losing time. He would go out to hunt, and suddenly he was among the dead monsters covered in blood and gore. Or he would go to sleep in his bed and wake up in the river nearby. And he couldn't think straight. Some days he was more aware than others, but almost always he had issues. He needed help. He knew that. He had made a plan on what to do. He was sure that he could cure himself. He just needed to talk to the dealmaker. He looked at his screens, navigating to the shop, and then he paused. He frowned. He was trying to get something. He forgot what he wanted to do. Ryun stood motionless as he tried to remember. Then he thought that it was probably unimportant since he couldn't remember. He looked around, searching for Melody. He knew that he should let her know about his problems, as maybe she had an idea about how to fix it. He didn't remember speaking with her about it. A pillar of fire, ash on the ground. Ryun's vision flashed red. Melody was dead, dead, dead. Dead, dead, dead. He shook his head and realized that his fist had punched through the wall of the wooden shack. Slowly he pulled it back, frowning at it, not remembering why he had done that. He looked around, finding himself near a shack in the woods. Ryun blinked. He didn't remember arriving there, but it did look familiar. He walked around it, seeing that it was small. "I live here," he realized, slowly remembering. "Right, I live here," he repeated to himself more firmly. He saw a ring on his finger and looked at it closely. He could feel something about it, and then he remembered. Storage, spatial, right. Where did I get this? He focused on it and looked inside, and then he pulled out a sword. It was all black and straight, a short sword. It looked powerful. He had used it before, he knew, but somehow he wasn't sure when. He shrugged and put it back inside. He walked to the front of the shack and then heard something in the distance. He looked around, remembering something. He was being watched by people. He knew that. They didn't bother him, so he didn't worry about them. At least that was what he thought. Ryun just couldn't remember if he had decided to do something about them, or if... Perhaps he should ask Melody. He looked around, trying to find her. But then the sound started getting closer. It was footsteps crunching the leaves. They were coming toward him. He frowned, his mind churning quicker. He knew that they were watching him, but no one had approached him yet, or at least he didn't remember them approaching. Did he black out again? Or was he just mistaken? It wasn't important. 10 people walked into the clearing around his little shack. They had weapons in their hands, swords and axes, and their clothing varied and with a red paint splattered all over it. He wondered why they approached, as they had been content to watch him from a distance so far. He looked around, waiting for Melody to come. She should have noticed them by now. "Hey there!" a man spoke at Ryun as he stepped forward. Ryun looked at him, frowning. Did he know this man? He wondered. He couldn't remember. "Why have you approached me?" Ryun asked. He remembered speaking with someone, telling him to leave him alone. Had he made an agreement? He thought that he did, to be left alone. Yes, he had done that. "Well, we noticed that someone was living here in the forest, all alone. We thought that strange, especially since the city is nearby. We wanted to check it out, see why someone would choose to live all alone, surrounded by monsters." Ryun continued frowning at the man. His head was shaved, and he had 3 red lines drawn over his face and head. He was pretty sure that it wasn't paint, but blood. "I just want to be left alone," Ryun said, although he didn't quite remember why he wanted that. "You have to be pretty strong if you can survive here all alone," the man said with a grin. "We could use someone strong. How about it? Maybe you could join us." The other people around him snickered. Ryun could tell that they were surrounding him, and he frowned. They wanted me to join them, like how the others wanted that. They spoke with Melody, and then, "She is dead, 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 dead." "Hey, you okay there, buddy?" another asked, but Ryun didn't care. She was dead, and nothing else mattered. They had killed her, burned her in a fire. "We are the Blood Riders," and the sound around him turned to whistling in his ears. The man was speaking, his mouth opening and closing, but Ryun couldn't hear anything. "They took us to the city. They imprisoned us. They killed us. They burned her." Ryun looked at the man in front of him, saw him frowning and shifting uncomfortably, and the others around him were doing the same. Did he say that they were from the city? "You are from the city? From the government?" Ryun asked softly. The man looked at his friends, then back. "We, city, town, really. You, talking about New Dallas, have plans, soon, ours. You want to help us? If you help, we find—" "I just want to be left alone," Ryun managed to say. Trying to listen was making his head hurt. "Leave and don't come back, or I will kill you." Ryun's vision was dancing and his hearing going in and out. The man was smiling, a predatory smile that reminded him of people standing above the hole. "They killed her. Or, where is she? In the city? Or—" The man took a step closer, hefted the axe in his hand, and Ryun reacted. His sword appeared in his hand, and his chi surged through his body. Everyone froze. They were yelling at him, the noise making his ears hurt. Red paint was spilling into his vision, and Ryun shook his head. "She is dead, 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 dead." The man with the axe took a step forward, and Ryun's vision turned crimson. He blinked and found himself in the middle of the clearing, his sword dripping with blood. He was surrounded by bodies. He saw heads in the grass, blood painting everything. One of them had his entire anterior burned, like he had been in a fire. "She burned before my eyes. They killed her. I told them to leave me alone. They didn't listen." 2 men were on the ground, whimpering in pain. One was holding his side as blood seeped through his fingers. Ryun grimaced at him. He wanted to be left alone. That was all that he wanted. They had violated his land. He should kill them, too. He shook his head as he felt his mind clearing up. He stepped closer to the injured man. "Please don't," the man cried. "Get up, both of you. Go back to your people and to your leaders. Tell them that I claim these lands for my own, and to deal with me as you would a sovereign nation. Do not violate my lands, and I will not violate yours. If I see you near my home again, I will kill you all." The man nodded his head as he got up, helped by his friend, and then they started backing away. A few steps later they turned and ran, getting away from Ryun. He watched them for a moment, then blinked and frowned. There were bodies around him, and someone was running away. He wondered if he should go after them. But then he looked down at the bodies and forgot about the man. He should clear the mess up. Melody should come back soon, and it would be— "She isn't coming back. She is dead." Ryun closed his eyes and felt tears roll down his cheeks. His mind was clearing a bit. He knew now that Melody had died, that he was all alone. He remembered Zack, remembered telling him that he only wanted to be left alone. Did Zack send them here? Ryun wondered. He should go to them, kill them all for what they had done. He kept his eyes closed and let the tears fall. Then there were more footsteps, and Ryun turned. He saw 3 people walk into his clearing slowly, and he felt something thrum inside his head. Have the ones who ran away come back? No, I don't recognize them. Ryun was frowning, wondering if he had lost time again. Perhaps he had blacked out. Maybe these 3 were reinforcements. They felt stronger. "I told you to leave me alone," Ryun said softly. The man in the lead looked at the dead, then up at Ryun. "We are not— do— help?" Ryun shook his head. His head was killing him, and he could barely hear the man's voice. It didn't matter. He didn't need anyone. He told them to leave him alone, and they ignored him. His vision was darkening again. He could feel himself losing control. He was going to black out again. He fought against it. "I made a promise, and here you are, standing on my land," Ryun whispered. "Why can't they listen? Why do they not just leave me alone?" The 3 raised their empty hands, shaking their heads. Their mouths were moving, but he didn't listen. They were on his land. He sprang forward and decapitated the first one. The other 2 tried to run, but he was faster. It took him barely a couple of seconds to kill them. They were weak, worth nothing. He looked at their bodies, then back at the bodies of the others. Was it the same day? He wasn't sure. He blinked as he realized that he had essence, and quite a lot of it. Have I hunted monsters? He remembered something about that. He walked to the small shack, sitting down on the front step while the bodies on the ground cooled. He looked at his screens. I should advance, shouldn't I? He was sure that he should do that. He put his essence in and then stopped, remembering that he should cycle it through. He was sure that that was the right way. He had a lot of essence, enough for what he wanted to do. He advanced, gaining a new perk from his path, quickened mind. He felt that it might help his memory. As he picked it, he could feel slightly better. He looked at his stats, seeing that he still had more essence, so he put it all into his class, gaining a few levels. Then he stood up and got to clearing the dead. He heard them coming, even though they tried to keep silent. He wondered why they came back. He had told them what was going to happen if they violated his land, and this was the third time. He couldn't let them leave. He had to kill them all. He had made a promise, after all, and he remembered that those should always be honored. He pulled his sword out of his ring and stepped out. They didn't know what hit them. A field of red exploded out of his form, and he surged around them, killing them one by one. They screamed and asked for mercy, but his mercy had died in that fire. And then he was done. He looked down at the bodies, seeing the red marks on their faces and their clothes. They came at him again. He shook his head as it began to feel as though a sharp pain was emerging behind his eyes. He needed to make an example.
They said something about a city. New Dallas? Ryun remembered them saying something. He should find it, give them all one more chance. He just wanted to be left alone. Chapter 31. Past. Ryun. Lost. The mind was a curious thing. Its capacity to fill in the blanks, to construct narratives, was unmatched. But that was also the danger, because a broken mind might make mistakes, might tie together events that were unrelated, make assumptions that were false. And when one was in pain, grieving, it made things even worse. Ryun walked down the forest path, his steps sure and even. And if he forgot where he was going and why, well, it didn't really matter. He would remember once he got there. He didn't know for how long he had walked, but eventually he came to the edge of the forest and saw his destination out in the distance. A city with walls surrounding it. Ah, yes, I need to make an example. He remembered why he was walking. He had told them to leave him alone, and they had refused. He needed to show them that there were consequences to their actions. He walked slowly down the path toward the city gate. There were no other travelers around. He alone approached the closed city gates. He saw people in uniforms standing on top of the walls, looking at him. A few more appeared, and as Ryun reached the gate, they yelled at him. "Who goes there?" a voice said. But Ryun wasn't really paying attention. Their uniforms made him remember. They killed Melody. His face hardened, and he thought that he should just kill them all, make them pay in blood for what they had done. To get more vengeance for the death of his love, no amount of blood spilled would ever be enough for what they had done. But then he shook his head, dispelling the thoughts. He would give them a chance, because he knew that the ones directly responsible were already dead. What am I doing here? He lost his train of thought and frowned in confusion. But then he looked up and realized that there were people on the walls and that they had been talking at him. Ryun narrowed his eyes at them and remembered. Ah, right. I need to give them a warning, a lesson. Ryun remembered and then spoke. "I've given you a warning," Ryun began. "I've told your people to leave me alone, and you have attacked me, intruded on my land." Ryun paused, making sure that they were listening. For a moment he wondered if he should ask for someone in charge to come, but there was no point. He didn't want to argue or negotiate. His words will spread through the city anyway. "Since you broke my decree, you must be punished. I claim this city as mine and all the territory surrounding it. Since you do not care to listen, I must teach you. You have until dawn, 3 days from now, to leave this city, to leave these lands. If you do not, I will kill every living thing in this city. This I promise." Ryun watched them for their reaction. They looked at each other, and then they laughed. To them, it was a joke, but Ryun wasn't nearly as amused. He felt a headache coming, the pain thrumming rhythmically. They yelled something at him, but he couldn't hear them. The gates opened, and 5 people walked out, their weapons ready. 2 had bows and arrows and held back. He saw a few on the walls gather their bows too, but none held them firmly, doing so more as a threat. The 5 who had walked out came closer, their mouths opening and closing as they spoke and gestured with their weapons. He didn't need to hear them to know what they wanted, to imprison him again, to put him in a hole. They were threatening him. He could see as much from their body movements. They dare to threaten me again? Ryun's vision went crimson, and he moved. He saw flashes, blood spilling around him. His sword was deflecting arrows, leading to screams that pushed through the noise in his ears. And then it was done.
He blinked awake, an arrow in his shoulder as the dead surrounded him. He looked up at the alarmed faces. They were firing at him, but he evaded too quickly for them to hit him. He heard a bell being rung and saw people running toward the open gate. Ryun looked at them all and spoke. 3 days. Remember. Then he turned around and ran away. He reached the forest, getting far ahead of the people pursuing him, and continued on toward his shack. He walked through the forest and then blinked. Where am I going? Ryun wondered, but then shrugged. It didn't matter. He would know once he arrived at his destination. People were following him into his forest, and that made him remember. Right. This is my land. I should make an example of them. Chapter 32. Past. Linda. Tumbling down. Linda looked through the window of her parents' house in New Dallas, watching her mother play with Rayleigh. They were kicking a small ball around, running and giggling in the process. Linda felt glad and relieved that her parents and Rayleigh got along. Watching them, she couldn't help but feel happy. She had long believed that her family was dead. Finding out that they weren't had been incredible. The framework had brought too much pain and suffering, and having these moments of happiness was rare. Linda caught herself then, as she remembered so many people that hadn't been as lucky as she was. Zack had told her about what happened to Melody and Ryun. She still couldn't believe that Melody was dead. The two of them had been best friends since they were young. Their families had always been close. Linda regretted much of what happened between them when the framework arrived. She knew that she hadn't been the best friend, but she had been just so scared. She still remembered the moment it happened. Linda had been standing next to her car with Melody and Henry, waiting for Zack and Ryun to arrive. Then, out of nowhere, everything changed. The cracking sky, the blast of light that washed over everything, the message that had appeared in front of her eyes, and then the terrible sound that chilled her to the bones. The dealmaker, the horrible being who had changed everything. She shivered as she remembered being in the dealmaker's presence, the way that it made her feel, like she wasn't herself. It had probably been for the best. She doubted that she could have kept a cool head if that place hadn't made her calm and collected. She hadn't been prepared to make a decision, to choose a way of power, but in the end she had made a good one. Her class was Firebug, and it had proven itself to be good. It had saved her life countless times. But Linda hadn't ever really tried to train her power, mostly because she had been terrified for her life and traumatized. She was a part of a group in Haven where they tried to work through the things that had happened to them since the framework arrived. Linda still woke up from nightmares of the first few minutes of the framework. When she had left the dealmaker's world, she had found herself inside a forest along with Melody and Henry, and then they were surrounded by monsters. It had all happened so fast. The monsters attacked them, and Henry died before her eyes. She still remembered the terror in his eyes as two monsters bit into him, his screams as he begged for help. For the first few weeks after that, she couldn't close her eyes without seeing Henry's body ripped in two as the monsters fought over him. The fact that she remembered everything perfectly made it worse. Even now she remembered the sound his body had made as the skin was torn apart, as his flesh ruptured and blood hit the ground. The smell of iron in the air, the stench of the monsters. She had nearly gone insane then. If it hadn't been for Zack, she didn't think that she would have survived. He had made her feel safe, and he was the only one who could calm her when she had nightmares. But she knew that she had been harsh toward Melody and Ryun. Part of that had been her fear, as every time they went out to fight monsters, she would see flashes of Henry's body being ripped apart,
and she was terrified that they would find them out there in the forest with their bodies ripped apart, or that they might lead the monsters back to their camp and that others might die because of them. She hadn't been well back then. She had been traumatized, as she had realized much later. By then it was far too late, as she had damaged her relationship with Melody. She had hoped that she would get the chance to make things right, but now that would never happen. She still couldn't believe that Melody was dead, and that she had died because of some criminal scum. Even in this world, where monsters threatened everything, people still killed people. It made her sick to her stomach. It was why they needed people like Zack, who could punish those that tried to take advantage of others, who could protect those who were weaker. But learning about what Ryun had done in retaliation, that made her feel so conflicted. A part of her was happy that the man that had killed her best friend, who had robbed her of the chance to heal their relationship, but another part of her was horrified at the fact that Ryun had killed innocent people. She couldn't believe that he was capable of that. She had seen how easy living in this world came to him, how reckless he was sometimes. She just never thought that he would be capable of that much unrestrained slaughter. Zack had shown her the files after she had forced him to show her. Just reading about what they had found made her sick, but she understood. If anything were to happen to Ray or Zack, she would likely go mad with grief too. She just wasn't sure if she would be able to do what he had done, and she wasn't sure how she felt about Zack letting him go. He should have at least tried to talk with Ryun more, to console him. But Linda understood why Zack hadn't. He had confided in her that learning just what his friend had done and the fact that the government official was involved had shocked him, had made him unsure how to proceed. Linda sighed. There was no going back and changing the past. The only thing that they could do was look forward. Perhaps Zack could go out and look for Ryun after he came to New Dallas. She was sure that he could convince him to come back with him once Ryun had the time to grieve. A sound made her turn around, and Linda saw her father walk into the room. He wore the blue and black uniform of the government, or rather of the guard commander of New Dallas. Her father had never been a violent man. He had, in fact, been an accountant. Now he was in charge of keeping New Dallas safe, and was a fighter. "Hey, Dad," Linda said as he walked over to stand next to her and look out the window at Ray and her grandmother playing. "Hey," her father said almost absent-mindedly. Linda could tell that he was thinking about something else. "Any news?" Linda asked. Her father blinked and then turned to look at her. No. None of them came back yet." Linda closed her eyes. 3 days ago, someone had attacked the New Dallas gate, killing 5 guards. The guard had sent another team after the attacker once he ran away, and they hadn't come back. A day afterward, her father had sent another team after them, and now they were missing too. "Do you think that—" Linda trailed off, but her father understood. "No," he said. "No one is crazy enough to attack the city. It has to be the Blood Riders trying to unnerve us. They've been raiding in the area for months now." Linda had heard about the Blood Riders group, a gathering of bandits led by a powerful warlord. It made her sad that things like that still happened. But her father had enough guards to protect the city, and Zack should arrive with more people after he dealt with the monster he was hunting. "I was wondering if you wanted to join me on the wall today," her father asked finally. Linda blinked, but then understood. She wasn't the highest-leveled in the city, but she was one of the higher-leveled ones here, and her class was a combat-oriented one. "You think that someone is going to show up?" Linda asked. The attacker had warned the city that he was going to come back and kill everyone in the city if they didn't leave. The rumors had spread all over the city barely an hour after the encounter at the gates. Some people had even left,
the merchants from other cities or others that were panicking. There was, of course, no need for that. There was no way that anyone could actually assault the city and take it that easily. Even if the Blood Riders come with all of their members, they had very little chance. "I don't know," her father answered her question. "I just want—" The sound of bell ringing filled the air, and Linda's eyes widened. Her father turned and ran out of the room. Linda ran after him and into the yard behind the house while he headed out toward the walls. "Mom?" Ray asked when Linda ran out. Linda saw her mother holding Ray. "Go into the house and stay there. I'm going after Dad." "You don't think that—" her mother started, but Linda interrupted her. "I don't know. It could be nothing." She turned around and ran out of the house. It had been 3 days since the attack on the gate, and now she couldn't believe that anyone would be stupid enough to attack a city of this size. She felt her heart beating faster and faster as she ran through the streets, seeing the guards running toward the ringing bell while people retreated into their homes. And then something shook the ground as a large boom echoed through the city. Linda stopped, frozen in the street. She hadn't been in many fights, and those that she had been in had been against monsters. Zack had insisted that she trained at least a little bit in how to use her abilities, and he had secured her enough essence crystals that she had reached level 25. She could fight and help, but she didn't know about fighting against other people. Linda could hear the noise, the battle taking place up ahead. She could run away, go back to her parents' house and wait things out, but she had been so afraid for so long, and she didn't want to be any more. She took a deep breath and then continued. She was close to the large square in front of the gate, so close that she could hear the screams and the fighting. A strange and thin red mist trailed around the corner, and she frowned as she stepped into it. Immediately she felt as if she had lost her breath, and a notification appeared in her vision. "You are in the presence of the Eternal Hunter. Minus 25% to all regenerative effects. Minus 25% to all stats. Death mark." She looked at the notification with a blank look on her face. She had never before seen text in that color. "It's a monster?" she asked herself, wondering if perhaps it hadn't been an attack by the Blood Riders, but rather a powerful monster. Walking around the corner, she saw death and carnage. It wasn't a monster, but a man with a black sword covered in blood. She saw people stabbing him, cutting him, arrows piercing his back. And he didn't go down. He killed everyone in his way. Hundreds of guards surrounded him, and he jumped from one person to another, killing them with savage blows of his sword that cleaved them in 1 or 2 strikes. Arrows rippled out of his back and fell to the ground. Cuts and burns that the guards made were healing almost as soon as they were made. How high are his stats? Linda stood frozen, unable to move as she watched the carnage in the distance. Then the man opened his mouth, and a plume of white fire-like substance splashed over a handful of the guards. She heard their screams as they died. Her heart skipped a beat, her bones freezing. "It can't be," she said to herself, but she recognized the technique. "No, it's not. It has to be something similar." She had yet to get a good look at the man's face. She convinced herself that she was just imagining things. There was so much death in the square. Then she saw her father jump in, his sword glowing with light. He appeared next to the man and stabbed his sword through the man's back and out of his chest. For a moment, Linda thought that it was over, but then there was a ripple around the attacker, and then a wave of force blasted out of his body. Everyone within a few meters of him was hit, their bodies shattering and breaking apart as they were thrown back. Her father's sword in his body was broken into 1,000 little pieces, along with the bodies of everyone nearby. She saw her father shatter as his body was turned into a flying blob of blood and broken body parts. Linda's eyes opened wide, and she screamed. A second passed, and the people further away, those that still lived, were frozen as the wound in the man's chest closed up after expelling the pieces of her father's broken sword. She saw only white, and she raised her hand and used her fire flare. The small bolt of fire flew out of her hands and quickly reached the man's back, connecting. His flesh burned, but he didn't react overtly. He only turned around and met her eyes. Linda felt her breath leave her as she saw Ryun standing there, his eyes glowing with a red light. One moment he was standing, and in the next he jumped toward her. She raised her hands to protect herself, even though she knew that it was futile. There was nothing human in those eyes, only death. She saw his sword coming down on her head and knew that she was dead. Instead of death, however, someone pushed her out of the way with enough force that she was thrown across the street to hit the wall on the other side. She fell to the ground and cried out, her vision dancing as she had hit her head. She blinked her eyes and saw the fight taking place in front of her. Ryun was fighting 5 people who weren't wearing the guard's colors. They were dressed in mismatched armor with only a white band around their hands as identifiers. She knew that they had to be adventurers. They fought Ryun, and she saw them pushing him back. The 4 were coordinated, their weapons connecting with his flesh and drawing blood. It was a terrifying display. The 4 were fighting him, pushing him back, all while wounding him. She saw Ryun grimace, and then in an instant he moved, his form blurring. One moment he was in the middle of the 4 adventurers, bleeding from many wounds, and in the next he was in front of the ranged member of the adventurers. Before she could react, he stabbed his sword in her chest and cut upward, splitting her head in 2. Immediately the wounds on his body started to heal, and Linda realized that he was somehow healing every time he killed someone. The 4 adventurers roared and attacked his back, but Ryun was stronger and faster than them. She could see that they were going to lose. The guards were trying to organize on the outskirts of the battle, trying to find an opportunity to strike, but the difference between them was too large. They were only going to get themselves killed. Linda knew that she needed to do something, that she needed to try and stop him. She stood up slowly, then nearly toppled over when she put weight on her right foot. She had to have injured it, as she could barely keep her weight on it. She grimaced and looked up, seeing Ryun kill another of the adventurers by burning his face off with his technique. She couldn't imagine why he was doing this, how he could have turned into this monster that was murdering everyone. She needed to get through to him. She focused and used her fire step, blinking across the distance and getting closer to the battle. She saw another adventurer die, and then one more followed quickly after. Ryun was unstoppable, and she was certain that the red mist surrounding him was what made him that strong. All of them had their stats drained, but they couldn't fight him from outside of it as it covered the entire square. Linda saw the last of the adventurers die, and she opened her mouth. "Ryun!" she yelled, and red eyes rounded on her, looking at her without any recognition. "It's me, Linda! Please, Ryun, stop!" She saw the red light in his eyes flicker, but then he started walking toward her. He didn't know who she was, and Linda barely had enough time to wonder if he was possessed by some monster before he reached her. "Ryun, please, I know what happened to Melody, but you don't need to do this," she said as she backed away from him. She tripped on a broken piece of the pavement and fell on her back. Upon hearing Melody's name, Ryun stopped, his eyes blinking fast. "They killed her," she heard him whisper. Then his eyes turned back red, and he looked down at her. "You killed her." "Ryun, no one here killed her. She was my friend. I understand how you are feeling, but you can't just murder everyone who's part of the government. The guilty are already dead." God, how is he so strong? Linda couldn't believe what was happening. There was no mercy in his eyes. "You attacked me. I need to make an example. I made a promise," he whispered again, almost as if he was trying to convince himself.
"What?" Linda asked. "We didn't attack you, Ryun."
She could see that he was confused, but she didn't understand what was happening to him. Did the grief drive him mad? Linda wondered. The light in his eyes dimmed, and for a moment she could see him inside, broken and confused. "You did attack me. I sent a message and you came again. An example is necessary, or otherwise you will keep coming," Ryun told her as he raised his sword. Fear intensified inside her as she realized that this was the moment when she would die. She knew that Ryun didn't even recognize her, that he didn't know who she was. Her movement ability was on cooldown, and she wasn't strong enough to fight him. The guards around her were just watching. Some were even running away. She knew that they would be of no help. And then a small form ran in front of her, and Linda's mind went blank. She saw Ray standing in front of her, the small and weak child that had no class, no power. "Ray!" Linda yelled as Ryun looked down on her with a blank look in his eyes. "Get away! Run!" Ray half turned and looked at Linda. She had been crying. Her eyes were wet. She was shaking with fear, but still she stood in front of her, barring the monster's way. "I promised Dad to keep you safe, and I can't watch it happen again." Linda's heart broke as Ray turned around with her fists in front of her, like how Zack taught her. Ryun tilted his head, the red coming back to his eyes, glowing with such intensity that it made him look like a demon straight from hell. She could see the moment when his mind went blank, when there was nothing behind his eyes that was rational and thinking. There was only rage and instinct. He didn't hesitate. His sword came down and cleaved her daughter in half. Linda screamed in pain and grief, and not a moment after that, Ryun's fist smashed through her rib-cage and grasped her heart. "Zack," Linda whispered as the monster above her ripped her heart out and all went black. Chapter 33. Present. Ryun. Personal advancement. Ryun sat on the roof of the mansion in the Wolf's Grove. It was night, and most everyone was asleep. He had returned to the town only a day ago and had been informed by Anrush and Ierv that they had set up a meeting with the Last Ember sect head. But Ryun's mind was occupied with the threat of the swarm. It wasn't moving fast, but it would still reach them in a month, 2 at the most. And if it kept its current direction, it was going to hit Venorin. That meant that they needed to protect the city, and Ryun didn't think that they could do that, at least not how they were right now. Getting the Last Ember sect on board would help, but Ryun wasn't sure what was going to come out of that meeting. It was clear that they were preparing their forces for something, and they hadn't known about the swarm. This meeting might only be a pretense for them to appraise Ryun's power before striking. At least Ierv suggested that that might be the case. Still, Ryun was going to go to the meeting and try to negotiate for an alliance against the swarm. He wasn't foolish enough to think that he could take care of it alone. Perhaps if the swarm leader wasn't so powerful, but with it ruling the skies, it was going to be impossible. He didn't have any way of getting close to the monster in the sky to engage it, nothing that could reach that far aside from his skill, and the monster could block that. He had some ideas on what he could do, and he had already sent Anrush and Naira back to Venorin to prepare the defenses. But he knew that he would need to advance if he wanted to fulfill his promise and protect the sect. He already had enough essence to get to the next stage, but he needed more. He wasn't someone who liked taking shortcuts where his cultivation was concerned, but he knew that advancing quickly was possible. They had done it to Kree, giving her power in barely an hour, and she had been raised properly, with all the benefits that cycling brought. He had guided her through what now he knew was inspiration, true, but that only told him that such things could be shown and learned from others, and there was only one person who could help him with what he wanted to do. His senses told him that she was still awake, and he decided that there was no need to waste any more time. He stood and then jumped off the roof. In 2 leaps on his cubes, he reached the training hall that Tali used. She had been giving out instructions to mortal and Foundation realm cultivators in the town, on Ryun's insistence. He knew that she didn't agree with what he had asked, but she had agreed to follow him and be in his sect. He wasn't quite sure why she was still here, even after he had given her freedom, but he wasn't going to waste her. Ryun dropped to the ground and walked in. Tali was sitting in the center of the training mat, apparently meditating. He took a seat across from her and took a moment to study her. The woman was Damasi and had white horns that were curving backward and framed her midnight black hair between them. The upper half of her face was ruined with burns, as was her right side, with the burns continuing down her neck to disappear in her neckline. He couldn't really gauge how attractive she used to be before her injuries, but she carried herself like someone filled with pride and, perhaps more importantly, confidence. It was difficult to tell if she was paying attention to him without being able to see her eyes. She didn't speak, content to wait for him to initiate the conversation. He took a moment to gather his thoughts and then spoke. "You are aware of the monster swarm, yes?" Ryun asked. "Of course," Tali responded. "It is headed to Venoran," Ryun said. She hummed. "A Category 3 swarm. It will be a good opportunity for the sect and for you." "I'm not sure about that," Ryun started. "The monster that leads the swarm is legendary, Tier 10. The part of her face that wasn't covered in burns twitched as if in a grimace. "That is unusual for a Category 3 swarm. The other monsters, what power level are they?" "I didn't have a lot of time to look, but the main body seemed to be ranging between Tier 2 to Tier 5, a few above that." That's a really powerful Category 3 swarm," Tali mused. "Still, it will be a challenge, but that is good for a cultivator." "The lead monster is a lightning bird of some kind. I can't reach it, and it managed to somehow block my perfect skill. If I can't engage it, it will destroy everything in its way. I am all for challenges and struggle, but I'm not going to throw my life away. I want to advance," Ryun told her. Tali tilted her head. "I've already told you what you need to do for that. It will take you a few months at least to gather enough shadow essence." "I already have my core filled with shadow essence, and I have enough to cycle and advance to mid-monarch. I want to go higher and quicker. I know what you said about going slow, and I understand. But we've raised Kree to peak foundation in less than an hour. I know that it can be done. I want you to tell me how. I can reach Heavenly Realm as fast as possible without crippling myself or hampering my future gains." Tali leaned back, as if surprised. "You've already filled your core? What is your essence draw-in rate?" "Yes," Ryun said. "I can take in around 1,000 greater essence per day, if I only focus on that for the entire day. But since I am taking in only shadow essence at night, I can take in around 800 if I spend the entire day drawing it in. I draw in at a slower rate in the day." "That is incredible," Tali said, and then sighed. "You are right, of course. A peak immortal realm cultivator with enough resources could raise a mortal realm cultivator to peak heavenly in the same manner that we had done to Kree, even make them cycle properly and do the most to reinforce their realms, but that depends on the resources that they have available. But doing that might make the new heavenly realm cultivator unable to advance further, not without more help. Because if they don't go through inspirations on their own,
They might never learn how to do it, and because of that get stuck in a realm unless someone else shows them the way. The teacher, in fact, shares their own inspiration, and while that will work, it can also be different for every person. That way of raising cultivators is often used when someone wants powerful and loyal subordinates. What you ask can be done, yes, like what you had done with Kree. I do not recommend it for you.
Ryun had assumed that it was something like that. How much would I need to advance properly to Heavenly Realm?
You are assuming that I would share with you my inspiration for the next realm,
Tali said. I do not think that we can survive this swarm, not without a lot of casualties. And I am the sect head of Twilight Melody Sect. I gave my word to protect them to the best of my ability, and I do not break my word. Tali didn't answer for a long moment.
Iev has spent the last 10 years searching for his inspiration to advance, and he is close. He could have asked me for mine, and as his slave I couldn't have refused to tell him. Instead, he had only sought hints to what he needed to achieve, not how to achieve it. He had made his sect and slowly gathered power, even when he could have taken far more essence from his subjects. That is what the sects are made for, to funnel power to the few.
She turned her head to the side, looking almost thoughtful.
If you want to advance to Heavenly before the swarm arrived, you will need to bleed the sect dry, to take from every member across all of your territories, to empty the sect's vaults and sell everything of worth, and still you might not have enough.
The wealth of the sect matters little if there is no one around to make use of it, Ryun said. Tali nodded her head.
Perhaps, but in my experience, rushing does not help cultivators. They get accustomed to gaining easy power, to climbing through the stages, never really understanding the power that every realm offers. It breeds arrogance and folly.
Ryun chuckled. I've advanced to where I am in just over 10 years, and I have done it all by myself. I harvested essence, I fought and killed. I don't think that one advancement is going to change things for me much. I am used to fast advancement. Tali took a deep breath.
And it has done much for you, but you are not comfortable with your power. There is so much that you can barely do or understand, your stats being the most glaring weakness. In right situations, you can gain stats equal or even exceeding those of high rankers, the most powerful people in the infinite realm. But you don't know how to use that power. You are more likely to rip your body apart than to defeat an enemy.
Ryun knew that to be the truth. He wasn't comfortable with controlling his body when his stats reached a certain threshold. But he had been working on it. Will you help me? Ryun asked. The blind woman sighed and then answered. Ryun sat in the meeting room inside the mansion, Ierv sitting across from him with a shocked expression on his face.
You don't realize what you are asking, Ierv said. That would ruin us.
Ryun had just told him about his plan to take the sect's resources and advance, not only himself, but a few key members of the sect. The swarm will ruin us if we don't do something, Ryun told him.
The Last Ember sect might be willing to help if we demonstrate just how big of a threat the swarm is.
I would rather be ready to defend our sect on our own, without having to rely on someone else. I will, of course, welcome their help, but I want us strong enough to survive without them.
We don't have that much essence,
Ierv said. We can sell everything that we have of value, Ryun said. He already planned on selling things that he had in his ring. A treasure of the old world filled his storage.
"We don't have the time."
Ierv stood and started pacing.
"We can't find the right buyers through the auction to make the best profit. We would be forced to sell to the framework shop for a lot less."
Ryun knew that the auction that can be accessed through the interface system was made so that people in the infinite realm could trade regardless of distance, but the auction house was filled with countless items. It would take time to find someone who needed what they had to offer, and the framework got a cut of the sale. That could be avoided if they went to a real auction house and sold there, but they didn't have the time to travel to the core. Selling directly to the shop would return a lot less profit, but it was instant. Ryun knew that they would need a lot of essence. He was intending to cycle properly, which meant doing it 6 times and gathering enough shadow essence for 1 cycle. He was pretty sure that he could do it in the time they had left, but Tali also suggested that as a last resort, he could buy essence crystals from the auction that had been cycled by someone who had an aspect similar to his own. But nothing more than once cycled essence. She said that the impurity was too high to risk his core for more than 1 cycle. He had enough essence at the moment to advance to mid-monarch stage from his monster hunts, and a bit over that. He had retrieved his contribution bonus for the first time since he had taken control of the sect, and it was a sizable sum of around 20,000 greater essence. He had also taken a look into the sect improvement pool, a pool to which every sect member added for the development of the sect. If they manage to sell, they will have enough. He was sure of it. So we put everything on the auction. With some luck, we will sell something. Everything that we don't manage to sell before the swarm arrives, we then sell to the shop. Ierv shook his head, then met his eyes.
"It is too much, Ryun."
"Look at it like an investment. If we survive the swarm, we will have more than enough monster bodies to harvest to recoup our losses. Probably enough to make us much wealthier than we are now." Ierv blinked and then sighed.
"Fine. I agree that we could recoup what we spend, but—"
Ryun didn't say anything, instead letting him work through his own thoughts. It was obvious that he was having a hard time agreeing to sell everything that he had gathered over the years.
"All right," Ierv finally said, "but only because I don't see another way. I despise easy advancements, even though I know that it is a reality in this world. But you need to understand that this is not something that you can do over and over. The sect members might be willing to sacrifice their essence and wealth once, especially with the swarm coming, without seeing any improvement to their own lives and cultivation. But if you try to do this more than once, they will leave the sect, or worse, rebel. A sect is a delicate balance of give and take, of protection and taxation. You have no idea what you are doing."
"I've given them lessons in cultivation and in how to use their weapons more effectively," Ryun said, referring to Tali and Naira, who had been teaching the sect members on his orders.
"That is the only reason why this will work," Ierv said. "This one time."
"Good," Ryun said, then met his eyes. "Tali told me that you are close to breaking into the heavenly realm." Ierv sighed.
"I've been waiting on advancing for years, trying to reinforce my conduits in the right way so that I would have an easier way of it in the next realm."
"She told me that in order to advance to the heavenly realm, I would need to do that too," Ryun said.
"Yes," Ierv said simply.
"Will you be able to do it? I think that our sect would be much stronger if we had 2 heavenly realm cultivators," Ryun told him. Ierv snorted and shook his head.
"Do you know how many sect heads would say something like that? None. All are afraid of losing their positions."
"You surrendered and gave me your oath, a contract," And you have done nothing but help since I took over. I've seen how you guided Onrush, and you have always done what I asked." Ierv's lips curled into a small smile.
"You know, you remind me of my son."
Ryun raised his eyebrow at that. "Oh?"
"Yes."
Ierv looked away, his eyes getting unfocused.
"He is more talented than me. He had reached mid-monarch realm in a fraction of the time it had taken me, and he had done it properly. I was always proud of him. But he is impatient, always looking to advance and gain more power. Even though he did everything properly, as I have taught him, I still worry that he will do something stupid."
"Why isn't he here?" Ryun asked.
"Because he wants to be stronger, so he went to my parents to get training. He intends to attend the tournament in a couple of years. I just hope that he doesn't rush too far. You are much like him in some ways. You have that same need to push forward. But the difference is that you've struggled far more than Iari. He had an easy life, one where he didn't have to fight his way through seas of monsters."
Ryun didn't say anything. He could tell that Ierv was talking mostly for himself. Finally, after a few minutes of silence, Ierv sighed and turned to meet Ryun's eyes.
"I've reinforced my conduits months ago, just after I surrendered to you. Our fight and seeing you have an inspiration, it inspired me in turn."
Ryun smiled. "But you hadn't advanced?"
"It would have made things awkward in the sect. They can follow you even though you are lower stage than me because you have demonstrated your power. But if I had advanced to heavenly..."
Ierv shrugged.
"I've waited for this long. Waiting a bit more is of no consequence."
"You don't need to wait on my account. But I plan on advancing to heavenly before the monster swarm arrives," Ryun told him. "For now, I need you to start putting everything that we have on the auction. I will add some items that I still have from Earth. And spread word to everyone in the sect about the swarm, and tell them that they will need to donate their future contributions to the sect until the swarm arrives." Ierv nodded his head.
"Do you need help with the inspiration for the next realm?"
Ryun grinned. "I'll figure it out on my own, but thank you." There was no doubt in Ryun's mind that he could do it. But first, he wanted to advance to the next stage. A while later, Ryun sat back on the roof, cycling through his essence. The crystals that manifested inside his hand were dark, filled with void essence. He was going to give them out to others in the sect, those who hadn't been cycling properly and who never would, but who could make use of a boost in power, raise a few lords to defend the sect. Finally, he finished his last cycle and then put enough essence inside his core and advanced. He felt the change coming over him and closed his eyes as it ran its course through his body. Finally, it was done, and Ryun looked at his notifications. Path perk available. Physical appearance. Physical appearance. Age. You have reverted your body's age to its prime and have gained an increase of 50% to your lifespan, plus 10% to vitality, plus 10% to dexterity, and plus 10% to strength. Physical appearance. Maturity. Your body rapidly matures. You gain an appearance of an elder and experienced man. You lose the skipped years from your lifespan. Plus 15% to wisdom, plus 15% to intelligence. Physical appearance. Refined. Your body and features are refined. Enhances your current capabilities. Plus 15% to wisdom, plus 15% to dexterity, plus 15% to vitality. Ryun looked at the choices and grimaced. They were underwhelming, but he had expected that. This was the stage that was useful to those who had taken a long time to advance, and will take a longer time still to rise higher. The first perk was obviously meant for such people like Yerv, to give them a chance to reach immortal realm. The second was strange, but then he realized that it would probably be something useful for the young scions of the powerful sects, those who could be raised from mortal realm and 15 all the way up to some higher realm, allowing their body to mature and at least have an appearance of someone who had lived through life, but such things meant nothing to Ryun. The last perk was the only real choice for him, since his body was already in his prime, and he didn't think that he would need extra lifespan in order to reach the immortal realm. It gave the most stat bonus, and as he looked closer, he realized that it gave bonuses to his 3 highest stats, doing as the perk said, improving his current capabilities, while the other perks gave different bonuses. Ryun made his choice and then took a deep breath. The sun turn was coming, and he still had a lot to do. But first on his list was to find Airclaw. It was the time for him and his contracted partner to have a conversation about the future. Side Story: Sovereign of the Seas. She dreamed of the open waters and the calm wind gently caressing her dark blue scales. And then she was rudely woken up by an insistent knocking on the doors of her cabin. She opened her eyes and groggily looked around. "What?" she yelled at the door. "Ma'am, we have a problem," her first mate said from just outside of her cabin. Drakale cursed silently as she woke up completely, feeling the effect of the powder she had taken evaporate. It was the downside of her skill and of having high stats. She would need to take another dose if she wanted to sleep again. "Then deal with it," she yelled back. "That's what I pay you for." She turned to her bedside table and opened a drawer, pushing things around with her claws, searching for the roll of powder that she kept there. "Where are you?" she muttered as she looked around the mess inside the drawer. "Damn it, can't even have a nice dream anymore without drugging myself. Ugh." "Ma'am," her first mate called again. "I am afraid that it is a serious problem." Drakale blinked her eyes at that. Uman knew better than to interrupt her dream time. She should have known immediately that it was serious, but she was always groggy when she woke up from dreaming. Fuck. She stood up and looked for her clothes. "Coming," Drakale said. She found her simple breeches and started putting them on, taking more than a moment to push her tail through the hole at the back. Then she found a simple white shirt and looked at it. There was a small brown stain at the bottom, but she shrugged. She wasn't in her usual role here. She was pretending to be someone else, and thus her appearance didn't matter as much. She put the shirt on, her mind suddenly getting a stray thought, making her wonder how drakes with wings put their shirts on. She was glad that she wasn't born as a descendant of that particular iteration. Pretentious pricks. Just because you have wings doesn't mean that you're better than other drakes. She made a mental note to burn the scales of the next winged drake she ran across. With her clothes on, she glanced in the mirror and looked at herself. She wouldn't be winning any fashion competitions. In fact, they probably wouldn't let her anywhere close to such an event, but appearances never mattered much to Drakale. She focused on her ring, then used equip. Slowly, items started appearing on her body. The boots came first, followed by 4 more rings, a necklace, a long brown coat, and a hat. Then came a sash with an ornate dagger stashed inside it, a scabbard with a cutlass on her left hip, and a rope with a looking-glass on her right. She felt the effects of all those items settle on her, and sighed. Then she finally turned to the doors and opened them. Her first mate, Uman, stood next to the doors and immediately bowed his head. He was a human, with dark skin and pale blue eyes. He, similar to her, was dressed in simple clothes. They weren't supposed to advertise their presence on the ship. They were pretending to be part of the ship's crew. Not that there was anyone other than the crew around to see them even if they stepped out of their roles, but it was better to pretend all the time than to risk someone finding out about her movements. "What is it?" Drakale asked as she started walking through the narrow hallway. The ship they were on, Gloria, was a human design based on something from their history, a Roman galley, if she wasn't mistaken. Obviously, it was adapted for the realities of the Infinite Realm and was much larger than the original design, but it was still one of the smallest ships on the seas. It was fast and capable of moving without the need for the wind by using oarsmen. All in all, it wasn't the worst ship that she had sailed on, and in fact she did like the human designs. Their ships were incredible compared to the designs of other races, and how could they not be, when their old world was mostly covered in water? Still, the human ships were considered only the second best on the seas, discounting, of course, the hybrid ships that Drakale preferred to use. A good hybrid ship was rare, as integrating different philosophies and technologies was hard, especially when one threw in powers. Regardless, the honor of the best ships on the seas belonged, of course, to the Cretan. The fact that even after all this time they kept the secrets of their ships annoyed her, but there was no helping that. Uman walked a step behind her and started speaking. "The problem is pirates, ma'am." Drakale stopped and turned to look at Uman. "You woke me up because of pirates?" She looked at him incredulously. "The fuck, Uman? You interrupted my dream because of pirates?" Uman wasn't fazed by her yelling at all. "If it were a few ships, I wouldn't have bothered you. It is not only a couple of ships." Drakale frowned, then turned back around and started walking. They reached the stairs and climbed up onto the deck. The crew moved out of their way, but she could see fear in their eyes. 4 people walked up to her and bowed their heads. Her Emerald Guard, all wearing their full green-tinted gear and weapons, which made her frown. She waved her hand, and they stepped behind her in a protective formation, which only told her that the situation was serious. They were supposed to be pretending to be a part of the crew. She walked up the stairs to the quarterdeck, seeing the ship's captain standing at the stern, looking behind the ship. Drakale walked over, and the captain turned as she heard them coming. "Sovereign," the human bowed his head. "We have, there is, Drakale grimaced and looked by herself. There in the distance, she saw a flotilla of pirate ships. "Fuck," she said to no one in particular. Uman walked up to stand next to her as her eyes moved over the ships, her greater farsight letting her see them as if they were less than a third of a league away. She raised her looking glass and looked through it. The formation activated and let her see even more detail. "Fuck," she said again. Then she growled and put her looking glass down as she turned to look at Uman. "What the fuck is a pirate flotilla doing here? Why the fuck are they following a small exploration vessel?" The ship's captain had no answer for her, and instead he took a few steps back to get away from her. Her first mate cleared his throat and spoke. "The most probable explanation is that they know that you are on board," Uman said. Drakale tilted her head and gave him a droll look. The only people who knew that she was on board this ship were those around her. The crew of the ship weren't a part of her faction, but they were being paid generously. She doubted that they would betray her, even if they knew who she was. Not even the pirates would dare attack her, not with that kind of flotilla. "No, the Black Rock Bay might toy with my ships on occasion, but they would never dare act directly against me. They know that I would sink their little island to the bottom of the sea if they annoyed me too much," Drakale said. Uman nodded his head. "They could have been paid enough to try," he said, and then got a resigned look on his face. "But you are right. It is unlikely that anyone leaked your location. That only leaves one explanation." Drakale had already figured it out, but she let him say it. They had someone near the wall of mists. They had to have observed this ship come through. Drakale slammed her fist on the railing, cracking it in the process.
Damn it all, the stupid fuckers just screwed everything up!
The great wall of mists that separated the seas of the claimed territories and the wilds beyond were a massive obstacle. As its name suggested, it was a wall made out of the mists. The ships had been trying to go through for centuries. Entire fleets had gone through, only to never be seen or heard from again. The lucky few who managed to return always returned with enough treasure to establish themselves as independent powers in the core. The waters beyond the wall of mists were filled with islands and reefs, with powerful monsters and secrets unlike anything else that had been seen before. It was known that if a ship managed to return from beyond the wall of mists, it most certainly carried with it an incredible amount of treasures, unique items, materials, artifacts, treasure enough to turn a small faction into one of the most powerful ones. Her mission beyond the wall of mists had nothing to do with treasure, of course. She had made many trips through it in the past with her fleets, and she was rich beyond measure. But this time she had been on a secret mission. She didn't even have a Farlink orb with her, for fear of someone somehow managing to track it. If people knew that she had gone beyond, and had returned without treasure, they would wonder why she had gone in the first place. And if they tried to explore beyond, if they reached the dome—
Fuck you, Ural, and your stupid insistence on secrecy. I should have never joined your stupid little club.
Drakale took a deep breath and calmed herself.
They are all dead,
she whispered to her first mate. Uman nodded his head next to her. We can't let anyone survive, and the ship's captain can't fight them off alone. If you act, but let people go free—
I know,
Drakale said as she looked ahead. The pirates had brought an entire flotilla, 16 ships. She saw large warships and smaller, quicker ships that they probably planned on using to board the Gloria. An entire flotilla, overkill for a ship the Gloria's size, but she knew why they had brought that many— to discourage their target from fighting, to force them to surrender. The treasure from beyond the wall of mists might contain powerful weapons capable of sinking ships. But with 16 ships, it was unlikely that they could win even if they used such weapons. She knew how the pirates thought. She had spent enough time around them to know. They didn't want to fight. They wanted to scare and take.
Idiots. Now you are all going to die.
Most of the ships were of human or drake make, but she saw 2 of the Cretan turtle ships, which meant that this was one of the royal pirate factions. They were going to be missed. The pirate queen would send people searching for them, but Drakale had no choice now. She looked at the 2 turtle ships, seeing their signature pink with white lines, almost organic-looking. They had no deck and no sails, no oars. There were only long tubes stretching on the sides of the turtle shell-shaped ships. No one had yet managed to recreate the technology that pushed those ships forward, but Drakale had her suspicions. They were the biggest problem. The turtle ships could travel underwater, and she couldn't let them escape. She turned around, looking at the crew running around the ship on the orders of the captain. They were trying to increase speed. She saw the ship's 2 wind-callers pushing wind into the sails, and the oarsmen pushing hard with greater speed than usual, probably buffed up. It wasn't going to be enough. She could already feel the wind changing direction despite the wind-caller's powers. Someone in the flotilla was high in level. They had to have used one of their perks. Nothing that the crew of the Gloria could do would change the outcome. They had no hope of fighting off even one of the pirate ships. The Gloria had only 2 ballistae, one on the stern and one on the bow, firing bolts as tall as Drakale herself. That wouldn't be enough to damage the other ships, which would most certainly have larger ballistae, harpoons, alchemical fire launchers, and casters with siege abilities. She knew that the Blackrock pirates always kept 2 offense-oriented casters on their ships, and the flotilla behind them probably had more than that. But the pirates didn't know about her. Fuck. Drakale turned around and gestured to her emerald guards. "Get to the bow. Get ready to fire siege spells. Don't waste time. No survivors." The guards nodded their heads and moved. Uman walked with her as she made her way to the captain's seat, just behind the helm. "Sovereign, we can't escape them." "I know. Requesting permission to take command of your vessel, Captain," Drakale said to the man. Immediately she saw relief in the man's eyes, and he jumped out of the seat, bowing his head. "Of course, Sovereign. You have the command." The captain took a few steps away, and Drakale put him out of her mind. Uman looked at her expectantly. "What will it be, Sovereign?" Drakale finalized the plan she had been making since she first saw the pirate flotilla. "Buff them up. 2 combat, 1 utility. Take the helm." Uman nodded and relieved the helmsman of his position. He took the wheel, and then 3 blasts exploded out of his body, touching everyone on the ship but not harming anyone. She recognized all 3 perks, of course: sea hunger, war march, and increased regeneration. The bread and butter of a good first mate. Drakale took a deep breath and reached out to Uman with her mental command, making a connection and establishing him as her relay. She had too much to do to be able to give out commands to the crew. She would say what she wanted to Uman, and he would relay her commands via his own transfer orders. But there was going to be little need for her to actually give him commands, as they knew each other well enough that just the connection of their minds was enough for him to know what she intended to do and act accordingly. They waited patiently, as she felt the wind summoned by the pirate casters push the flotilla closer and closer. Then, when the pirate ships were just on top of her, she started. Embrace of the sea. She felt herself get stronger. Linked state. She felt connected to the Gloria. In an instant, she was intimately aware of every single part of the ship, her mind expanding to incorporate the ship as if it was her own body. She started untying the ropes holding the sails. Her control over the ship wasn't total, but Uman knew what she wanted, and he started giving orders immediately, and the crew continued what she started. They started pulling up the sails. Then she sent more commands and felt the oars hitting the water faster. Battle roar. A blast exploded out of her, buffing every crew member. Inspire, power of the seas. The crew received even more stats. Blessing of the Sovereign. She felt the ship get stronger. The ship surged forward as the oarsmen rowed, and she cast her mind around her. Windless sea. The blast hit the sky, and the winds around the Gloria died. Just as they did around the pirate flotilla, as they too were inside her range. Uman heard her command and relayed it in an instant. The oarsmen raised their oars, and the crew braced itself. Then it was time for it to begin. Command, rapid turn. The ship lurched in the water, turning rapidly, creating a wave around it as it turned to face the pirate flotilla. The ship surged forward, Uman aiming it at the Drake-built galleon. True link, double size. The Gloria groaned as it doubled in size, the deck and everything else stretching and growing. True link, fortify. The ship's durability increased. True link, water cannons. Water around the Gloria surged up and to the deck, forming into cannons made out of water. Command, shield of the seas. A bubble of water appeared around the ship. The pirates realized their folly, but it was too late. They opened fire. Siege fireballs flew from the pirate ships, cast by the pirate casters. Ballistae fired massive javelins and chains tied to metal balls. They hit her shield of the seas and were broken, falling down into the depths. Her ship got closer to the Drake galleon, and she focused again. Command, forward burst. The Gloria accelerated and then reached the Drake ship. The naval ram of the Gloria was a small thing, but with her true link double size and all her other buffs, it was formidable. The Gloria hit the ship, and it splintered around her, the pieces and debris being redirected to the depths by her shield of the seas. The Gloria ran through the entire ship, destroying it in seconds. The fire from the other ships faltered among the carnage, and she took advantage. She dropped the shield around her ship. Her True Link water cannons created 136 cannons around the ship's body, and she fired. Command, water artillery barrage. Her cannons fired 3 bolts each in quick succession. Pressurized bolts of water exploded out of the cannons, smashing into the pirate ship's defenses, the shields cast by the captains, or the pirate casters. They didn't matter. The barrage fired on both sides of her ship and smashed through it all. It decimated 2 of the vessels, reducing them to nothing but sinking wrecks in seconds. The other pirates reacted immediately, and fire hit the Gloria. Without the shield, it struck the hull, and even the reinforced hull was damaged under the onslaught. Drakale grimaced. The Gloria wasn't her flagship, and wasn't meant for this kind of engagement. She felt blood hit her decks as a crewman was pierced by a javelin. She focused. Her commands were heard by Uman, and her Emerald Guards returned fire. Blasts of green fire hit back at the attacking pirate casters, and Drakale sent more orders. The oars of the Gloria hit the water again and started moving the ship. They were in the middle of the pirate formation, and she sensed a powerful attack launched from one of the Cretan turtle ships. When in the linked state, she had an awareness of everything around her ship. Seeing it coming, she reacted. Mirror of ice. A massive mirror made out of ice appeared in front of the ship. It was suspended in the air and intercepted the siege fireball fired by the turtle ship. The siege fireball hit and then rebounded, flying back to impact the turtle ship on its bow. She saw the strange organic material of the Cretan ship burn, and she knew that it was about to run, along with the second turtle ship. She couldn't let that happen. Rising wave. She blasted a wave out of her. It started building below the ship and moving away. Before it could go anywhere, she used her chi and then formed a technique. Redirect current flew out of her and hit the wave, turning it around toward the stern of her ship. A blast from Uman hit the crew, and the oars blurred as the wave hit the back of the ship and pushed it forward. In only 3 seconds, the Gloria crossed the distance and smashed into the submerging turtle ship, the ram shattering it open and sinking it. She felt her water cannons reload and had them fire without an ability. Bolts exploded out of them at the surrounding ships, less powerful than what her ability could do, but it was not yet off cooldown. The second turtle ship was almost halfway beneath the water surface, and she reached out with her power. Hand of the Seas. A massive hand made out of water rose from beneath the turtle ship, picking it up and raising it into the air. Drakale made a gesture with her own hand, and the turtle ship smashed into another ship, destroying and sinking them both. Her Emerald Guard fired a piercing emerald siege fire, a combined ability, and sunk another ship. There were 9 ships left, and she knew that they had to know who they had attacked by now. Her powers were recognizable. She saw some of the ships turning to run away, while others tried to fight still. A siege ability hit the Gloria's port side, and she felt the wood crack. She needed to finish this quickly. Command, repair. The damaged section shifted and repaired itself. Command, rapid turn. The ship lurched to the side, aiming at another of the pirate ships. Command, forward burst. The ship rushed forward, the ram smashing into another of the pirate vessels amidships, cracking it in half. Her Emerald Guard finished it off. Then Uman raised his hand to the sky and used a perk. A wall of water rose in the distance and then started moving toward them. The Gloria surged forward and out of the way, the oarsmen pulling the ship faster.
The pirates had no oars, and their water-focused casters weren't powerful enough to get out of the way fast enough. They had trusted too much in their sails, but there was no wind in the area her windless sea ruled. The tsunami smashed into two ships, picking them up and breaking them on the surface of the sea. One of the human galleons had been nearly missed by Uman's attack, and Drakale stood up and pulled a scepter from her storage. It was small, the size of her forearm, dark with a red gem at its head. She walked to the railing and pointed the Kraken's eye at the pirate ship. True shot made her aim true, and a blast of deep red light flew out of the scepter and hit the ship, disintegrating everything it touched. It left a hole right through the middle of the ship, and a moment after the light was gone, the ship broke. Drakale walked back to the seat, her Kraken's shell blocking attacks aimed at her by the other ships. Javelins burst as they neared her, and firebolts winked out. She sat down and put her scepter back in her storage. And that left only 5 pirate ships around, moving only by the power of their water-based casters, using abilities to try and run away. They had gotten a bit away from her ship, and Drakale focused. Maelstrom. The sea obeyed. She felt the mental drain of the perk hit her, the cumulative effect only now becoming apparent, but it was done. The ships started moving to the side as the whirlpool manifested, smashing into one another as it started spinning faster and faster. The maelstrom consumed them, sending their wrecks to the bottom of the sea. Drakale sighed and released her linked state. She stood up and looked around. There were fires on the deck of her ship, but she had known that already. The crew was running around, putting the fires out. She looked at Uman as he walked over. "Kill the survivors in the water," she ordered. Uman nodded and walked away. Drakale looked around. "The Gloria has a good crew. Too bad I will need to kill them all, too." She shook her head. That unpleasantness was for later. She couldn't discount the possibility that someone would talk, and they couldn't afford for them to speak about what they had seen behind the wall of mists. The existence of the domes was not something that they needed to get out right now. There were too many different factions all ready to try and gain more power. All it would take was for one idiot to do something stupid, like try to break inside a dome, and they could trigger them all around the world. No, it was better if no one knew about them for now. She walked down beneath the deck and stepped into her cabin. Once alone, she canceled her buffs and sighed in relief. Having stats so high was taxing. She then glanced at her screens, wondering how many perks and abilities she had used during the fight. Name: Drakale Brownscale. Race: Drake. Infinite Realm. Titles: Second Heritage. Born to the rankers of the second iteration, plus 5% to all stats, 500 greater essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself, plus 2 to intelligence, 500 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Class Evolution 6. Evolve your class for the 6th time. Plus 250 to all stats, 200,000 greater essence, all evolutions total. Chief. Create an outpost, plus 3 to all stats, 1,000 essence. Leader. Upgrade an outpost to a town, plus 3 to all stats, 2,000 essence. Lord. Achieve Lord Realm, plus 5 to all stats, 100 greater essence. Hallow Straits. First to clear the Hallow Straits dungeon, plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win, plus 10 to all stats, 10,000 essence. Sapphire Sea Explorer. First, to explore the Sapphire Sea in the Infinite Realm. Plus 15 to all stats, 15,000 essence. Sapphire Cove. First, to clear the Sapphire Cove dungeon. Plus 2% to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. True Link. Sailing ship. Attain a true link with a type of object. Plus 100 to all stats, 100,000 greater essence. True Understanding. Evolve a skill to Tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence. Sovereign of the Seas, unique. Reach at least a combined power level of 9 tiers and embody an ideal. Plus 400 to all stats, plus 5% to all stats. Blessing of the Sovereign, 100,000 greater essence. Limit Break. Defeat the ruler in the Shattered Cove scenario while on a lower realm and lower level. Plus 40 to strength, endurance, and vitality. Plus 5% to all stats. 10,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory. Plus 5 to all stats. 5,000 greater essence. Small mansion. Town upgrade. Beyond Understanding 1. Focus your understanding of a Tier 6 skill. 1 skill. Plus 250 to all stats. 100,000 essence per focused skill. Monster Hunter. Kill 5,000 different monster types. Plus 50 to all stats. 50,000 greater essence. Death on the Seas. Sink more than 1,000 sailing ships. Plus 20 to all stats. 20,000 greater essence. Kraken Slayer. Kill one of the rulers of the deep. Plus 250 to all stats. 200,000 greater essence. Perks. Riposte. Class perk. Once per combat, gain the ability to execute a lightning-fast attack after being damaged. Speed of returning strike equals double your dexterity stat. Brawler's Strike. Class perk. Once per combat, make a strike dealing damage equal to 2 times your strength. Nimble Action. Class perk. 5 times per day, enter a state of improved coordination. Duration of the state and improvement rate depend on your dexterity stat. Sense Wind. Class perk. You are able to sense the wind, as well as anticipate any changes in its direction slightly before they occur. Call Wind. Class perk. Once per day, call the wind and have it blow in any direction you want. Intensity and duration of summoned wind depend on your intelligence stat. Water Chi. Aspect perk. When using techniques, your body is enhanced with the power of water. Gain plus 30% to strength while any technique is active. Body of the Fish. Path perk. Your body doubles the amount of time you may spend underwater without taking a breath. You also gain plus 20% to stamina, and all stamina-draining powers costs are reduced by 20%. Focused Mind. Path perk. Your mind is focused, improving your concentration greatly. Minus 20% to any mental power costs. Strength of effect depends on your intelligence stat. Lake of Chi. Path perk. Your Chi core is reforged. Your Chi is more powerful than before, and you are able to use less to achieve more. Strength of effect depends on wisdom stat. Summon Storm. Class perk. Once per week, you may call a storm to your location. The amount of time required for the storm to appear depends on the present weather conditions. The duration and the intensity of the summoned storm depend on your intelligence stat. Water Touched. Class perk. All water-based powers gain plus 20% to their effectiveness. Double Time. Class perk. Twice per day, you may double your physical speed for 5 minutes. Water Sprout. Class perk. Once per combat, you may summon a water spout at a desired location. Strength of the water spout depends on your intelligence stat. Armor of the Mists. Class perk. You may summon armor around you that is made out of mist and increases your physical speed by 10%. Requires a water source. Regenerating Water. Class perk. Once per combat, you may regenerate a wound. Requires a water source. Speed of regeneration depends on your vitality. Rising Wave. Class perk. Twice per combat, summon a wave that increases in size and power the further it travels from you. Requires a water source. Strength and distance that the wave can travel depend on your intelligence stat. Strengthen Wind, class perk. Once per day, you may increase the intensity of already existing wind, doubling its speed and power. Windless Sea, class perk. Once per week, force all wind in an area to stop. The size of the area depends on your wisdom stat. Drinking Water, class perk. Turn any kind of water into drinking water. Max amount that can be changed depends on your intelligence stat. Commanding Presence, class perk. Others feel more comfortable in your presence and are more likely to follow your commands. Strength of effect depends on your intelligence stat. Night of Rest, class perk. Once per week, you may give everyone in a radius around you a full night's rest for half the duration of their sleep cycle. Size of the radius depends on your intelligence stat. Inspiring Presence, class perk. Once per week, you may give everyone in a radius around you a morale boost. Dispels harmful mind effects depending on your level. Size of the radius depends on your intelligence stat. Absolute Orientation, skill perk. Your My Footing Always Certain makes you immune to the effects of vertigo, nausea, and disorientation. The effects of forces acting against your body are lessened by 20%. Gain plus 10% to dexterity. Battle Roar, class perk. Once per day, give everyone in a radius around you and yourself a plus 80% boost to all stats for 1 hour. Size of the radius depends on your intelligence stat. Scion of the Sea, Immortality, class perk. You were born for the sea, and the sea protects its own. You no longer age. Summon a shrine at a desired location near a sea. If you die from your wounds, your soul will linger on the ethereal plane. If you manage to return to the location of your shrine, the sea will recreate your body in a weakened state. The state of weakness lowers your total stats by 50% and lasts for 5 days. If your shrine is destroyed before you reach it, your soul will become trapped on the ethereal plane. If you die while in this weakened state, your soul will move on to the afterlife. Blessing of the Sovereign, title perk. Once every 3 months, increase the durability of every seafaring vessel under your direct command by 10 times for 5 hours. All crews gain plus 20% to all stats, and their power cooldowns are reduced by 20%. Chi Manipulator, path perk. Your chi control is increased. You are able to finely manipulate your chi. Control depends on wisdom stat. True Body, Waterborne, path perk. Your body has been reforged into your true self, adopting attributes to reflect your path. Your path is that of the water, and as such you may stay in deep waters without needing to breathe for longer duration of time. Your swimming speed is likewise increased as your body causes less water resistance. True Link, Sailing Ship, class perk. Allows you to link with a sailing ship and enter the linked state. While in the linked state, you gain an awareness of the linked sailing ship and you may manipulate it slightly. Allows for the activation of True Link perks. Can only be linked to one sailing ship at a time. Depth of awareness and manipulation of the sailing ship depends on your intelligence stat. Embrace of the Sea, class perk. 5 times per day, embrace the power of the sea, gaining plus 100% to all stats for 2 hours. True Link, Fortify, class perk. Once per day, increase the linked sailing ship's durability by 135%, 100%, for 3 hours. Intelligence increases the effectiveness of the perk. True Link, Double Size, class perk. Increase the size of the linked sailing ship by 55%, 20%. Intelligence increases the effectiveness of the perk. True Link, Spatial Space, class perk. Increase the cargo hold's inner space of the linked sailing ship by 55%, 20%. Intelligence increases the effectiveness of the perk. True Link, Water Cannons, class perk. Create water cannons anywhere on your linked sailing ship. Cannons fire bolts of water and need water to recharge. Max amount of cannons and their recharge speed depends on your intelligence stat and amount of space. Current, 38, 1 per 100 intelligence. Requires a source of water to create. Mirror of Ice, class perk. Once per combat, summon a mirror that reflects any caster base offensive abilities back to its source. Size and duration of mirror depend on your intelligence stat. Storm Rider, class perk. The storms know you. Once per week, you may call on their aid. If you are currently inside a storm, its power will be bent to your benefit, while it will hamper your enemies. Hand of the Seas, class perk. Once per day, you may raise a massive arm of water and use it however you wish. Size, power, and duration of the arm depends on your intelligence stat. True Link, Total Repair, class perk. Once per month, you may completely repair your linked sailing ship. The speed of repairs depends on your intelligence stat. Waterfall, class perk. Summon a wall of water that falls on a desired spot. Size, power, and duration of the wall depends on your intelligence stat. Maelstrom, class perk. Create a massive maelstrom at a desired location. Requires a water source. Size, power, and duration of the maelstrom depends on your intelligence stat. Class: Maelstrom Sovereign, MA. Level: 480. Combat Ability: Command, Forward Burst. Combat Ability: Command, Water Artillery Barrage. Combat Ability: Inspire, Power of the Seas. Movement Ability: Command, Rapid Turn. Support Ability: Command, Repair. Support Ability: Command, Shield of the Seas. Evolution Attunement Bonus. Sea Gift: All water-based powers are 10% more effective. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Sea Legs: All powers gain plus 10% effectiveness while you are on the water. Gain plus 10% to strength and dexterity. Shipbound: Gain plus 5% to all stats while on a sailing ship. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and strength. Tailwind: The winds around you change direction to blow in your back unless they are influenced by other powers. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and dexterity. Experienced Sailor: Any seafaring vessel under your command gains plus 10% to its durability. Change your abilities to command and inspire type abilities. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and wisdom. Veteran Sailor: In combat, gain plus 15% effectiveness to all your powers. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and wisdom. Sovereign of the Seas: All power cooldowns are reduced by 15%. All damaging abilities strike with such intensity that part of the damage transfers to the soul, dealing 5% of total damage as soul damage. Gain plus 10% to intelligence and wisdom. Cultivation: The Path of the Water Whispering, E. Stage: Mid-Lord. Aspect: Water. Base Technique: Water Wrap. Branch Technique: Water Blast. Fruit Technique: Redirect Current. Passive Skills: Enhanced Vision, evolved to Eagle Eye, evolved to Enhanced Eagle Eye, evolved to Farsight, evolved to Greater Farsight. Perfect Spatial Orientation: My footing, always certain. Danger Sense: Evolved to Enhanced Danger Sense, evolved to Threat Awareness, evolved to Greater Threat Awareness. Mind Resistance: Evolved to Greater Mind Resistance. Active Skills: Greater Fire Breath, evolved to Firebolt, evolved to Greater Firebolt. Telepathy: Evolved to Greater Telepathy, evolved to Transfer Orders, evolved to Greater Transfer Orders, evolved to Mental Command. Dash: Evolved to Greater Dash, evolved to Spatial Dash, evolved to Enhanced Spatial Dash, evolved to Blink. Accuracy: Evolved to Greater Accuracy, evolved to Aim, evolved to Greater Aim, evolved to True Shot. Strength: 2662, Dexterity: 2332, Vitality: 1886, Endurance: 1766,
Intelligence, 3802. Wisdom, 2205. She shook her head. She had been forced to use too many of her perks just to deal with such a small flotilla. If she had been on the Emperor of the Seas, things would have been much different. She wouldn't have even needed to use her powers. But the Gloria was a small ship, not meant for such combat. Drakale let herself fall back on her bed and looked at the wooden beam above her. She shouldn't have taken this mission. It had taken her away from her holdings for far too long. The only reason she had done it was because the others had convinced her that it was necessary to check in on the dome behind the wall of mists, and because she did think that they were right. Still, she didn't enjoy it. "You are going to owe me so much for this, Ural. It isn't even funny." Drakale sighed and started taking her clothes off. "At least I have time for dreaming," she thought to herself as she reached for her drawer and looked for the powder. Dreams were the only respite that high rankers could get. Not needing to sleep for months made one irritable. Relaxation was the key to keeping oneself sane. She found a bottle of rum and put the powder in, stirring it for a bit before drinking everything. Ah, and now, hopefully, I'll go someplace better. Chapter 34. Present. Ryun. Cultivating. Ryun found Airclaw just outside the city, at the edge of the forest. He was sitting on a rock, looking toward the deeper parts of the forest, in the direction where his pack lived. Ryun saw the wolfman's ear twitch, probably on purpose, to let him know that he had heard Ryun coming. Ryun walked over and took a seat next to him. He had given Airclaw time to figure things out on his own, but he felt like it was time for them to have a talk. "So," Ryun started, "how are things?" It was as awkward as a start to a conversation could get. But in Ryun's defense, it was hard to find the right words to speak with a wolf monster that was contracted to you as a partner. Airclaw didn't answer immediately. Then a few moments later he turned around to look at Ryun. "I feel that I am now without a purpose." Ryun already knew much about what bothered Airclaw, but he didn't comment. Even if Airclaw was human, Ryun wouldn't have really known what to say, but he felt like Airclaw needed to just speak his thoughts out loud. The wolf turned his eyes back to the forest and spoke. "The reason why I made a contract with you was to grow stronger in order to help my pack grow. Now, it is I who have seemingly outgrown them and changed too much. They do not consider me part of the pack anymore, and I know that I could take control by force, and perhaps before my change I would have, but now I have a different mindset. The evolution into this form had changed me more than I realized it would. The pack senses it, and they know that I am not really one of them anymore. I am not one of you, either. I do not belong, and that is not something that I have ever felt before." "You belong next to me. We are bonded, after all. Nothing else really matters. I can't give you any advice about what you should do with your pack, nor can I tell you what you should do in general. I know only that my reason for living is simply to grow and be free, to keep my promises, and to see interesting things. I don't know how it is among wolves, if you have a reason for living, but mine isn't anything special. Many people, two-legs, would tell you that you need something profound, something inspiring or grand for your ultimate goal in life, that the value of that goal equals the value of your life." Ryun shook his head in distaste. "That's bullshit. Nothing matters, and everything matters. You get to do whatever you want, and if you don't, do you know what you want to do? Well, you have all the time in the world to find out. Airclaw closed his eyes and then nodded his head. I guess I have wallowed in my sadness at what I had lost enough. But these feelings are strange. I did not feel this way when I had been just a wolf. Feelings are a blessing and a curse. Probably a curse more often than not. I guess you can't be rid of them now. No, I do not think so, Airclaw said. Then he hopped off the rock and took a step to stand in front of Ryun, facing him. You advanced again. Ryun nodded his head. How did you know? I became stronger, Airclaw said. New powers. Ryun remembered Airclaw saying that his advancement was now tied to Ryun's. The stronger Ryun got, the stronger Airclaw would get. Oh? What kind? Airclaw suddenly changed. His fur turned dark red, and an aura of blood filled the air. Airclaw grew by about a head's height, his claws growing longer and wicked-looking. Ryun was impressed. He looked quite intimidating. It boosts me, makes me stronger for a shorter period of time, Airclaw said. And then there's this. Airclaw waved his hand, and a window appeared in front of Ryun. He blinked. He had known that the wolf had access to the framework, of course, but it still took him by surprise. Ryun read through the window and then did a double-take, reading it again. Blood bond, contract power. You gain a bonus boost to your stats equal to 20% of any boosts that your contracted partner has applied to their stats, provided that you are nearby. It was a great power for sure. That's great, Ryun said, his mind already thinking ahead. The two of them had made a contract, but they hadn't really acted that much in concert, aside from the fights against the scenario bosses. Ryun knew that he needed to change that. We should test it out, see how it works. The wolf nodded his head in agreement as Ryun thought about the future, the challenges that were coming for them. Before we start, I think I should bring you up to speed on everything. A month passed, and the date for the meeting between Ryun and the Last Ember sect head drew near. But Ryun wasn't about to go to the meeting as he was at the moment. First, he was going to advance. Ierv had already advanced to the early heavenly realm, and Ryun had to admit that there was something different about the way he felt. There was a weight to him now that hadn't been present before. Ryun and Airclaw had spent the last month training together, preparing for the swarm, which had slowed down somewhat, but not enough to give them that much time. It would reach them by the end of the next month. Ierv had joined for sparring as much as he could, practicing with them as well. He had mostly focused on private training and had only sparred with them, rather than working on ideas for their powers. Also, Ryun had gouged his eyes out again, deciding to train his senses some more, but not before finding Naira to look at her. He still remembered her comment about whether or not she was beautiful. He had to admit that she was. She had blue eyes, long red hair, and a tanned complexion. She fit the image of a breathtaking warrior. He had a fun moment teasing her for a bit before giving her an assignment. Then, afterward, he had removed his eyes. He was still unable to advance his resonance sense, but he felt like he was close. Being blind helped him focus on that. They were all back in Venoran, for one because that was the place that the swarm was going to hit, and the other because it was closer to the Last Ember territories. Onrush and Tali had taken the lead in preparing the city and its surroundings for the fight against the swarm, while Naira trained the warriors in the use of the spear. Neither Ryun nor Ierv was much for tactical thinking, but Tali had some ideas, and Ryun had asked Onrush to help and oversee the preparations. They had yet to find a suitable administrator for the sect, but there wasn't much to do now. The weaker people had been sent to other territories, and the stronger fighters had been transferred to Venorin, along with crafters and some farmers. The entire sect was readying itself for war. People had been donating their essence, and every waking moment of those who didn't have anything important to do was spent cycling. The essence crystals were all gathered in Venorin to be used for the advancement of people who had promise. Of course, the only reason that the people had agreed to cycle and to donate essence was because Ryun promised to pay them back tenfold, after the swarm was defeated, of course, and provided that they survived. Not everyone had agreed, and those people had left the sect. Still, the sect had thousands of people in it, and there was enough of them left that they had acquired a lot of essence. And they had managed to sell quite a lot of things that they put up for auction. He undercut the prices by a bit, but it was necessary as they couldn't afford to wait. The swarm was only a month away from reaching their territories, and they had to get ready. They had literally emptied the sect, selling everything that they didn't need to survive, hoping that they could earn more by defeating the swarm. Ryun knew full well how much monster parts could be worth. It wasn't just materials, it was meat as well, and from what he had learned here, meat from powerful monsters was more expensive. Apparently it had a strengthening effect on lower power people if they ate it slowly over time and in small amounts. He had even been tempted to sell some of the more powerful things from his storage, like the spear, but in the end he couldn't do it. So Ryun had spent as much time as he could hunting with Airclaw, looking for the strongest monsters around. With Reeve, he had managed to get a lot of essence just on his own, but what he had accumulated paled in comparison to what they had earned on the auction, and they hadn't even sold everything. There were a few more costly items, like the unique potion that Ryun had earned in the scenario, the Vial of Light, that cost almost 200,000 greater essence. It was a rechargeable light source, and small enough that it could be carried everywhere. Apparently, there was an area beneath the surface where light sources were always sought after. It hadn't sold yet, but they could afford to let it stay on the auction for a bit. They already had enough essence for Ryun to advance. He had even spent a portion of what he had earned to buy cycled shadow essence to use for every stage. A single essence of cycled shadow was worth less than a full essence point, since it was of a lesser quality. But Ryun didn't think that he could survive the fight with the lead monster and the swarm if he didn't advance. They had even put aside some essence to advance a few promising people, Onrush included, but they didn't need to focus on them yet. They still had the time to sell things on the auction, maybe buy something to help them defend the city. Ryun was going to meet the last Ember Sect head soon, and he didn't plan on giving some old cultivator a reason to look down on him. He needed to be at least in the same realm if he was to dissuade him of his plans, if they indeed had plans to attack. So Ryun found himself in Tali's old training hall, all alone except for Airclaw, who was sitting in the garden behind the hall. Ryun had spent the last month thinking about what Tali had said about reinforcing his conduits. From his conversations with Yerv, he knew that there were different ways to achieve this, that how he reinforced his conduits could change drastically based on the method used. He didn't ask for details. He didn't want to use someone else's inspiration. He wanted his own, and cultivation was what he was good at. He looked at his windows, looking through tabs and trying to find something to give him a clue. He had an idea, and he was pursuing it. He knew that cycling improved the core and conduits, depending on how one cycled. But he didn't have a number for the amount of chi in his core, nor did he have any stat or number for his conduits, their speed, and how much they could handle. It was all a bit more nebulous, just a sense inside of him, a feeling. He knew that every cycling increased his core, and with that his chi supply. Some perks did the same thing, but a perk that increased his core capacity worked on the current size of his core. There wasn't anything like a base or boosted core. It was always constant. But just because he didn't have numbers didn't mean that there wasn't a way to measure. It was just more of a feeling. Reinforcement of his conduits had happened with his cycling, but he felt like there could be more to it. He knew that this particular inspiration could only be done in the monarch realm, which confused him for a bit, since everything else he had done could have been done whenever. Perhaps he could attempt this one before, but based on some things that Tali and Ierv said, he was sure that it wouldn't have the same effect as it would in this realm. Ryun started thinking about what was different in this realm. It had taken him the last month to figure it out, and he had only realized it after sensing Ierv's chi. It had a different quality to it now that he was in the heavenly realm. That made him look at other people around him. He had found that every realm had a different feel to the cultivator's chi. That made him think that his chi was somehow only capable of achieving what Tali told him he needed to do now. He didn't yet know why, but that was unimportant. He had been inspired, he had gotten an idea, and he was going to attempt it. He focused on his core and filled it with essence. He used the shadow essence crystals that he had bought, pulling them out of his storage and draining them slowly, filling in his core. He had managed to draw in a bit of his own, but he still had to fill 120,000 greater essence inside his core. Once he was done, he started cycling the essence quickly in a short burst that flooded his conduits. But this time, as he pulled out essence, he also pulled out his void chi. The sensation was like he had boiling or freezing blood in his veins. He felt himself burning and frosting from the inside at the same time. Even as the essence crystal appeared in his hand, the pain persisted. Ryun grimaced and forced back a scream. He glanced at the crystal, seeing the 10,000 void-tainted essence in his hand. He had thought a lot about how he wanted to reinforce his conduits. He could have gone for smaller chunks of essence, but he figured that that would probably reinforce his conduits for smaller drains. So he pulled out as much essence as he could in as short of a period of time, as fast as he could, hoping to improve his conduits in such a way that they were able to sustain large bursts of chi moving through them at a faster rate. He took a deep breath and prepared to do it again, 11 more times. It took him almost the full hour to do it, and by the time he was done, he was soaked in a cold sweat, and he felt like his insides were burning. But his pain was rewarded by the notification, and he brought it up immediately. Cultivation bonus. Congratulations, you have improved your conduits. You gain plus 50% chi conduit speed and plus 50% chi conduit resilience. Ryun looked at his other screens immediately, trying to see if there was anything changed, but he saw nothing, unsurprisingly. He could feel the change, knew that once he was recovered, his conduits would be faster and stronger. He was certain that bonuses such as this applied to his current state, so seeing a number with all percentage boosts didn't matter that much. This was a one-time bonus. He dismissed the windows and then put the essence crystals in his storage. They would be used to improve the sect, as they could be sold in the auction house for a lot of profit. The essence crystals, when sold in the shop, gave back a lesser return per essence sold, but on the auction house, essence crystals could have different values depending on the type. His crystals were now tainted by Tier 7 Void Chi, which could be quite valuable to people who had the same aspect as he. He had tried to find Void Chi on the auction house, but apparently it was highly sought after. Sadly, there was no one in the sect that used the same chi as he did, so their best return was to sell it. They just didn't know how long finding someone interested to buy would take. He put in more essence, filled his core, and then triggered the advancement to peak monarch. The change washed over him, and he relaxed as he felt his conduits clear up and heal from the advancement.
And then his next perk choice was in front of him. Path perk available. Ruler's Eyes. Intimidating eyes. You have achieved great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit and will passively intimidate anyone who dares meet your eyes. You gain plus 10% to strength, plus 10% to endurance, and plus 10% to intelligence. Void Eyes. You have achieved great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. They are the pure emptiness of your aspect, and allow you the ability to dispel any vision-based powers. You gain plus 10% to vitality, plus 10% to endurance, and plus 10% to wisdom. Astral Eyes. Sights unseen. You have achieved great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. You are no longer able to see the real world. Instead, you see a world in between the ethereal and the real. Allows you to see class, cultivation, and skill, as well as power currents. You gain plus 10% to vitality, plus 10% to intelligence, plus 10% to wisdom. You thrive in the darkness, and now your blind eyes see what others cannot. Ryun felt his mouth twitch upward in a smile. His blindness had paid off more than he had expected. There was only one choice for his new perk. He never failed to pick the more advanced perks when he got them. He didn't know what would happen if he picked the perk without having his eyes, so he used rapid regrowth and felt them regrow. Once the regeneration process was done, he opened them and picked the perk. The change happened over a few seconds. The world dimmed and then disappeared. A moment later he saw his surroundings through a different sight. Everything was painted in a swath of colors that looked like they were presented through a filter. He could still see shapes, the walls, the ground, and the pillars around the room, but they were somehow faded, almost like they weren't really there. But more interestingly, there were things around him, as if someone had filled everything with a thin mist filled with different colors. It took him a moment to realize that he was seeing essence in the air, and all the different colors representing an essence type inside the room. Most of it was something almost faded white, which he assumed was air essence. Near the walls, pillars, and the ceiling, the mist was brownish, but intermingled with the white. That was probably wood, or something similar. He blinked as something occurred to him, and he looked down at himself. He saw himself, an outline like the walls and everything else that was solid. But he could also see inside of himself, and he saw color. His core was a large sphere in his stomach, filled with violet and black fire. From his core he could see a faded outline of something, his conduits most likely, that was stretching around his body like an organic network of channels, filling everything. He pulled some of his chi from his core and watched as one of the channels was filled with violet and black fire. He grinned, realizing that perhaps this might help him develop his techniques more, if he could see exactly how a technique was implemented. But he shook his head and tabled that thought for later, because there was more to see. There was something else inside of him. He saw a fist-sized sphere with faded blue color in the center of his chest, with 5 lines of the same color stretching from it like circuits. One was going up toward his head, so he couldn't see where it ended, but the other 4 were visible. He had one going to each of his palms, connecting with a smaller blue sphere there, and another 2 ended up on his feet. He frowned for an instant, and then realized what they were. The ones on his hands were probably his reeve, the ones on his feet inevitable step, which meant that the one going to his head was bringer of sorrow. He grinned as he realized that he would probably be able to see the same things on others. He flashed his bringer of sorrow and saw the line going to his head light up. Then he tried one of his perks, using Indomitable. His entire body flashed for a moment with a gray light, but he couldn't see anything that looked like it was meant for a skill. He frowned, but ultimately decided that he needed a partner to test things out on. If he could see the same things in others, then he would be able to know when they were triggering their powers. That was going to be a great advantage. Ryun smiled as he stood up and walked out to find Airclaw. He needed to see if he could see his inner power. After that, he was finally going to advance to the heavenly realm. There was little time before the swarm arrived, and he still had a lot of preparations to do, as well as a meeting to attend. Chapter 35. Present. Ryun. Heavenly. With only a few minutes of experimenting with his new sight, Ryun had decided that he liked it very much. It was a bit hard for him to actually see, but his skill made it so that he didn't need to use his eyes. With his new sight, he could still see everything around him, shapes, objects, people. They all just looked like he was looking at them through a filter. He didn't see color in the real world, but he saw essence and chi. He could see everyone's class pathways and chi core and conduits, but for some reason he wasn't able to see skills, even though his perk said that he should. But he didn't have the time to experiment with that. He had just taken a look at a few guards around the compound and at Airclaw. The wolf looked different relative to people. He didn't have a core or a class pathway. Instead, he had a chaotic jumble of deep red lines and spheres, probably because his power was different. Ryun had also learned from Airclaw that his eyes now looked different, that he no longer had a pupil. His eyes now only had the whites surrounding solid irises, which were now just endless pools of the void, darker than black and completely eerie to look at, as the wolf put it. After he was done with the preliminary testing of his eyes, he returned to the training hall and prepared for his final advancement. He knew that he was, in a way, cheating. His class allowed him to harvest a lot of essence, but even with it, he would have taken a lot longer to fill his core with the right essence in order to make his cycling better. Months, at least, maybe much more for the leap from peak monarch to early heavenly. They had taken the essence from the sect, however. Ierv and Ryun had basically bankrupted. They had purchased cycled essence to circumvent Ryun's need for drawing in shadow essence, and had accumulated an incredible wealth, or at least so it appeared. If the swarm disappeared before it attacked them, the sect would be done. They had taken essence from the people, sold everything of value, all on the promise of a greater return if they managed to survive the swarm. Without the swarm, the sect couldn't recover. The people would be left destitute, and would probably need to find another sect to join. It was a risk, one that could either pay off for everyone or destroy their future. Ryun had seen how much it pained Ierv to follow Ryun's plan, as he had built up his sect over many decades, making it into a machine to fuel his growth for many years to come. He had not meant for it to be something to sacrifice for a relatively small gain. He had planned on using it to reach immortal realm, but the most that they could do with the entire value of his sect was to push Ryun to early heavenly properly, and use some of what remained to raise a few of the sect's warriors. The higher they went, the more essence it took to advance. Ryun sat down in a meditative pose and prepared. He had been trying to decide how he wanted to cycle for this last stage. So far, he had been a pretty even split between improving his conduits and his core, but now his techniques all took a lot of chi, and he had been in fights where he ran out of chi by the end. From Tali, he knew that the early heavenly perk would improve his core. Cultivators called that perk the Sea of Chi, an improvement on his core. He would not be able to choose that perk, however, as it was going to be decided based on his peak foundation perk, the one that had empowered his core. For him, that was Void Forged Core.
It had increased his chi density as well as his core capacity, but he felt like he should have a bigger well of chi. In the end, he decided to cycle in order to improve his core. He started putting essence into his core, filling it to the brim, stretching it out. Then he started cycling, drawing the essence out into a single essence crystal. It took him almost an hour to cycle several times. Afterward, he pulled out the rest of the shadow essence crystals that they had bought. The store-run auction house allowed for items to be transferred through the framework instantly, so it was incredibly useful. It was too bad that it was also filled with so many items that finding what one needed might take a while. Ryun pulled the essence in, the crystals cracking in his hand. And then he cycled again, creating his own shadow essence crystal, of an even lower value since it could only be cycled by one more person. Finally, he put in more essence and readied himself to trigger the change. He didn't know what to expect, but he was feeling excited. He looked at his screens and then triggered the advancement. Immediately, he felt the change fill his core and then spread through his body. Everything felt as if it were on fire, and his core suddenly winked out as if it were a hole in his stomach. For a moment he felt panic, as if he had done something wrong, but then the burning sensation went away and he saw a notification. New path perk available. Abyssal Core, Void Well, path perk. Your core is an abyss of the void. Your current total core capacity and your current void space size are increased by 50% of the current total, plus 10% to wisdom. Your core is an endless abyss. Nothingness and incomprehension rule here. Ryun looked at the notification and then down at his body, looking at his core. It was definitely larger, but it also suddenly felt as if it wasn't even there, like it was a void. He could still see it, but compared to the churning ocean of chi that he had in the monarch realm, now it was silent and still. The violet accents to the chi had diminished, but they were still there on the edges of his core, but the center was just a void in space, darker than black. He tried to use his technique, and his chi obeyed instantly, moving through his channels as null mantle filled him. As he felt his stats increase, he ended the technique immediately. He just wanted to make sure that everything still worked. He glanced at his next notification. Cultivation bonus, plus 20%. Gain plus 60% effectiveness to all of your technique effects. His cultivation bonus had gone up as well. Instead of increasing all his techniques and perks by 40%, it was now going to increase everything by 60%. He glanced at his windows, bringing up all his techniques individually to see how they were affected. Null Mantle. Increase all stats by 80%, 50% of their total while this technique is active. You can shift the bonuses from any stat to any other. Breath of Destruction. Send out a wave of chi from your mouth, dealing void energy damage equal to 8 times, 5 times, your wisdom. The wave marks anything that it touches, dealing 1/4 of total damage over the next 4 seconds. Darkest End. Unleash a sphere of void energy all around you. The energy deals void damage equal to 11.2 times, 7 times, your wisdom. Anything marked by the attack takes 1/4 of total damage over the next 4 seconds. That increased his Null Mantle bonus from 70% to 80%, but also the damage of his Breath of Destruction and Darkest End. He glanced to his second path to see the changes there as well. Chi Shaping. Create a geometric shape made out of chi. The construct is fixed in space, and its durability is equal to 4.8 times, 3 times, your wisdom. Chi Armor. Sheathe your body in armor made out of chi. Durability of effect is equal to 6.4 times, 4 times, your wisdom. Avatar of the Reaper. Partition your mind and split a minor part of yourself to create a chi copy of yourself that will have limited initiative and intelligence, but will obey the main part's will.
It requires 7%, 10% of your total chi to create, and will be able to use your techniques by drawing on your core at a rate of 1.4 times, 2 times of the technique's costs. The techniques used will be only 48%, 30% as effective. The avatar's durability is equal to 3.2 times, 2 times your wisdom. The durability of his chi-shaping and chi-armor had gone up, as had everything about his avatar of the Reaper. He smiled. He had plans for improving his techniques again, but he needed more time, which was something that he didn't have. Finally, he sighed and glanced at the rest of his screens to see his full gains. Titles. First kill. Kill the first monster in the Framework Run world. 5,000 essence. Adventurer. Hunt more than 100 monsters, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Hero of Promise. Save more than 10 people with a single action, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. Transcended. First cultivator in the world to reach the foundation stage, plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. First body of iron. First cultivator in the world to forge their body, plus 20 endurance, 10,000 essence. Beaten but not broken. Survived torture for more than 30 days, plus 10 to all stats, 50,000 essence. First quickened mind. First cultivator in the world to forge their mind, plus 20 intelligence, 10,000 essence. First lake of chi. First cultivator in the world to forge their chi, plus 20 wisdom, 10,000 essence. Cannibal. Kill more than 5,000 people of your own race for their essence, plus 10 to all stats, 50,000 essence. One against many. Fight against more than 10 opponents and win, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 essence. First Lord. First cultivator in the world to reach the Lord stage, plus 10% to all stats, 100,000 essence. First Chi Manipulator. First cultivator in the world to gain chi manipulation, plus 5 to all stats, 10,000 essence. One against Horde. Fight against more than 100 opponents and win, plus 10 to all stats, 10,000 essence. First True Body. First cultivator in the world to obtain True Body, plus 5 to all stats, 100,000 essence. Hated Foe. Be hated and hunted by more than half of a world's population, plus 50 to all stats, 100,000 essence. One-man army. Fight against more than 1,000 opponents and win, plus 40 to all stats, indomitable, 500,000 essence. Butcher of Humanity. Kill more than 500,000 people of a race by yourself, plus 200 to all stats, Reaper's Aura, 5 million essence. True Understanding. Evolve a skill to Tier 6, plus 20 to all stats, 20,000 greater essence. Limit Break. Defeat the 3 rulers in the Reign of 3 Territories scenario while on a lower realm and lower level, plus 40 to strength, endurance, vitality, plus 5% to all stats, 10,000 greater essence. Monarch. Reach Monarch realm, plus 10 to all stats, 1,000 greater essence. Ruler. Become the sole ruler of a territory, plus 5 to all stats, 5,000 greater essence. Small mansion, town upgrade. Alchemical Tester. Use more than 10 alchemical concoctions to improve yourself, plus 2 to intelligence, 500 greater essence. Heavenly. Reach Heavenly realm, plus 30 to all stats, 50,000 greater essence. Perks. Void Touched Body, Path Perk. Your body is touched by the void. Damaging effects of the void have less effect on you. Immobilizing effects are 50% less effective on you, and all physical or chi attacks deal 80% of their total damage to you, plus 40% to endurance. Feast, Class Perk. Killing enemies heals you. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Tinker's Mind, Path Perk. Your mind is quickened, able to think faster than ordinary humans. You are able to alter your perception of time, plus 15% to intelligence,
Strength of effect equal to twice your intelligence. Vampire. Class perk. Killing enemies adds 1/10 of their highest stat to your own temporarily. Strength of effect depends on level. Void Forged Core. Path perk. Your core is forged by the essence of the void. Core capacity is increased by 20%, chi density by 40%. You are able to create a personal void space inside of your core, plus 20% to wisdom. Size of void space dependent on wisdom stat. Regenerator. Class perk. Heal rapidly when in combat. Strength of effect depends on vitality stat. Silent Hunter. Class perk. Your movements don't disrupt the air around you, making you nearly silent. Strength of effect depends on dexterity stat. Chi Controller. 1,000 Threads of Destruction. Path perk. Your chi control is nearly perfect. You are able to finely manipulate your chi and use up to 3 techniques at the same time, plus 20% to wisdom. Control depends on wisdom stat. You weave 1,000 threads of chi, each thread filled with power. As you weave, you ensnare all those who would stand in your way. True Body. Untethered Cloud. Path perk. Your body retains all the abilities granted by Untethered. Untethered Cloud is your truest self. Your body is soaked in void chi, and you may assume the state of void cloud. While active, your body becomes a cloud of the void, giving off the essence of void, increasing the effects of your void chi-based techniques by 20% in your immediate area. While in the void cloud state, you gain a plus 80% increased resistance to physical attacks, but you also gain a minus 40% to special attack resistance. While void cloud is active, you have none of your physical senses. Running out of chi while in void cloud will result in death. Entering the void cloud when your physical body is damaged allows you to regenerate it through expenditure of chi. You gain plus 10% to wisdom and plus 20% to endurance. Indomitable. Title perk. You are immune to all mind-altering effects from opponents that are on a lower tier of power than you. Reaper's Aura. Title perk. You can no longer be scanned by any abilities, techniques, or skills from people who are on the same or lower tier of power than you. You may manifest the Reaper's Aura, filling all within your presence with dread. Great Hunter. Contract perk. Any person whose blood you have drawn is marked by your power. The mark allows you to track them, no matter the distance between you. Shadow's Favorite. Bond perk. When standing in the shadows, your form blends into your surroundings. Strength of effect depends on the depth of the bond with the awakened object and the darkness of shadow. Void Chi. Aspect perk. Your chi passively enhances your body with the essence of the void, plus 20% to strength and wisdom. Aspect Manifestation. Void Aura. Path perk. Manifest your chi in the form of an aura around you, dealing void damage equal to 0.5 times, 0.1 time, your wisdom per second. Anything marked by the void chi takes an additional 1/4 of total damage dealt over the next 4 seconds. Eternal Hunter. Reaper. Unique perk. You hold the essence of twin aspects of true death. You are one part of two, and are inescapably linked with your other half. Your mind is linked with that of your other half, allowing you to speak to one another regardless of distance. You may sense your other half regardless of distance. You gain the ability to sense death. You gain the presence of the Eternal Huntress aura when active. You gain Death Mark. Anything with a soul killed by you has its soul completely destroyed and returned to oblivion. Nearby beings minus 25% to all regenerative effects and minus 25% to total stats. Half of the drained stats are granted to you and the other half to the scythe. Rapid Regrowth. Class perk. Once per week, regrow a lost body part. Speed of regrowth depends on your vitality stat. Physical Appearance. Refined. Class perk. Your body and features are refined. Enhances your current capabilities, plus 15% to wisdom, plus 15% to dexterity, plus 15% to vitality.
astral eyes, sights unseen. You have achieved great power, and your eyes reflect your achievement. Their appearance reflects your inner spirit. You are no longer able to see the real world. Instead, you see a world in between the ethereal and the real, allows you to see class, cultivation, and skill, as well as power currents. You gain plus 10% to vitality, plus 10% to intelligence, plus 10% to wisdom. You thrive in the darkness, and now your blind eyes see what others cannot. Class: Harbinger, E. Level: 75. 0 of 330 greater essence. Combat ability: Bringer of Sorrow. Movement ability: Inevitable Step. Support ability: Reeve. Cultivation: The Path of the Final End, E. Stage: Early Heavenly. 0 of 400,000 greater essence. Aspect: Void. Base Technique: Null Mantle. Branch Technique: Breath of Destruction. Fruit Technique: Darkest End. Cultivation: The Path of the Unbreakable Wall, R. Stage: Mid-Lord. 0 of 12,000 greater essence. Aspect: Void. Base Technique: Chi Shaping. Branch Technique: Chi Armor. Fruit Technique: Avatar of the Reaper. Passive Skills: Combat Mastery, 10 of 10, evolved to Sword Mastery, 10 of 10, evolved to Sword Art, 2 of 10. Vibration Sense, 10 of 10, evolved to Enhanced Vibration Sense, 10 of 10, evolved to Resonance Sense, 10 of 10. Enhanced Balance, 9 of 10. Active Skills: Perfect Cut. Pounce, 9 of 10. Strength, 822. Dexterity, 785. Vitality, 1002. Endurance, 912. Intelligence, 759. Wisdom, 1089. He was very much satisfied with his improvement, and now he felt like he was ready to meet with the Last Ember sect. The meeting took place at the edge of a forest, the border of the Last Ember sect. When Ryun arrived, the meeting place had already been set. A pavilion had been raised, and warriors from both sects had surrounded it. Ryun walked inside with Onrush and Dierve flanking him, with Airclaw following a step behind them. The Last Ember sect head was already there, sitting in the only chair in the room. Ryun had been warned about this. By coming first and taking the seat, the Last Ember sect head made it clear that he considered himself the superior in this meeting. It was also an insult that a seat wasn't already there and waiting for Ryun. To ask for a chair would mean to lower himself, and if he didn't ask, it would mean that he had taken the insult without responding. Too bad for the old sect head that Ryun had no idea nor patience to play such games. Onrush, Dierve, and Airclaw took their positions in the semicircle behind him, while Ryun walked forward to the center. As he walked, he looked at the sect head. The man was clearly old, as Ryun's skill and his eyesight told him. He couldn't see the real world, not really, but he still saw. People just looked like they were translucent, with their chi and class pathways visible inside of them. But he could still see the edge of their body, but they were filtered, almost grayscale. The Emberhorn, Mar Nuzar, sect head of the Last Ember sect, was a Demaci with long horns and a tail curled around his leg. He watched without speaking as Ryun came to a stop across from him. Ryun couldn't tell what kind of a look Marnu had in his eyes. To him they were only outlines, and his skill couldn't really let him know. But Ryun could see the core of the man, filled with crimson fire that churned constantly as if just waiting to explode. His class pathways were similar to those that Ryun had seen in Dierve, faint, which probably meant that he wasn't higher level than 60. Ryun knew that this man was in the peak heavenly realm, that he had been in that realm for a long time, stuck without an inspiration to allow him to get into the immortal realm. It saddened Ryun to see someone reach so high and then be denied reaching higher.
According to Ierv, the Emberhorn was dangerous and powerful, that he was not a weak cultivator, and that he had decades to get comfortable with his power and learn how to best utilize it. Ryun knew that he was too young and inexperienced to deal with this man as an Infinite Realm sect head, nor did he even want to. So his only course of action was to surprise the man enough that he had to deal on Ryun's terms. So, after a long moment, Ryun dropped down to the ground and crossed his legs. He looked up at the sect head and spoke. "Yo, I've heard that your sect is gathering its forces. I am told that the most likely target is my sect. Now, I would really appreciate it if you could convince me that that isn't true. I would really like not to have to kill you all." Ryun could sense the shock of everyone inside the pavilion. His skill told him that both Ierv and Onrush were staring at his back. He hadn't told them what he intended to do. He knew that it might not be a good idea to antagonize the potentially more powerful sect head, but if he was being honest, he didn't know how to play any of their games. He needed to shock the man and keep him off balance. A part of that had been both him and Ierv advancing to Heavenly Realm. Ierv had told him that the Emberhorn had a way of sensing power, that he would know the moment he saw them. Ryun hoped that seeing 2 Heavenly Realm cultivators was enough to keep things civil. Ryun kept his eyes on Marnu, waiting for a reaction. The man then burst into laughter, his entire body shaking with it. Ryun could tell that his people were shocked and unsure what to do. He patiently waited for the sect head to calm down. Once the Emberhorn gathered himself, he tilted his head and looked at Ryun.
"I was told that you were a recently raised monarch."
Marnu glanced at the man standing next to him. According to Ierv, that would be his right hand and son, Jin-Nuzar.
"I see now why Little Viper surrendered to you. And if my eyes aren't failing, he too has advanced."
Ryun didn't answer. He didn't lie, but not revealing the truth wasn't the same thing. Once the man mentioned that Ierv was in the Heavenly Realm too, the last Ember Sect's people stiffened. Marnu's eyes narrowed, and then when Ryun didn't speak, he spoke again.
"Why have you asked for this meeting?"
"In part because you've been gathering forces, most likely to attack us, and in part because there is a Category 3 monster swarm heading toward the frontier. If it isn't stopped, it will ravage every sect in its way." Whatever Marnu expected to be the reason, it was obvious that it was not that. The old man cultivator leaned forward in his chair.
"Tell me more about this monster swarm."
Ryun couldn't actually see the look in the man's eyes, but from the tone of his voice and what he could see of his expression, he recognized the emotion that the man was displaying. Greed. That Ryun could work with. The meeting continued for hours, and by the time it was done, their 2 sects had agreed to fight together against the swarm. Ryun had managed to convince the man that it would be better for him to fight in Twilight Melody territory, defending Venoran, than to wait until the swarm hit the last Ember Sect territories. It was simply in their best interests. They would fight together and split the rewards from the swarm. The rewards would be more than just materials from the dead monsters, and the items that they dropped too. The swarm would let them power-level people. Ryun stood on a hill overlooking the moving procession of last Ember people. Ierv, Onrush, and Airclaw stood next to him, looking at them with him. His skill, of course, allowed him to monitor them much more closely, as well as hear what they were saying. Ierv was the one to break the silence.
"Will they honor their promise?"
Ryun nodded his head. "They aren't saying anything to make me think that they are planning to let us face the swarm alone. The question is, what are the chances that they aren't going to try and stab us in the back afterward?" Chapter 36. Present. Zack. Investigation. Zack looked over the papers on the table in front of him. The reports and statistics about crime in Emerus City dating back the last 12 years. His original research had shown that the number of murders in the city had doubled 2 years ago, but since then he had found some interesting things dating back almost 12 years. He wasn't certain, but perhaps this particular killer had been active for far longer than they thought. What Zack and Quell had found was that every 3 years there was a spike in certain types of murders. The last 2 years it had been ritual killings. Before that it was an increase in bodies washing up on shore so mangled by the fish living in the lake that it was impossible to find the cause of death. Most of those deaths had been labeled as drowning. Zack was sure that some of them were, but it was unlikely that such a spike would happen so suddenly and last for precisely 3 years before the numbers returned to the usual amount before the spike. He and Quell had found at least 4 distinct spikes in causes of death that lasted for exactly 3 years and then stopped, with another type suddenly spiking at around the same time. It was too orderly to be just chance. They had worked on their findings and were in the process of compiling all of their information in files to present to Raylas and the guard. Zack, Gris, and Nyathala had officially asked Raylas to join the investigation, and the Karura had accepted. Zack knew that Gris didn't really think that they would catch the killer. He just thought that it was a good opportunity for Zack and Nyathala to learn more about how the wardens worked. Both Zack and Nyathala had finished their training and were now full-fledged wardens. Zack was wearing his badge tied to his waist, in plain view. Finally, he finished assembling his report, putting it in a binder, and then raised his head. He saw Quell looking at him with a strange look in her eyes, and he raised an eyebrow at her. She startled for a moment as he caught her looking, and then a smile spread over her face. She raised her hand and slowly tucked her hair behind her ear. The two of them had been dating now for almost 2 months, although Zack hadn't had much time to spend with her as he spent a lot of his time training. The only time they were together was when she was helping him to gather information for the case. Hopefully they will have some more time now that Zack was no longer living in the Citadel. He and Nyathala had moved into rooms in Gris's sister's inn. "Do you think it's ready?" Zack asked. Quell glanced at the binders on the table and nodded her head. "Yes, there is enough evidence here to push the investigation forward, I think." Zack hoped so. Ever since their encounter with the killer, Zack couldn't help but feel the need to catch them. "Do you think we can stop the killer?" Zack met Quell's eyes. She tilted her head and shrugged. "I know you want to stop the murders, but the reality is that the Corps is filled with these kind of things." She pointed at one of the binders. "Unexplained deaths and killers that are never caught. For all you know, this killer already left the city. There's been no new bodies that fit our parameters. You might never catch them." Zack grimaced, knowing that she was right. Still, this was the first real quest that he had given himself in the infinite realm, and he felt like he needed to catch the killer, to prove to himself that he was capable of it. "I need to try," Zack whispered, more for himself than to Quell. She gave him a sad smile and reached over the table to put her hand on his. "I hope you find what you are looking for, Zack." Zack turned his hand and grasped hers, squeezing it once before standing up and gathering all the binders. "Are you sure you don't want to come to the meeting?" Zack asked. Quell shook her head. "I'm not that good with people," she answered. Zack tilted his head. "You are good with me." Quell rolled her eyes at him. "I meant more than one person at once. I don't like crowds." Zack didn't press. He knew about her discomfort with people. She appeared standoffish to others, but in fact she was just a bit of a reserved person. It took Zack weeks of bothering her to help him with the archives for her to open up. She walked over and gave him a quick kiss. "Good luck, and don't forget to come over tonight.
We need to celebrate your level up properly."
She gave him a mischievous look and then walked away, her hips and tail swinging from side to side. Zack watched her go, and if he was being honest, he couldn't wait for their celebration. He walked out of the archives and headed up into the warden's station to set up for his meeting. Now he needed to convince the others that this case was much bigger than they had even suspected. Zack was in a briefing room, with Gris and Nyathala sitting behind a table, and him standing in front of a board on the wall. Zack had a small table next to him where he kept his binders and his personal notes, and he looked them over one last time as they waited for the rest to arrive. Not even a minute later, the doors opened and 3 people walked in. Raylas, the Karora warden, was first. He wore Karora-style garments, a sleeveless tunic that let the feathers of the wings on his hands free, and something resembling cargo pants. Behind him came 2 people, both dressed in similar garments, a white uniform with a blue cloak and a symbol of a city on their breast. One of them was Zeller, while the other one Zack didn't know, but she was an elf variant human just like Zeller was. "Zack," Raylas greeted him, "I'm sorry for being late. This is Guard Commander Evela Retax and her subordinate, Major Zaller Venti." Zack stood in greetings. Evela looked to be a little older than Zaller, but that didn't really mean much in the Infinite Realm. Still, he was pretty sure that she was strong, at least a full-class evolution above Zack, if not more. There was a strange kind of air around her, but Zack didn't have any real skill that could tell him exactly what he was sensing, other than his own intuition. "Commander," Raylas continued, "this is Warden Zachariah Gardner." The guard commander met Zack's eyes, and Zack was struck by just how intense they were. She was definitely not someone to mess with. Zack put out his hand, and the guard commander shook it after only a moment of hesitation. Zack coughed to hide his discomfort, and then spoke. "Thank you for coming."
"Warden Raylas informed me that you have some new information concerning his case, and that you would like permission to pursue the case aggressively in my city."
Her tone seemed to say that permission for something like that would not be forthcoming, but Zack wasn't cowed. More like old information. "Please take a seat, and then we can begin," Zack said. Evela and Zaller walked over to their seats, greeting Gris and Nyathala as they took seats next to them. Raylas stayed behind next to Zack. He was the lead on the case, and he had been working on it after their encounter with the killer, interviewing past witnesses and people leaving near areas where the bodies were found. "Well, now that we're all here, we can start," Zack said. He glanced at Raylas, and once the senior warden nodded, he walked over to the table and picked up his binders. Technically, Zack was now the more senior warden, with him being higher in level, but Raylas was still the lead on the case. Zack distributed the binders to everyone, seeing the piercing look that Evela was giving him. It made him shiver. She hadn't taken her eyes off of him since she had entered the room. He tried to push the weirdness away and focus on his presentation. "First, as I am sure you are all aware, Raylas, Gris, and myself had come face-to-face with the killer that the public has dubbed the Night Horror." Zack saw Evela's eyes narrow, but she didn't interrupt, so he continued. "We've managed to identify the killer as a Ravzer, and we believe that we have discovered the real reason for his crimes." It was times like these that Zack missed the technology available on Earth before the framework arrived. He could have just showed them all a picture of the stab wound, but thankfully there were things in the framework that could replicate such things. Zack glanced at Raylas, and the man stepped forward, raising a hand. The air in front of it twisted, showing an illusion, a moving picture of his memory. It was one of his perks, and it showed everything as if it was being looked at from his eyes. The others all saw the dead body on the ground, and Zack walked over and pointed at the wound. "This here is the true killing blow. The ritual markings had been made in order to hide it. We've interrupted the killer before he managed to finish his work and hide the wound completely. Based on prior experience, which has been verified by the Citadel, we now believe that the killer is using a dagger that steals something from its victims." Evola frowned at that, her expression darkening. "You are saying that we have a pilferer on our hands?" Zack had heard of the term before. It was what the wardens called people who utilized powers or items that stole something from their target, whether it was essence, like his dagger, stats, or something else. People like that were always watched, and from what he had learned in the archives, most of them had a tendency to go mad with power and try to gain too much power too quickly. Inevitably, they drew the attention of powerful people and then got put down. In most cases, pilferers were considered a danger, although they weren't executed immediately upon discovery. Zack was, technically, a pilferer himself, although since he hadn't used his dagger against unwilling targets and had limited his use to monsters in the infinite realm, he was allowed to go free. He was still not sure why the Warden Commander allowed him to keep the dagger, but he had an idea. Ryun, the monster that had killed everyone on Earth, would most definitely be considered a pilferer by the Wardens. Zack was certain that he had a way of extracting more essence from his targets. It had been Zack's hope to turn the Wardens against Ryun once they found that out, but sadly, as the Warden Commander told him, crimes on Earth didn't matter here. Ryun would need to use his power on innocents in the infinite realm for the Wardens to consider him a threat. Zack shook his head and returned to the presentation. "We believe so, and we also believe that he has been active in the city for more than a decade." Zack could see the disbelieving look in the eyes of his audience. The guard commander blinked at him as if she had heard him wrong. Raylas agreed with Zack, since Zack had showed him all his information before, and his own investigation had come up with some strange things, like the fact that none of the witnesses or people living in the area where the bodies had been found had seen a Ravzer matching the killer's description around. That was unlikely. With that many kills, there should have been at least 1 or 2 sightings of someone matching the description, which meant that the killer had some pretty high-level stealth abilities, and that he had been doing this for such a long time that he knew how to avoid capture. "If you would all please open your binders, you will find pertinent information inside," Zack said. As they started reading, he continued, focusing on the switches of death types every 3 years, then all the other tiny details that he and Quell had uncovered in the archives. The fact that there seemed to be more than one type of murders being implemented at a time, with one being the focus, the increase in disappearances and bodies missing body parts. To be honest, the total amount of dead that Zack and Quell had even tangentially tied to the night horror over the last 12 years hadn't been that large. It was less than 100. By the time Zack finished his presentation, he could see that the guard commander had a strange look on her face. "This is all conjecture. It fits, but the explanation could be 100 other things." Zack resisted the urge to frown, so he turned to his notes. "We believe that it is all connected, but there is also one more piece of evidence that we think ties all these murders together." Zack glanced at Raylas and motioned for him to present it. He was the one who had discovered it, after all. His interviews of the old witnesses had been a lot more in-depth than the ones he had conducted before, and he had discovered new information that Zack and Quell had then verified in the archives. Raylas cleared his throat and then started speaking. "So far, we've managed to confirm that most of the victims that we believe were killed by the night horror had one thing in common." "And what is that?" Evola asked. "None of them had advanced in the last 10 years, Raylas said. The guard commander's face cleared, and she then looked down at the file in her hand again. "That is unlikely to be a coincidence," she said, but Zack could see how it pained her to admit that. The city was filled with people, and some didn't advance a lot, of course, but finding people who hadn't advanced in 10 years, randomly, It was extremely unlikely. They had to have been targeted. Zack and Raylas waited as the guard commander thought in silence. The evidence was too much for her to refuse them to continue their investigation, even if she was unwilling. Finally she sighed and then nodded.
"Very well,"
Evola said.
"You may continue your investigation. The guard will be informed and will cooperate. I want daily updates, reports sent to my office at the guardhouse."
"Of course, Guard Commander," Raylas said and bowed his head. Zack followed suit.
"Zeller will be assigned to your team to help with the investigation,"
she said, and then walked out of the room. Zeller stayed for a few minutes, and they agreed to meet the next day for a planning session. Zack let himself relax. They were moving in the right direction, finally. Zack walked through the lit streets of Emerus, the moon shining up above him. The meeting had run a bit longer than he had expected, and then Zack, Gris, Nyathala, and Raylas had stayed behind for another hour to clean up the briefing room and store the information that they had used back in the archive, which was a lot harder when they didn't have Quell there to help them. She had gone home for the night, and Zack just hoped that she was still waiting for him. He walked in the direction of her home, hurrying down the empty streets. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts about the case, which was why, when the wind brought a whistling sound to his ears, it took him a moment to recognize it as something moving quickly through the air. Mistral appeared in his arms, and he twisted around, already swinging, but he was just a moment too slow. He felt something body slam into him, sending him flying into a small alleyway and making him lose Mistral in the process. He rolled on the ground and then came up to his feet, last air of terror surging through him. The cloaked form was taller and more massive than him, and Zack recognized the golden eyes looking at him immediately. He dismissed Mistral and summoned him again, then got ready. The killer, the night horror, didn't move. Instead, he pulled his hood back and revealed a feline face, like that of a lion along with the golden mane surrounding it.
"Little Warden," the night horror said. "You've gotten stronger, I can tell. Not enough yet, not yet, not yet."
The night horror's voice turned almost to singing by the end before it abruptly stopped and his ear twitched, as if he was listening to something. Zack frowned, wondering why the monster wasn't attacking him, but he would take it. He tried to think of a plan, to decide if he wanted to fight or try and find help. The killer was definitely strong, but Zack had gotten stronger as well. All of his abilities were improved, all had gotten more powerful. Perhaps he could take him. The voices inside his head were singing a singular note, remembering the last fight against the killer, how he moved. Already Zack had a plan of attack. He just needed to jump forward. The killer tilted his head.
"You are not like the rest, little Warden. Why is that?"
Zack didn't know what the killer meant. "You should surrender," Zack said. "Come in peacefully, and you will live. I cannot promise you your life if you resist." The feline face split into a wide grin that showed all of his teeth, making Zack shiver at the sight.
"It's been a long time since I've had a proper hunt, with worthy adversaries. They are all so weak. But you—"
Zack waited to see if the killer would say anything else, but instead he just watched Zack with his golden eyes. Zack decided to fill in the silence, perhaps bait more information out of him. "Of course you didn't find a worthy adversary among your victims. You only go against the weak and the innocents, like a coward." The night horror's claws extended, a dagger appearing in his hand.
"Innocents? Perhaps they are, though that does not make them worthy. Are you worthy, little Warden? I said that you were, didn't I? Or was it— Should I let you live, or should I kill you now? It might be easier that way."
The night horror's eyes almost glazed over, and Zack was about to attack when the killer shook his head, and then his eyes met Zack's with an intensity that made him hesitate.
Suddenly the monster seemed to almost increase in size. The darkness around them deepened, and Zack felt fear seep inside his mind. He froze and could only look up at the looming night horror. For a moment Zack thought that the killer was going to attack, but then he smiled at Zack, and he saw something in them that was familiar. It was madness, the same that he had seen in Ryun so long ago, before everything started. "I know that I should devour you, little warden, but you've done well. You grow strong, and in your eyes I see it." Night Horror shook his head and then showed Zack his teeth. "You will never catch me, little warden, but you are welcome to try." A moment later he jumped and grabbed hold of the roof, disappearing over the edge. As soon as the Night Horror was out of view, the darkness around Zack returned to normal, and he felt himself exhale a breath that he hadn't known he was holding. He realized that he had been under the effect of a power, a perk, or a technique, Zack said to himself. He could still feel a trace of chi in the air. Whatever that technique was, it had frozen him such that the killer could have killed him. Zack looked up at the roof, wondering if he should go after the murderer, but knowing that he was most certainly already gone without a trace, he decided to go back to the warden's station. The Night Horror had made a mistake. He had revealed that he had been watching him, had shown him more of his power. Every piece of information that Zack saw made his encounter with the killer lean more in his favor. The last heir of Terra was learning it all, adjusting the avenues of attack. Most importantly, he had revealed that he was still in the city, even with the lack of bodies that suggested that the killer had left. Now they knew that he was still here. Zack rushed back to the station, glad that he hadn't attacked the killer alone. The killer was strong, and he knew that a team would be required. He needed to get Raylos and then convince him to help him interview all the people that Zack had interacted with in the last few weeks, to canvass the areas where he had walked. The killer had watched him. Perhaps he had made a mistake that would be enough to catch him. It was almost 2 hours later when Zack finally came to Quell's house. He had debated not going, but he had promised, and he didn't want to leave her hanging in case that she was still waiting for him. He motioned to the wardens that had come with him as protection, and they took positions around Quell's house. He entered her home with the key that she had given him earlier in the day, so that he could enter in case he came a bit later. He found her in the bed, fast asleep. Zack sighed and then pulled his clothes off and got in bed next to her, trying not to wake her. He knew that he should be telling her about the killer, but he just wanted some peace. The next day would come soon enough, and then the hunt for the Night Horror would begin. Interlude. Night Horror 2. In the Shadow. Velor ran across the rooftops. He knew that he had little time. The warden, Zachariah Gardner, was probably already running for the warden's station to report their encounter. He had known that that was going to happen, of course. The files that both the wardens and the guard had on him told him what the little warden's most probable course of action was going to be. That was not counting his other form's observations of the man. Both personnel files were bare, not surprising for a new warden. The guard got the files from the wardens, with some details redacted, of course, but they had files on all the wardens that were cleared to act in Emerus. It had been simple for his other form to gain access to both files. Still, his other form's observations were more extensive than the bare-bone files he had read. He had seen the man speak and seen the way he thought. It was why he had pulled Velor back out for one last appearance, why he had shown him his full face, to give him an exact description of his prey. It was more fun that way, as they would all be busy hunting for Velor, who would never make another appearance in this city. It had been a risk, of course, but his obsession with the warden would have never let him leave. He needed to look deeper, to see what made the man tick. He had seen something familiar in his eyes, and he needed to know. A part of him wanted to devour him, to take him, his memories and power, but he knew that he couldn't do that. He had rules, and Zachariah had not broken them. He was not wasting the opportunities given to him. Quite the opposite. He had leveled, had gotten stronger, so strong that for a moment there his perfect danger sense had blasted a warning in his head with enough intensity that he knew that the man had planned an attack that was powerful enough to kill him. That had surprised him. It was why he had used his horrifying presence to halt him and keep him off balance. He didn't want to have a fight with him. Not yet. Finally, Velor found one of his safe spots, and then changed into one of his transitional forms, that of a human woman. His form rippled, and he changed. Then she walked out of the safe spot and turned right, walking briskly toward another safe spot. As her psyche settled into a different frame of mind, she felt her emotions and desires rear up. She nearly stumbled as everything hit her at once. It was inevitable, as she didn't use this transitional form for any real amount of time. It was nothing but an empty shell, flesh arranged in a specific order to look different. It was not different in itself. Her mind was her own, the one of her original body. It made everything feel so much more calm. Ilui warned, and she tried to contain her mind. This was a form that she had taken long ago, and she had stolen none of the original person's memories. That meant that she had no framework to anchor her, nothing to keep her from slipping into her real self. Her cover identity was very different. It had an entire lifetime's worth of memories, both stolen and the ones that she had created on her own since taking it over. Perfect imitation allowed her to suppress the pressure from her real self whenever it reared its head back up. Of course, by now, her original self was nothing like it had been before. Her real self now was an amalgamation of many different personalities and bodies, as was inevitable to happen once she had begun taking on the memories of others, with some parts of her becoming more dominant when she was in the form that part originally came from. One could not imitate as perfectly as she did without taking genuinely on the attributes and habits of her cover. A facade could be seen through, even with her perfect imitation. There were ways to tell. Both the wardens and the guard had rules and systems in place to combat shapeshifters, but none of them could see through her forms. Not only because each of her forms had its own fake screens, but because when she changed forms, she really became the person that she changed into. It also made things complicated. Velor and her cover identity were the ones that were the most developed, the ones that she had spent the most time in, meaning that they were the forms in which she had the most control. Even though there was always the undercurrent of the drive to grow stronger, to push and get more powerful, to take from those who were weak and undeserving, to devour them, drain them of the power that they didn't deserve, to relish in the horror as they realized that the only reason they were beneath her blade was because they wasted their chance to get stronger, to stop. Ilui's voice spoke in her mind, and she realized that she was standing in the middle of the street. She shook her head, pushing the thoughts back, and then continued walking. She needed to reach the other safe spot and change into her cover form quickly. The warden would have reached the station by now. As her thoughts turned to him, she remembered their encounter. She wondered just what he was about to do before she used horrifying presence, how he could have gotten so strong that he could have killed her. Their last fight on the rooftop hadn't triggered her danger sense, as he hadn't been a threat to her at all then. It made her smile beneath her hood. If someone could have seen inside the darkness of it, they would have seen her manic grin with all of her teeth showing. She was impressed and felt validated.
He was worthy, had advanced so much in such a short time. She wanted to talk to him, to really talk to him. But she knew that she might never have a chance to do so. He haunted her dreams, the intensity in his eyes looking at her and making her shiver. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen someone with eyes like his, so much hurt and pain, and still he was not beaten, not cowed. He didn't bow in the face of those more powerful, not even when staring death in the face. It was all so attractive, magnetic, alluring. "You shouldn't think like that," Ilui told her. "I can't help it," she responded. She knew that the smart thing would be to leave the city, start her work somewhere else again. But how could she? She was in the game now, a hunt. "The human is capable, and he doesn't fit our rules," Ilui said. "Will you be able to kill him if he corners us?" She didn't know the answer to that question. A part of her would want nothing more than to devour him, and another was too overcome with joy at the fact that someone like him existed, someone who was still pure and uncorrupted by the infinite realm, and who still advanced, who wasn't content to sit still and waste his power. "I don't know," she admitted finally. "He might be advancing, but he is still not a match for me. For now." Even with his rate of advancement, she doubted that he would be able to overcome her. For now she put that out of her mind and turned her thoughts to her new hunt. She already had a target picked, a merchant who hadn't advanced in a long while. She could, perhaps, forgive him the long stretch of years without advancing if he had at least used the essence he earned to improve his business, but he did not. All the essence he earned he spent on whores and drink. He was unworthy of drawing breath, fit only to be devoured as horror took him. This time she managed to catch herself before her thoughts spiraled out of control. She took a deep breath as she neared her safe spot. There were only a few minutes left, and she would change into her cover, then head home. She had to reach her house before the warden alerted the station, but if her timing was right, she was going to be just in time. She reached the safe spot and started to shift into her cover form. There was nothing more to be done. She had accomplished what she had set out to do. Now she could focus on continuing her work. She walked out of her safe spot and walked at a brisk pace toward her home. She looked over the street around her home and then entered when she was sure that there was no one around. Immediately she dropped her cloak and velour's clothes and put on her own. Then, finally, she settled in to wait. If what she knew about the warden was true, she should have a visitor soon. Interlude. Gris 2. Setback. Gris and Nyathala had still been at the station when Zachariah returned and told them of his encounter with the killer. He had offered to stay behind to coordinate with Raylas, since Zach had a prior commitment with the archivist. He still didn't know how Zach had managed to convince the archivist to date him, but his current theory was that Zach was a romantic genius. Nothing else made sense. That kind of fit with everything else Gris knew about the Ranker. He seemingly excelled at everything. Even now, with Gris, Nyathala, and Raylas all standing in the meeting room, listening to him recount the events, he could barely believe what he was hearing and seeing. Zach was composed, without even a glimmer of fear in him. There was no sign that he had nearly died. To hear him recounted, Gris had no doubt that Zach was fully prepared to fight the killer all on his own. How he could think like that was a mystery to Gris. They knew just how strong the killer was. Even with their evolutions, they probably weren't up to par one-on-one. The prudent thing would have been for him to find a way to escape. Zach had stayed, and the only reason he was alive was because the killer was clearly playing games with them. "How quickly can we organize a search of the area?" Zack asked, bringing Gris out of his thoughts. Before Gris or Raylas could answer, Zack continued. I know it's unlikely we'll find anything, but we should still do it. We need permission from the guard if we want more people. The guard commander has issued the permits for the 4 of us to work the case in the city. For more personnel, we will need approval. Zack grimaced at that. That is inconvenient. Raylas closed his eyes and then tilted his head as if in concentration, and then he opened his eyes. I've just sent a message to the guard, Raylas said. The guard commander isn't in the guardhouse, but they've sent a runner to her home. We should hear word back soon. What? Zack asked, and even Nyathala looked somewhat intrigued to learn the answer. Gris almost chuckled. Even though both of them passed their training, there were still so many things that they didn't know. Gris cleared his throat and spoke. A telepathy skill. If evolved enough, it has enough range to allow communication in the city. All wardens working with the guard are required to possess it. It allows for quick communication with the guard. Zack blinked and glanced at Nyathala before shaking his head. Right, he said. So, anything else that you can share with us as we wait? Gris asked. Zack took a deep breath and then spoke. The killer seemed unstable. Nyathala snorted. They murder innocents. Of course they are unstable. Zack shook his head. Not in that way. More like what I've read in the records in the library. The way that some people start acting once they gain high tiers in more than one way of power. Gris frowned. I guess it is possible that he had severely damaged himself. I think that it is even more than possible, likely even, Zack said. And he also seemed interested in me. And he said that his victims were unworthy. The 10 years without advancing, Raylas said. Zack nodded his head. I think that, yes. In the killer's eyes, those people aren't worthy of life, hence his killing them. As far as reasons for murder go, Gris said with a sigh, it is, sadly, not the worst one I've ever heard. Before anyone could respond, Raylas twitched and then closed his eyes. He didn't move for a few seconds, and then his eyes opened and he spoke. The runner just came back. Raylas snapped his beak in agitation. The guard commander has decided that relocating guard resources for this incident isn't a priority. Gris had already known what the answer was going to be. The guard might be cooperating with the Citadel most of the time, but sending a full force to search the area was too much of an ask, especially for a case that was as low priority for the guard as this one was. Compared to other criminals, the night horror barely killed more people than even simple accidents did, in the purely statistical sense. Also, his choice of targets didn't cost the city anything, and as long as that held true, they wouldn't be getting any real support. Why the fuck not? Zack said, his face darkening. Gris winced. He knew that Zack was a bit more idealistic than normal people in the Infinite Realm, but there was really nothing to be done about that. Politics, Raylas said with a shrug. Didn't she agree that we can pursue this case, that the guard will cooperate? Zack asked. Of course she did, but there isn't much that she can do now, Raylas said. The killer escaped. We hadn't even known about him until just a few months ago, and if your presentation is right, then it is unlikely that he had left a clue for us to find or that he is anywhere in the area. Sending the guard to scour several city blocks right now would be a waste of resources, at least in her eyes. Zack's eyes narrowed at Raylas. You knew what her answer was going to be before you asked? I did. I asked because there was always a chance that I was wrong, but this is the way things usually go between the wardens and the guard. In part, I asked because I want you to understand this. We will not have many resources available to us aside from us, those present here. If we are going to catch him, we will need to do it ourselves. Why did I even hold that presentation then? Zack asked. To get permission to operate in the city, of course. The guard still has the final say on what cases we may pursue in the city. It is mostly in order to keep us from shutting down the criminal organizations that they have their fingers in." Zack's eyes thundered for a moment, but then he sighed. "So what do we do now?" "Now," Raylas said, snapping his beak once, "we go home. Tomorrow we can meet and plan our next move. Your idea about interviewing people you interacted with and canvassing the area you moved in is a good one. We might get some information about the killer if they were spotted observing you. We know now exactly what he looks like. We are already leagues above where we were just a few hours ago. And we need to keep working on the older murders, keep looking for any clue that might help us find the killer." Zack nodded his head, but Gris could see that he was disappointed. "We shouldn't go around the city alone anymore," Gris added. "The killer is obviously keeping an eye on you, so he might also be keeping an eye on all of us, too." Everyone in the room nodded at that. Zack cleared his throat. "I'm going to Quell's house. I don't think that it is too much of a risk. If the killer has been watching me, he must know about us, and I want to make sure that she's okay." Gris grinned at Zack. The other warden had a room at his sister's inn, but he spent most of his nights at the archivist's home. "We should probably assign someone to watch her home for a bit," Raylas said. "Do we need to ask permission again?" Zack asked pointedly. Raylas shook his head. "No, we will ask the wardens in the station. A few of them owe me favors." "Why didn't we call them instead of the guard?" Zack frowned. "Scouring through the city is one thing. Watching another warden's house is something completely different. We can post people in front of Warden Quell's home without asking for permission." Gris saw Zack accept that as an answer. They began the process, with Raylas calling some of the other wardens in the station and asking for a favor. Gris and Nyathala headed home to the inn, walking in silence. He could tell that she was shaken just as much as he was. If the killer had jumped one of them... But there was no need to think about things that hadn't happened. They had new measures in place now, and with them moving in at least pairs, it was unlikely that the killer would attack them. Still, Gris had a bad feeling about this case. If he wasn't certain that Zack would insist on working on it, he would have already dropped it. Nothing good could come out of hunting down a killer who had been active for more than a decade, even one who was as mild as this one. Most killers of this kind were far more prolific, killing hundreds, if not thousands, in a few months. Their killer had killed so few people that he hadn't even been noticed. Gris wasn't sure if that made him more or less dangerous. Chapter 37. Present. Zack. Old Pain. Zack stood in the small living room made out of wood and decorated modestly, but with enough stuff to make it have a cozy and comfortable feel. It was a perfectly ordinary morning, which was why Zack was so taken off guard that he didn't even attempt to fend off Quell's attack. Her fist hit him in the shoulder, and he winced, not expecting her to be so strong. He immediately realized that he should have, as before she became an archivist, Quell had been training to be a combat warden. "Why didn't you wake me up?" Quell demanded, glaring up at him. "I didn't want to bother you," Zack said weakly as he took a step back from her. This was the first time that he had seen Quell with such an intensity in her eyes. "You didn't want to wake me?" she asked, every word spoken slowly, which somehow made it worse. "There wasn't any need to," Zack managed to say. Quell's eyes narrowed at him, and she walked closer, grabbing hold of his shirt in her small fists. "You thought that the fact that the killer you've been chasing dropped by for a chat wasn't worth waking me up for?" Zack grimaced. When she puts it like that... "Listen here," Quell started. "I've allowed you into my home and my bed. I think that I am owed a bit more than that. I think that we've shared enough with each other that you should have felt comfortable in speaking with me immediately." Zack took a deep breath and nodded. She was right, of course. He probably should have woken her up. Any normal person probably would have. But if he was being honest with himself, the encounter with the killer hadn't really been that much of a deal to him. He had survived far worse on Earth. It should have occurred to him that it was a much bigger deal to people here. Zack looked at her with that dark and thunderous look in her eyes, with her fists bunched up in his shirt. He couldn't help but smile. Her small stature was directly opposed to how ferocious she looked. An ordinary person would have probably been afraid, but there was no sign of fear in her eyes. "You think that I am amusing?" Quell asked. Zack immediately cleared his expression. "Of course not." He put his hands around her, embracing her. "I'm sorry. I should have woken you up and spoken to you immediately. It's just that—" He didn't know how to even start this conversation. He hadn't been shocked or even much frightened by his encounter with the killer. Yes, he knew he could have died, but courting death had been a daily task on Earth for years. No, nothing like that frightened him, but he had been affected by the encounter, only not by anything obvious. Looking down at Quell, he hesitated. One of his fears was that the killer might kill her because of their connection. It was why he had, in the end, decided to come to her house. He knew intellectually that Quell didn't fit the profile of the killer's victims. She had become an archivist 6 years ago. Before that, she had been training to be a warden and had advanced. She wasn't in the over 10-year range of people who didn't advance. And he did trust his gut on what they had uncovered about the killer. He had a criteria for his victims, and Zack was almost certain that he wouldn't break his code. On the other hand, Zack had seen the madness in those eyes, had heard it in the killer's words. For all he knew, the killer would do whatever struck his fancy. Quell had to have seen something in his expression, because her face turned gentle. She let go of his shirt, and her hands took hold of his face on both sides. She pulled down his head and gave him a soft kiss. Then she took his hand and pulled him over to the couch. She sat down first, and then pulled him down next to her, making him lie down and put his head in her lap. Slowly, she started to run her fingers over his hair, and then she spoke. "You can tell me anything, Zack. You don't need to hide things from me," she said in a soft, soothing voice. Zack closed his eyes and wondered how he had gotten here. Almost a year ago he had been on Earth, fighting constantly, his mind and heart filled with hate and anger. And now he felt comfortable in her hands. He knew why that was. He had been craving companionship, the feel of a warm embrace, and the confidence of someone he could speak about anything with. He never had much experience with relationships, even though others always thought that he did. He was popular, but he had always been reluctant to take the first step. Linda had been his one real relationship. He had loved her despite her flaws. He had felt comfortable with her. But ever since she was killed, he hadn't allowed himself to look at anyone else. He hadn't even tried to. Then he'd arrived here, to a new world that was so far removed from his hate and the broken pieces of the world that reminded him of the past. For the first time in a long time, he had allowed himself to relax, to open himself to getting to know new people. He hadn't expected what happened between him and Quell. If Gris hadn't pushed him, he wouldn't even have asked her out. But he had, and he found that he did like her. They shared a love for research, and they had spent many nights poring over the archives and reports, working on the case. One couldn't spend so much time together and not grow closer. It seemed almost unreal to him, but he and Quell had been together for a while now, several months, in fact. Their relationship had progressed to the point where he spent most of his nights in her bed. It had been a bit strange to Zack in the start. Quell was most definitely not human. There were differences, both physical and mental, but he had adapted, and he was aware of the fact that his feelings for her were growing daily. He knew already what was going to happen. He was going to fall in love with her. It would be hard not to. She was reserved and shy in public, studious and smart in her archive, and open and free with her words and emotions in private. She had shared her painful past with him, and he with her. It made them grow closer, and he enjoyed the fact that he didn't need to speak constantly when they were together in order to fill the silence. She understood the pain of loss, and she knew the warden's world. They were well matched. He opened his eyes and looked at her alien ones, dark green with a star pattern looking down at him. It had been a long time since he had felt this comfortable, this safe. She had said that he could tell her anything, but he was afraid. The caring look in her eyes never wavered, and that, more than anything else, pushed him forward. "I didn't wake you up because I was afraid," Zack said. "Afraid of what?" she asked softly, her hands caressing his face. "I wasn't afraid of the killer. I've faced monsters that the framework threw at us every day on Earth, and I have stood across a real monster, one who had once been my best friend, who I had loved like a brother once, who had taken everything from me and everyone else on the planet. He is so much more than the night horror could ever be." Quell's hands stopped for a moment as she blinked, but then she continued. Zack barely noticed it. He was remembering. "But what scared me was the look in the night horror's eyes," Zack whispered. "It was madness, and I have seen that before." "Oh?" Quell asked. Zack took a deep breath. "I don't know if the cause was the same, but it felt similar to me. Ryun, he had gone mad with grief, had lost his love, and then he killed those responsible, along with everyone else who was in the way. Guilty or innocent, he didn't care." Quell's eyes were on his, her entire body still as she listened to his story. All of her attention was on him. Zack appreciated that more than she could know. It had been so long since he had been able to talk with someone, to free himself and unburden his pain. And the way that she listened, it made him fall in love with her just a tiny bit. Zack knew that emotion like that was dangerous, but he also knew that he wanted it to happen. He was so tired of being alone and in pain. He had friends on Earth, his comrades, but that wasn't the same. Even Linda had been at times aloof, preoccupied by something else when he'd needed to talk. But with Quell, he knew that when she looked at him, he had all of her attention, that he was all that existed in her world. The intensity of that knowledge scared him a bit, but it also made him happy. "After that, I found him," Zack continued. "I found him in the abandoned town where he lived before she died. And that is when I saw the madness in his eyes, when I learned that it was he who had killed people that I was supposed to protect. I didn't know what to do. I loved him, and I loved Melody, who was killed by someone on my side. How could I punish him for what he had done? I couldn't fight my brother, even though we'd been estranged. The time before the framework was still fresh in my mind. So I left him alone, told him to go somewhere else, away from those under my charge. It was the wrong choice. I could see that he was hurting, could see that spark of madness in his eyes, and I left him. He left, and he lost himself. If at that point there was anything left of my friend, it was then later consumed by his madness. My friend had died, and only the monster was left." He killed my family, killed an entire city, and he grew so powerful that nothing we did could stop him." Zack hadn't even realized that he had closed his eyes. He found the strength to open them and look directly in Quell's eyes. He had told her much about the past, but this was his greatest secret, the knowledge that had been eating away at him for years, something that he had never spoken out loud. "When I saw that madness in the killer's eyes, I was reminded of Ryun. I was reminded of the moment when I found him standing in a deserted settlement, still holding on to some semblance of sanity, alone and in pain, filled with grief. My friend, my brother, and I left him there alone. I left him, and he was consumed, leaving only the monster. And I know, deep down, I know that if I had stayed, if I had pushed him, tried to help him with his grief, despite him not wanting it, then maybe nothing that followed would have happened. Perhaps my family would still be alive, along with countless others. I failed him, and I failed everyone else that I loved. I loved Ryun, but I hate the monster that he became." Quell's eyes looked down at him, and he studied them, looking for any sign of disgust or accusation. What kind of a man leaves someone they love in that state, to suffer alone? Zack had done that, and while he didn't take on the monstrous deeds that Ryun had done after he went insane, he still felt responsible for the turning point, for not trying to help him. But he saw none of that in Quell's eyes. There was only a loving gaze and an understanding. He didn't know how she could understand, but that almost made things worse. A part of him was relieved that she could still look at him like that, and another had hoped that she would hate him. "It's okay, Zack," Quell whispered to him. "I know better than anyone that you can't help people that don't want to be helped. It isn't your fault." Perhaps. But what if it wasn't Ryun's either? Not at the start, at least. I cannot forgive him for what he had done. It's too much. There is only hate in me for him now. But what if the madness that consumed him came from someplace else? Zack wondered. "I've looked into the night horror's eyes, Quell, and I wonder, is he like Ryun too? Is he someone who was driven insane by the framework? Was it the imbalance of their powers, or just the reality of this brutal world that had broken them?" Quell closed her eyes and turned her face away so that he couldn't see her expression. And then she spoke. I don't know, Zack, but even if that is so, it changes nothing, does it?" "I guess not," Zack said. Both Ryun and the night horror had killed too many innocent people. The reasons for their actions no longer mattered. This was not Earth, where insanity might be a valid defense. No, this was a brutal world where real monsters were beasts as much as they were people. Everyone was mad here. It was only a matter of degrees. They didn't speak more after that. Instead, they just held each other tightly, taking comfort in each other's embrace. 2 months later, their little task force had no new leads on the night horror. There were no new murders that were suspicious or that fit the profile they had established. With no new leads, he had spent most of his time with Quell, sometimes working together in the archive, trying to find another clue to help them catch night horror, others just walking around the city. Quell had been taking him to interesting places, showing him new sights that he hadn't seen yet. Emerus was a massive city, and he was yet to see even half of it. But every week, Zack also made time for training. The instruction that he had gained from Ferret was all theoretical, But as he had come to realize, there wasn't a training regimen for skills. All of it was internal, an individual effort. He had found a training room to rent in the city, which actually wasn't hard to find. In it, he had spent all his time working on advancing one of his skills to Tier 6. He knew the secrets now, but even still, it wasn't going as fast as he wanted it to. He knew that his perk allowed him to advance sword-based skills 5 times faster, which was an incredible boon. He felt himself learn at a rate that he had never experienced before, and the spirits of Terra were an incredible help as well. Zack had managed to call out 2 other spirits in the 2 months that he had been focusing on his sword art skill. From Sasaki Kojiro, Zack had learned the sword, the clean and formal use of it. The art that Sasaki Kojiro had practiced, and with the help of his perk, Zack had mastered, or at least its basics. He doubted that he would ever be a true master of that style, but Zack didn't want to be anyway. He needed to improve his skill to the next evolution to create his own art. The basis of it would always be Sasaki Kojiro's art, the use of a longsword, because that was what Mistral was. But an art was more than knowing how to use a single weapon. Sasaki's movements and stances weren't perfect for people with powers, and although the perk allowed all the spirits of the old masters to learn, Zack was the one who could use powers. He had managed to enhance the art he learned from Sasaki with powers, to alter it so that he could incorporate more of his powers in the art. As far as passive skills went, sword art was strange. There were the lines that he saw when in combat or when he focused, but it was more than that. The passive effect was constant. He found that the higher his skill went, the more his body started to move in the ways that would facilitate the art he had learned. He could slip into any stance at any time seamlessly. It was a weird feeling. But Zack wanted to improve more. He had to, and getting a perfect skill was how he wanted to get stronger. He knew what the guides said about imbalance, but he also knew what Ferret had told him. His levels and cultivation were too low to have any overt influence on him, and if he placed the right part of himself in a skill, he could mitigate the effects, could have enough time to raise his class afterward without being overly influenced. And so he had been training. The second spirit of an old master he had pulled out had been the one that had been fighting Sasaki for the honor of being the first. His rival, the man who had defeated him in life, Miyamoto Musashi. The man had been a handful. He was brash, and not at all as good of a teacher as Sasaki. Zack had known that he wouldn't learn much from him, but he had taught Zack one thing. "Never fight fair," Musashi said as he glared at Zack. "If you are fighting, then you are fighting for your life. Why give your opponent an advantage when you don't need to?" Zack didn't answer. They didn't have much time, and he knew that Musashi would continue speaking without Zack's prompting. "Cheat, lie, insult, goad, and debase yourself if need be. You are fighting to survive, not for some idiotic ideal. Everything is a weapon. Everything can be turned to your advantage. Learn your opponent, and do everything in your power to push them off balance. Throw your sword in their chest, as you can do with that magic sword of yours. Spit in their face, put the sun in their eyes, kick dust and call them names. Everything is a warrior's weapon." Zack had only had 2 lessons from Musashi, as his style of teaching didn't exactly fit Zack. But he had still learned, and he had understood the lesson that Musashi had given him. There was no room for honor in a fight to the death. That was arrogance, or the right of those so strong that their victory was assured. He hadn't learned much from Musashi, but it had been enough to add one more piece to his art, a way of moving and of thinking. What he had taught him fit with the way that some of his perks could be used, namely his wind-based perks.
But he still needed one more piece, and so he had pulled another master out of his perk, someone who could teach him a way of fighting without Mistral. His awakened sword was an incredible weapon, but it was large, not suitable for every environment. Zack found himself in the training room, holding an ethereal sword in his right hand, one that was much different than Mistral, and his dagger in the other. He moved, attacking the air in front of him with the rapier in his hand, then pivoting and raising his dagger to block against an invisible opponent before he entered the gauntlet with the target dummies. 6 weeks of training had allowed him to make great progress, and he felt like he was nearly there. The framework allowed for far faster learning for everyone, but Zack's perk put him even further ahead. And he knew the secret of evolving skills. The skill levels didn't matter. They were there for people who weren't broken, those who couldn't wrap their minds around the concept of skills, a way for them to grind it out and advance them. But if there was one thing that Zack was, it was broken. He had shown the pieces of himself to Quell, and she was slowly helping him put them back together. But even if he managed to, he knew he would never rid himself of the cracks. He could evolve a skill directly, by forcing his will on it, by warping his understanding of it. He knew that skipping tiers all the way to Tier 6 could harm the skill. It could make it less encompassing, make it have less utility, which was why Zack first focused on making his own art. He didn't need to master it. He needed only to create something new and learn the basics. He could always improve it later. Zack danced among the target dummies, his rapier cutting quickly and precisely. He was surprised how well the new weapon fit in his hand. With Mistral, he felt powerful, knew that he could cleave people in half with a single strike. A rapier was something else, a weapon far more precise, one that was meant for a different kind of fighting. His dagger flashed, scoring hits as well, and then he was through the short gauntlet. "Well done," a voice said, and Zack turned to look at his new teacher. The ghost standing there had a long mustache and a short beard, an imperial style. On his breast, his tunic had a crest, 7 hearts arranged in a cross with a phoenix on top. He was the Supreme Knight of the Order of the 7 Hearts, and his name was Salvatore Fabrice, an Italian master fencer. He had been the ghost who had fought to the forefront when Zack tried to pull someone who could teach him how to fight with a sword and a dagger. And Salvatore was a far greater teacher than Musashi. His instructions had adapted, trying to incorporate both his powers and what he had learned from the previous 2 spirits. In just over 6 weeks, Zack had gained a distinct style that was a mix of what Sasaki and Salvatore taught him, coupled with Musashi's philosophy of fighting dirty. He could feel that he was close to making something that was his own. "Thank you, Master," Zack said respectfully. The spirit had been more than useful. "Of course, my student. We do not have much time. Keep practicing your parries as well as the quick turns. With your physical abilities and the powers at your disposal, you should be able to accomplish things that I had only ever dreamed about." "I will try," Zack said as he felt the perk run its course and the spirit fade away, going back to the last air of terror. He sighed and sat down, dismissing his rapier into tiny particles of light. He was close, but not quite there yet. Soon, however, he was going to try and push his skill to Tier 5 with his own art, and then there would only be Tier 6. Zack cleaned up and left the training room, then the building it was housed in. He headed down the streets, the warden that had waited outside for him stepping behind him. Zack was too tired to engage in any talk, but he didn't know much about the man. He had only seen him a few times since Raylas rotated wardens that followed them all around. Ever since the night horror incident, all of them who were on the case had escorts, even though Zack thought them unnecessary by now. Zack frowned as he saw an unfamiliar street. He had been so lost in his thoughts that he had to have taken a wrong turn on his way to Quell's house.
He turned around, looking at the warden, when he felt something strange at the back of his head. He blinked and looked around. He could feel something at the edge of his consciousness, something that he couldn't quite identify. "Do you feel that?" Zack asked the warden. The Damacy man frowned, looking around. "I don't feel anything." Zack suddenly turned to look at a wall. For some reason, he felt as if there was something there. He just couldn't see it. And then he got an idea, or perhaps it was some kind of an instinct. He turned his eyes toward the area where he felt the source of this sensation was, and then he used his new ability, ethereal sight. It wasn't the first time he had used it, but all the other times he used it, the world just turned slightly gray with everything almost swaying around him. Now the effect was much different. The world shifted around him, and the wall that he was looking at suddenly had a hole in it. Zack blinked as he saw the inside and realized that he was looking at something like a nest. In front of it sat a tiny creature, almost fey-looking, a cat-like being that had horns and 6 limbs, along with fur that was painted in psychedelic blues and greens in a stripe pattern. Zack's mouth opened wide as the creature turned to look at him, and then did one thing he had never expected it to do. The creature sniffed in his direction. "What you looking at, human?" Chapter 38. Present. Zack. Spirits. Zack sat in the Citadel's library, looking over a spread of books in front of him. There weren't all that many books on the subject he was interested in, but he had found some. It had been 2 days since his encounter with the creature in the alley. His warden's shadow hadn't been able to see it, of course, since Zack used his ethereal sight. The ability allowed him to see into the ethereal, or the incorporeal world. It was, as the name suggested, another plane of existence that occupied the same physical space. Zack had learned why his first few experiments with the ability didn't show much in the way of results. The only thing that he had seen when using that ability before was a gray filter over the world. Now, from the books he had found in the library, he had learned that the incorporeal world could be vastly different than the real world, but that the ethereal realm was always changing. The terrain constantly shifted, as did its position in relation to the real world. But the more people there were in one place, the more the ethereal realm became fixed. Apparently, the denizens of the ethereal realm didn't really like that, so few lived in places where there were many people. The creature that Zack had met was apparently an exception to the rules. Zack was incredibly interested to learn more about it, and he had an idea. But first he needed to get it to talk to him. The creature had refused to engage with him. After its first question, it had just ignored Zack, no matter what he said. Now, Zack was aware why. Different creatures in the ethereal realm lived by different rules. Some were completely hostile to people, some only to specific races, others only to those who invaded their territory, and some were only hostile on specific days. It was quite interesting to read about, but for Zack's purposes he had learned that most of the denizens of the ethereal realm didn't like talking with people in the real world. Some could make themselves visible in the real world, and some could even cross over fully, which actually made Zack think that some of the murders in the city might have been committed by some denizen of the other realm. But all ethereal realm creatures responded well to gifts. If one wanted to talk with them, it was almost a necessity, unless one had a prior relationship with them or some power to force the issue. The manner of gift, however, was a bit harder to pin down. Different types of creatures liked different things. From Zack's research, he was pretty sure that the creature he encountered belonged in the Failerin category, a gnaw-cat. Apparently, they were mostly harmless, although the book warned that no denizen of the ethereal realm was completely harmless, but didn't specify why, which made it a bad book on the subject, in Zack's opinion. A Nawcat usually spent its days looking into the real world and watching interesting things, mostly people, which was why they could be found in the cities and places where there were many people. They were also lazy and easily annoyed, not enjoying having their activities interrupted. Zack wanted to talk with it, to learn more about this new facet of his power, but also to perhaps ask for information. But before that, he needed to find an adequate gift. He doubled his efforts and continued doing research. The research was going slow. There weren't many books, but they were filled with all kinds of interesting stuff, and he couldn't skim through them. They were more akin to journals of people's experiences with the ethereal realm and its denizens than true treatises on the subject. He needed to read everything carefully if he was to find what he needed. While he did enjoy reading and studying, he also needed to keep up with his training, and so he booked some time in the training rooms at the Citadel to rest his mind and eyes from reading. He stood in the room, his ethereal sword in the shape of a rapier in one hand and his dagger in the other. His enhanced sword art had reached 10 of 10 in just over 2 months of him training with it. He knew that the greater speed was because of his last Heir of Terra perk, as well because of the fact that he was using the ethereal sword. The more powers he used in his art, the faster it was leveling. The quest for the Tier 5 skill was, as he had suspected, to create his own style. The problem was that he didn't exactly know what more he had to do. He had spent time with the ghosts of the sword masters, developing a style that incorporated swift and precise movements, as well as distraction and feints. With his power set, he was capable of being extremely quick and adaptable, and at the core of his martial arts style was that adaptability. It wasn't yet a truly developed art, of course. That was something that would take a lifetime to create, but he had a basis upon which he could build. He didn't need a complete art in order to advance his skill, only the basics. He could improve even after he evolved his skill. But for some reason, he couldn't push to Tier 5, which was frustrating him a bit. He had everything that a new art needed to have. Well, except for the name. Zack frowned as he realized that he hadn't yet decided on a name. It can't be that simple. He tried to think of a good name. His wind perks were the basics of his art, using them to move quickly and distract. Even if he never took another wind perk again in the future, that wasn't going to change. His wind perks would only get stronger as he advanced. The next part was his ethereal sword. With it, he was adaptable and able to change weapons to suit different situations. For now, he was focusing on a rapier and a dagger, and using Mistral for finishing moves and in open spaces where he had to deal with more than one opponent, which the awakened sword seemed to approve of. With the dagger, he could make better use of his consequence perk, and his techniques synergized nicely with his quick attack style. For a moment, he thought that the wind sword style might be a good name, but then dismissed the thought. Names and intentions mattered when dealing with skills. If he used the word sword in the name, he might get too focused, narrowing his future evolutions and choices. He still wanted to use wind, but he needed the name to be broader, to have it encompass more of what he needed the style to be, because he was certain that it would impact the way that not only his skill evolved, but also his future class choices. Everything impacted those. He took a deep breath and got into a stance. A moment later he used equip, and his white armor manifested around him. His rapier extended in front of him, and his dagger closer to his chest. Then he started to move, going through the katas that he had developed with his ghost teachers. They weren't perfect, but they were, at least in his mind, effective. He moved from attack to block, the spins that wouldn't be that useful in fights on Earth, but here, with his stats and powers, they were. His body twisted and turned, and he came to realize that it was a dance. He used Wind's favorite, using the wind to move his body as he attacked and blocked against phantom opponents.
Since he had reached level 120, his control over the wind and its power had increased by a great deal. It wasn't quite enough yet to let him fly around, but he could float over the ground for a bit and leap and glide through the air somewhat. He danced all over the room, the wind surrounding him, his rapier and dagger moving and cutting at the air violently. He jumped back into a flip, dispelling his rapier and sheathing his dagger on his lower back. Before he dropped down to the floor, he summoned Mistral. He heard a mental sigh, but he put that out of his mind. Chi moved through his body, and then his feet touched the ground. He blasted off immediately, the wind pushing him faster and further. He spun in the air, Mistral cutting everything around him, and then he touched the ground again and blurred. He shot forward, knowing that his body had turned incorporeal for a split second as ethereal wing activated. His sword snapped around him, faster than he could have attacked on his own, and once the dash and attack was done, Zack pushed off the ground with his back leg, snapped Mistral forward, and unleashed his technique. Lightning strike blasted around Mistral, hitting nothing but still causing the blast of thunder and light. Zack stood in that position for a moment, thinking about his style and on his movements. He felt like he had been a storm of wind and blades, like he was unbound, dancing with his weapons and powers. He made the decision on the name as he pulled himself back into a relaxed stance. A notification appeared in the corner of his eye, and he pulled it up. Congratulations, you have finished your skill quest. Style. Create a unique combat style. Enhanced sword art, evolved to Tempest Dance style. Zack smiled at what he read. He had finally gained a Tier 5 skill. Now it was time for the next evolution. He sat down on the ground and focused. He could go through the levels of the Tier 5 skill to gain a quest for Tier 6, but according to what Ferret taught him, that was not required. In fact, most people wouldn't be able to evolve a Tier 5 skill even with the quest. In order to be able to do that, you needed to have great willpower. Or you have to have suffered through a fracture, something that had scarred your mind, and Zack had lived through many such events. Following Ferret's teachings, he calmed his mind and then remembered one such event. He had spent a long time thinking on which one he was going to use, but for this there was only one, the death of his family. He remembered finding them dead, the denial, the rage, the hate that came after, the pain that was so great that he had struggled to breathe, the realization that he had failed, that he could have prevented their deaths if only he had tried to help someone who he loved. Instead, he had turned his back on Ryun, and he was lost in his grief. Madness was no excuse, and the monster that Ryun had turned into deserved all of Zack's hate, but the pain was always there. As he remembered the moment that had broken him, Zack could feel his mind expanding. He turned his focus from his past to his skill. This was the part where the most important choice had to be made. He needed to focus on one of the tiers of his skill. According to Ferret, few knew about this, and even of those who knew, they often decided to go with the most basic tier, the first one, because that one would hold a fraction of all the others. However, focusing on something else could be valuable in certain situations. Zack didn't focus on combat mastery, as that would make him more proficient in overall combat without focusing him. He didn't focus on his sword mastery, because that would limit him to only the sword. Instead, he focused on his newly attained tier, the Tempest Dance style, because at the core of his martial art style was not any single weapon, but a way of fighting. Fluid movements aided by the wind, lightning-quick attacks, distraction, and feints. That was what Tempest Dance style was at its core, and that is what he wanted to focus on. He could feel something inside of him, and in his mind he could see into an inner world, a pillar that was raised further above others. Those were his skills, he realized. It was vibrating, getting ready to evolve.
He kept his understanding of his skill, of his style, at the forefront of his mind. Inner, personal understanding mattered far more than anything else when dealing with skills. They warped reality itself. They didn't need reality. What they needed was a person who had the will powerful enough to force their own reality on the real world. And Zack had a powerful will. He could feel the pressure building, and he knew that the last step was to put a piece of himself inside the skill, to lock a part in it that would never change again. Ferret's teachings had given him an idea about what that should be, and he had given it a lot of thought. He needed a core facet of who he was, something that he didn't want to change, something that wouldn't screw him over in the long run. One of his first ideas had been to put in his belief in the law, but that one he had dismissed almost immediately. The law that he had believed in and the reality of this world were nothing alike, and he knew, had known for a while now, that he was not going to survive this world if he remained rigid. Power was the only law that mattered in the infinite realm. His next thought was to put his desire to obtain power, to be stronger. It was certainly something that he didn't think would ever change about him, not now, when he knew that he needed power in order to survive here. But it wasn't exactly right, as it could too quickly twist him into something that he was not. He knew that imbalance would affect him eventually. With his low tiers of power, he had little to truly worry about. His class and cultivation were too low for him to feel too much of the effects, assuming that he managed to fix the right part of himself inside his skill to offset the imbalance. In the end, he knew what he needed to put inside that skill, something that, even if he was affected by imbalance, would still steer him in the right direction. Something that wouldn't allow him to ever step too far from his path, something that would prevent him from going down a dark path. And so he focused his mind on the one part of himself that he wanted to keep with himself, forever unchanging. I want to protect those that I care about, those that I love, always. The skill trembled, and he could feel the core part of him hardening, becoming a fixed part inside of his mind. He knew by having this as his core that even if he was affected by imbalance, he would never stray too far from the right path that he couldn't come back. He understood that he could fail to protect someone he cared about, but he also knew that he never again wanted to do nothing, to walk away and leave those he cared about to fend for themselves. No, he was always going to strive to protect those close to him. A part of him had wanted to make it about the innocents, or to protect the law, but ever since he had started a new life in Emerus, he realized that that was too much for one person to handle. For his first skill, for the piece of himself that would define who he was, the desire to protect those closest to him was the only choice. He didn't have much that he cared about here. Gris, Nyathala, and the others were comrades, could be friends, perhaps in time, but the only person he really cared about at the moment was Quell, and he knew that his feelings were only getting stronger. He was never going to let what happened on Earth happen again here. The perk glowed inside of his inner world, and then he felt it settle. 2 new notifications arrived, and Zack looked at the first. Congratulations, you have reached the peak of understanding. All your skill tiers have been absorbed into the new skill. Perfect Tempest Dance Style Tier 6 skill available. You've unlocked 2 additional skill slots. New title, True Understanding. New skill evolution available. Beyond Understanding. Perfect Tempest Dance Style. Specialize and focus your understanding of Perfect Tempest Dance Style to unlock a skill quest. He stood up and summoned his ethereal sword as he pulled out his dagger. He focused on his skill and immediately saw the golden lines connecting to everything. Somehow he understood what each meant. Some were movements, others attacks or power uses. The skill itself felt different.
He started to move and immediately realized that all of his movements were sharper, better. He had known that skills give great power, but this was even beyond that. He danced across the room for a while and then came to a stop. He felt different, changed. A part of him was set in stone now, and he couldn't help but think about Quell. He had known that his feelings toward her were getting stronger, but now it felt like he hadn't really realized how much. He felt like he should be making sure that the night horror didn't try to go after her because of their connection, even though he knew that to be unlikely. Still, the best way to ensure that was to catch the killer. He put his armor and weapons away and decided that it was time to get back to reading. The sooner he found an appropriate gift for the creature, the sooner he would be able to try and gain more information. He only hoped that what he had in mind would be of use. Zack walked down the street, one that he had walked down a few days before. Only this time he was alone. He came to a familiar wall and looked at it. The same sensation he felt before was present again, and he used his ethereal sight. Immediately the wall in front of him changed, and a large hole appeared, looking like a den. Inside it was the creature, the Gnawcat, which looked the same as it had previously, a cat-like creature with horns and 6 limbs, fur that was painted in stripes of trippy blues and greens, all the size of a small house cat. It blinked up at him, and its eyes narrowed. "Don't bother me, human," it said, and turned its head away as if that meant that Zack was no longer there. Zack knelt down to its level and slowly pulled out a plate out of his ring. Finding what was considered a good gift for this type of creature hadn't been easy, nor had the task of finding someone who could make it. It had cost him quite a bit of essence. On the plate was a meal, one made out of mouse meat and something that resembled a chicken. It was all arranged artfully and splattered with green and red herbs that gave the meal color. Just giving a meal was not enough. It had to be made by a highly skilled individual, and convincing a chef to make a meal out of mouse meat hadn't been exactly easy. The cat sniffed and turned around, its eyes widening at the sight of the plate. Then it glanced at Zack suspiciously. Zack immediately stood up and walked a few steps back. In order for it to be able to taste it, the creature would need to cross over into the real world, and Zack standing that close was a threat. As soon as Zack stepped away, it walked closer, still glancing at him suspiciously. Finally, it decided that he wasn't going to attack it, and it stepped all the way up to the plate. Its form rippled, and it lowered its head and started to eat. There was no physical change, but Zack was certain that it was now in the real world. He waited patiently for it to finish. Once the creature was done, it licked its mouth and then turned to look at Zack. "Fine," it sighed. "Say what you want, human." Zack smiled and walked closer, then explained his problem. Chapter 39. Present. Zack. Stakeout. "This is not only boring, but I believe that it is also a pointless waste of time," Gris griped yet again. "Are you sure you didn't smoke a tantha leaf?" Zack rolled his eyes. This was the 3rd time that Gris had asked him if he had smoked something, presumably something that would have made him hallucinate. "No, I am fairly sure that I didn't smoke anything that would have made me see things, and I told you already that it's my new class ability, which lets me see the ethereal realm." Gris grunted, but Zack could see that the Drake was annoyed. "I still can't believe that you got such a rare class, or that you went for it. There are no guides for anything similar in the library." "I think I'll manage," Zack said dryly. Gris didn't comment, and so they sat there in silence for a while. They were sitting behind a small wall on a roof of an apartment building for the past several hours. Zack's conversation with the creature that he had found had been illuminating. As soon as he realized that there was a creature living in the city that ordinary people couldn't see, Zack got the idea to help along his investigation of the night horror murders. The creature had, of course, heard about the night horror, as it watched the people of the city constantly. It was basically all that it did. The issue was that it didn't really differentiate between people. From its realm, the real world looked different, or at least that was Zack's understanding. It didn't know enough to connect night horror to a person, but it had apparently seen him before. The Knockat had called the night horror the Changer, and had apparently seen one of the spots where it had changed. Zack assumed that the night horror had a safe house where he could change and disguise himself. The garb that he wore as the night